Every day. Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. Finally, it is time to get busy with the Super Weekend awesomeness that's about to get started right about now. Of course, all the teams that joined in, we're looking forward to this moment itself. And along with that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 for making it all happen. Vook up your fun is going to be the, of course, hashtag. Along with that, once again, it is a huge thanks to Oppo for, of course, sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm going to be your host, Brother. Joining me on the analyst desk, it is going to be these two lads, of course, you ought to know by now, who are none other than, of course, Ocean Sharma and Super Johnny.
Well, I mean, one of the finest hosts out here has his birthday today as well, so happy birthday to you, brother.
Thank you.
And talking about the games, they are going to be intense for sure.
Well, the games are going to be intense, and there's one intense question that's going to be running through the minds of every single team, every single player right now. In the famous words of one of my favorite poets, ladies and gentlemen, Billy Joel Armstrong, do you know your enemy by now?
You better do, because again, I mean, we've already gone through the league play days, which were, of course, 2-day, but two-day affair has now resulted in us getting those 16 teams.
Yes.
Those 16 teams that are, of course, going to be participating in the Super Weekend Awesomeness. The gala starts off right off the bat, right about now. For which, of course, as we just mentioned, you've got 20 teams in total, divided in 5 groups, but from them, only 16 teams have moved on forth.
I mean, exactly, you know, the best 16 in that particular week obviously just move forward, and that is where the fights are going to be starting out. I mean, the points that there were, I mean, you scratch those off, and now the new, it starts from 0, and they count. They actually count for everything.
Exactly. The points, as you mentioned, everything is going to be put to 0, and now the points, you have to start playing the matches for the points again, and these ones are going to stick around for a long time. In fact, till you reach the finals.
Exactly.
Even though once you move forward after these 3 days to the next week, again, you're going to have to start the journey from 0 in the league play days, but the points will carry forward as far as the Super Weekend is concerned. So the pressure, now the real pressure will start to build up on the teams that are playing, and even more pressure on the teams that are just going to be sitting on the sidelines and watching these lads play.
Exactly, because again, we know for a fact that there are 4 teams who, of course, are not going to be able to participate in this Super Weekend affair for week number 1, but that's absolutely fine, because again, they will get their opportunity to be able to showcase that dominance when it comes to the week 2 league play days. But right now, as you move the conversation along, let's have a look at the massive prize pool. Because again, you've got $300,000 on the line, from which $150,000 is separated just for PMPL South Asia Finals.
We were talking about one thing, right? Previously, we were talking, you know, every winner chicken dinner will get you $1,000. Well, now is the time. You gotta get those points up for yourself. You gotta get those numbers up for yourself, because by the start of the first match, by the end of the first match, we'll get someone. We'll find the name who becomes the richer.
Exactly.
The faster.
Exactly, because now you earn money with every single game that you play. Every single match, every single chicken dinner is not just worth those 15 points. It's not just worth those skill points that you get. It is also worth $1,000.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, just when you think the excitement could have gotten even better, it has. It certainly has. And with that, of course, when it comes to those aggressive performances, it is always going to factor into the points itself. Because again, you know for a fact that that kill will give you that 1 kill, will give you that 1 point. But alongside that, if you get that chicken dinner working in your favor, you already sorted.
Yeah, if you get those 15 points for the placement, you get $1,000 as well. So you know, it's kind of a relation going on between both the things. But the thing is, you don't have to be in 13 to 16, because obviously you have to gather your points all together as well. And if you are in 13 to 16, the only points you will get, if any, are for your kills because that's the only way, that's the only direction you can go. If you're in 13 to 16, you can rely on that one thing as of now.
Exactly, and if we're going to talk about this point system and how it impacts the other teams as well, I want to talk about how it affects the teams that are not playing.
Right.
In the sense that a team that is not doing really well, because now from 13 to 16 you get 0 points, right? And if that team goes out without any kills, that means they don't get any points from that game. That helps the team that are not playing when they come back next week, if they come back next week. That is a really big question.
Well, again, I'm pretty certain, Johnny, that they will, right? Because they have to. There's no two ways about it. They have to make it to the Super Weekend because entirety of it always works towards getting yourself in the Super Weekend itself. Now, of course, as we just mentioned, there are 20 teams in total, but only 16 are going to be playing. And in those 16, let's have a look at all these 16 teams. It was a very close affair. I mean, you're looking at just 1 point difference between the 16th and the 17th. But with that, of course, let's have a conversation. Well, right off the bat, Carnage coming in, followed by, of course, Seal, Z3us Esports, and boy, oh boy, I mean, names couldn't have gotten any better.
Exactly. StalwartFlex, just following them up right now. So Zeus, obviously, we know, they would like to dominate right from the bat. And talking about the team from Mongolia, Seal Esports would want to be there as well. Because now it's obviously about the pride of the regions as well. A team from Pakistan would be out there, team from Nepal, Carnage, if we talk about that one as well. So all these teams would love to showcase their incredible performance right from the get-go.
Exactly, and moving forward, I would like to have a look at the next teams as well. So next set we have Z3us Esports, A1 Esports, F4 and Skylight Gaming. Now Skylight Gaming, they are living up to the reputation, they are living up to the hype that was about them, before the tournament even started. Youth surprise in this group, I would say, is A1 Esports from this lot, because we did not expect A1 Esports to be as aggressive as they are, and that is really nice to look at. I mean, talk about that last few games that they had during the league play days. They blew my mind.
Exactly. I mean, that is what all these teams, of course, showcase, right? The competition is that very close when it comes to all of these teams. And again, every single team has dominated in their own different regions as well as when it comes to the entirety of the lobby. But move that conversation along. Once again, I'm in XP Blood Legion. Now, this is that one team that everybody had their eyes gauged out towards. Will they make it or not?
I mean, that's one question. But talking about T2K, well, they are trained to kill. They are trained to get those 1 kill, 1 point for themselves. They would love to do that. R3D, I mean, they are right now in the big leagues and they want to just, dominate with their name as per se. And Venom Legends, all right, well, last time as well, talking about the players from Venom Legends, even in the previous PMPL season, they wanted to be in the top players list. They were out there. Right now, they are out in the top 16 teams. So they just want to show the world how they play and how they dominate.
Exactly. Plus, the team had a bit of a trouble making it to the Super Weekend. So, XP Blood Legion, Venom Legends, they definitely needed to turn things around in order to be here. And they did that. That's why they're here. But now, you can't take risks because every single match matters a lot more. The stakes are a lot higher.
Exactly. Because again, every single team right here, right off the bat, of course, another team to talk about is going to be the 2-time chicken dinner winner, the PN Crew coming in.
Yeah, I mean, talking about PN Crew, right? They were going really aggressive for themselves, well, but their aggression was strategic. They always knew what was right for them and it was working out in the right favor, right time. Talking about DE, a team that is veteran, made of veteran players, they know how to, just handle their bad games as well to turn it around. But DRS and High Voltage, well, I would love to see what these teams do because DRS, when it matters, they start pushing their limits, and this is what you want. Like, this is where it matters, so you gotta push your limits, right?
Exactly, and definitely there are a lot of expectations from this lot as well, especially DRS and PN Crew. PN Crew on how they played the league play days, and DRS, well, because of who they are.
Exactly, I mean, there's nothing separating these teams apart from, of course, the kind of gameplay that they bring to the table. And when you talk about those teams, of course, throughout the league plays, we saw all 20 teams bring in the best of the best gameplay, but there were a few teams that I do want to call out because they were just phenomenal. Let's start the conversation right off the bat with R3D Esports. The way this team dominated in their gameplay was incredible to be able to witness.
So talk about a team like R3D, right? You talk about Virus and Joker, 13 kills for both the lads, 1.63 KPM for both of them. And Joker had the highest survival time out of the team right now. And obviously talking about the damage, that was where Virus was just outshining everyone. But Anubis and Edgar were the two backbones out there. You look at the fights, right? Obviously this was the first skirmish that was happening and whatnot. But if you look at the fights for the players, you'll see how they plan their every move. One player will move forward, the other ones are maybe for the covers, for the previous angles and whatnot. So they always, are planning for the players and their roles. If a player wants to move forward, he'll just call out, and that's a good shot calling for themselves if you just talk about it as a whole.
Yeah, R3D, I have to say they had a sort of a slow start in the tournament.
Yeah.
The first day not really going their way or as heavily in their way as they would have wished it went. But day 2 onwards, they definitely picked up the pace. There was a lot more aggression visible from their side, and it definitely worked out in their favor. So if they can manage that momentum, the sort of fights that they were picking in the league play days, and bring all those frags down to the Super Weekend, I think R3D, they're going to have a pretty fun time.
They ought to, of course. And with that, of course, you're talking about a team that this is joining us from the Pakistan region, but move the conversation along towards the Mongolian teams, where, of course, you had Z3us Esports dominating, alongside which there was another name that did showcase a wonderful synergistic performance. That was Seal.
Wow, talking about a head-to-head, between these two teams. Damage given versus damage taken is a ratio that we always talk about. But talk about almost 10,000 damage given by 8,000 damage received of Z3us, and 7,400 damage given by almost 6,000 damage received of Seal. I would say it's a neck-to-neck competition in both those things. And talk about the kills as well, it's still a neck-to-neck thing. 37 kill points for one team and 38 kill points for the other. So they're pretty close to their own total points, and that just means one thing, and that is, whatever one team does, the other team also wants to do the same, and that is obviously, go and grab those aggressive gameplays for yourself, and that is what these teams are capable of, and they would love to show the same thing here as well.
Exactly. I want to talk about individual players though from both these sides. From Z3us Esports, this is one lad, and along Baron and Wally are two players I want to focus on, because these two players, they took their sweet time coming online, and when they got online, it was an absolute bloodbath that was there for the opponents. Also from the side of Z3us, it is Zeol and Godless, the two players that seem to be fragging out of their minds right now in the tournament. So these are the 4 players that we need to keep an eye out on as far as these two teams are concerned. Otherwise, I mean, we know these lads are used to going up against each other really often. They know each other's play styles, and it is just all-out aggression that we usually see from the Mongolian teams.
There's a thing about Team Z3us and Team Seal, I would say, that differentiates both teams' gameplay, and that is the way they plan.
Yeah.
Team Z3us plans in advance. Sometimes you look at their gameplay, you get to understand. Even if it's like the first circle, they'll be planning of the second circle rotations and whatnot. They try to plan things in advance. And Team Seal, obviously, they sometimes it's like, on pinpoint you have to go for this one. This is one thing about Team Seal. You can see 2 players just, rushing on one player. That just means if one player goes down, they have an immediate cover right next to them. And that's a synergistic gameplay that Team Seal just...
Yes, again, and when you talk about Z3us as well as, of course, this team, it is just the kind of gameplay that we, of course, were mentioning and we're looking forward to from these Mongolian teams, and that's what they've showcased. And with that, they are part of the Super Weekend awesomeness. Now, with that, another thing is going to be for you guys, because this is just perfect turnover wins. If you guys are watching the PMPL through the in-game, of course, you need to be a part of this. If you are not, that's absolutely fine. But now that you have the information, you better go on to the Esports Center, because guess what? There are awards set up for you guys. You can join in with the PMPL South Asia awesomeness, and through that you earn points. As you earn points, you can then get perfect gifts for yourself. Alongside that, you also can get that perfect outfit that will be yours permanently for the taking.
I love that outfit. I mean, imagine, it has the beautiful logo of the PMPL right on your heart. I mean, it's going to be really wonderful outfit to show off to your friends.
Exactly.
I mean, you have your squad, and you're just with them, and you just showcase that outfit.
Look what I found.
Yeah, look what I found. Hey, I got it because I was in the Esports Center watching the PMPL.
Bragging rights is exactly what we're talking about with that. But that's not it, of course. When you talk about Super Weekend, of course, the entertainment, the excitement that all these teams, the top 16 teams have showcased is phenomenal. But again, for you guys, it is going to get that much more intense and incredible, because when it comes to the Super Weekends, it is going to be every single week a 3-day affair, from which we have perfect gifts set up for you guys. We've got Apple AirPods Pro set up for you, and all you need to do, well, a couple of things that you need to do actually, but eventually it will always fall back onto how can you be a part of it. Well, you need to simply, from your region, bring in the domination, showcase the love that you support the team, and with that, we are looking, or rather wanting you guys to bring us, the viewership milestone is set at 8 million. 8 million is what it's set at. Alongside the Apple Pro, you also have gift cards that will be available in your local currency. To be a part of it, it's very simple. All you need to do is follow PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube, as well as PUBG Mobile South Asia Esports Facebook, and hashtag PMPL South Asia with your unique UID and the country that you're supporting. That's all you need to do. Just hashtag PMPL South Asia in chat or of course on Facebook, wherever you're joining in and chiming in. And those lucky teams, those lucky winners will of course be able to get their hands on not only the Airport Pro, but so many other gifts that are just for them.
I mean, Super Weekend gets you super giveaways. What
Always.
more do you want, right? It's a super duper saga of being the super fan for your super team that there is. That's what this is all about, I'll say.
Yeah, also, I mean, don't forget the last line over there. You need to cheer for your teams because if they perform better, that means your region gets more rewards.
That's gonna be good.
Yeah. Super teams, super wins,
Everything is super.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about the Super Weekend, I mean, again, of course, you know for a fact, as we just discussed, the teams are going to be bringing in that A game, for which they will, of course, be crowned and they will be given the wonderful, again, opportunity to be a part of that prize pool. But alongside that, you guys also can now chime in alongside all of this. It is finally time to get our Super Weekend excitement started off. Let's have a look at the schedule where, till now, we've seen only 2 maps during the league plays, but now things are going to move on along.
Well, finally these teams get to make their debut on Miramar against each other. And it is going to be quite interesting how the first Miramar of this tournament is going to play out. But as far as that those Erangel and Sanhok maps are concerned, I think we all know what to expect by now. It's going to be so intense because from the league play matches, now you have all your data. You have your drop locations jotted down. You have your formations in those team fights down. And you are prepped for that.
I want to see if there's a team that changes their drop location from the last days to today. Like, you never know. If there's a team that has done some sort of homework and that is ready, I would love to see how that pans out for that team. And if the circle's not favoring them, how do they focus on their rotations? Because the most important thing, I've seen a few teams, if I just talk with the numbers, there are a few teams, if the circle's not with them, 1 minute 10 seconds is what they spend on their loot, and then they start with the rotations. Just think about the time that they utilize in those moments.
Exactly, I mean, they're just on point when it comes to those early rotations as well as late rotations. If at all, when it comes to drop locations itself, they can very well be that dynamic, and that's what we've seen throughout. But eventually, again, when you talk about the entirety of these teams, let's have a look at through the league plays, the stats that we've got, because there are a few teams that showcased and dominated based on individual maps.
Wow, talk about P and Q, like average skills that they're having in this map of Erangel is 9, and their average place is obviously, coming up really good.
Yeah.
But Skylight Gaming is not far behind if we just talk about this one. But hey, if you're talking about a team that never likes to stay behind, it's Zeus right next to them.
Exactly, but look at what is common between P and Crew, Skylight Gaming and Team T2K. They are from the same region, and it's going to be quite interesting to see as to like which team dominates, also which region is going to dominate in terms of the most consistent performances, because we do have regions that have 3 teams, we do have regions that have more teams in the tournament, so it's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be a huge scuffle out there, but at the end we can only have one team coming out on top.
Obviously.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, that bloodbath is about to get started, of course, but eventually, again, what team do you guys want to support? Again, hashtag PMPL South Asia, and let us know in chat wherever you're joining in from. If you're joining in game, even better. With that, let's get busy with this first game of the wonderful Week 1 Super Weekend affair. It is time to move on to our casters. The boys in blue today are going to be none other than XP, joined in with, of course, Play.
Not sure I can hear myself, but there we go. Thank you for that, Blotter. I'm a little disappointed he didn't introduce us as the Blues Brothers. Maybe a little too old for it, but then again, first day here of the not the playoffs, of the Super Weekend, where the points actually matter.
They actually matter indeed, and of course we are only going to be sticking to the 16 teams that are going to play the entirety of this weekend. 4 teams are going to be sitting this out. We might see them next weekend, we might not. That is another story for another day. But today, Blay, the Super Weekend, we're going to kick things off, and again, I am excited because now all these points matter.
They do matter, and I'm actually looking forward to Miramar being played as well. We saw just Sanhok and Erangel in the first couple of days. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing 4 teams here today. It is going to be INES. We don't have Future Station, Seal 9 and 1952, who... Oh, they gotta be seething, man. Imagine sitting this one out, just sitting at your home, sitting in your boot camp, watching everyone else play it out. But it's not like they don't have any more chances going down the line. They still have an opportunity to play the second Super Weekend, even the third, depending on how the league stage plays off. But we can talk about it later on, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be jumping on in Game 1 of the first day of the first Super Weekend. It is gonna be in Erangel, and we're gonna be heading off on that plane. It's gonna be starting all the way just up above Lipovka, between Kameshki and Lipovka, and heading towards the just north of the quarry region.
North of Quarry indeed, and pretty much we are going to be splitting the map in half. Now the question is, where are all these teams going? Because mind you, the fact that we don't have 4 certain teams playing, it means their drop spots are up for grabs. And you know, I have kind of seen a little bit of a shuffle. Teams have kind of changed it. It's all about that being unpredictable. That is what you want to do. You don't want to basically give your game plan out to the people willy-nilly. You want to be unpredictable. So let's see if we are going to see a couple of changes here and there. Now, a couple of names that are going to spot out. You are going to see some similar things. R3D, of course, are going to be heading north to Kameshki and Stolber. That is one drop that has been working out for them in the past.
Well, it does look like we might have a bit of an issue here. I do believe a couple of teams haven't been able to connect, so we're going to have a rehost of the game. Hopefully, that shouldn't take too long, but thankfully, or rather, unfortunately for you guys, you're stuck looking at our ugly faces for the next couple of minutes. But we can talk about the game.
They would have been like, wait a second, the game was just underway. We just finally got done with them, and now we are back on your screen. So let that sink in for a second.
Also, I just want to talk a bit about. Let's talk about teams dropping in, right? Like Ocean mentioned, are there any teams who are going to switch things up? Because now the points do matter, right? They could be having a completely different approach to where they drop, how they approach the game, compared to, let's say, the league stage. Now, the question is, for me, R3D dropping to its Stalba. I don't know too many teams who like dropping to its Stalba. Do you remember anyone who likes dropping there?
Well, we do have some teams, but I want to focus on this team now specifically since you mentioned it and give you an example or a reason rather why this would work out. Now, of course, first of all, everything goes out the window. All your game plans go out the window if the zone is down to the south. But now, if it is up north, you kind of can get in a position to kind of field off against any opposition moving in, if that is kind of gameplay what you want. Or basically right now, their whole aim, their whole name of the game is to make sure they're comfortable with their loot, and then they'll go and figure things out later on. But again, there is a little bit of hope, that one H word, that hope that the circle comes and shifts up north. That is where they will have the actual advantage over everyone else in the playing field.
Indeed, and when you compare a map like Erangel to, let's say, Sanhok, where you want to kind of play a more centralized position because of the way Sanhok, his rotations can be quite deadly. Coming to Erangel, like, you have certain teams who really like dropping. For example, we know Team Seal Esports, they really do enjoy dropping to the military island, for example, right? And one thing we've noticed so far, a trend with the play zone, at least on Erangel in the past couple of days, has been it kind of triangulates itself towards that, towards a military island, the southern part of the main island, time and time again. I don't expect the trend to continue, so I don't want to put you under the spotlight here, but do you have maybe a guess as to where it might be heading towards?
Now, if we just keep Seal Esports at the focus of our talk right now, yes, military base is somewhere where they like going. But I've seen one thing, it all depends on the playing path as well. Because either they'd go to the military island, which is down south on the map, in case some of you don't know, which is silly because it is Erangel, the crowd favorite, or they'd actually go to the apartments north of Georgopol. So it all depends. Now see, geologically speaking or geographically speaking, they're at opposite ends of the map. But I've seen this little pattern. It depends on the playing path. They do want to try and get up towards the end because, you know, you have more chances of seeing where the circle is going to form, and if you need to make a little deviation in your plan, you can do so. So that is something that has popped out, especially as this team goes. The playing path matters, and, well, the drop spot actually changes according to that.
So what you're saying is adapt or die.
There you go. It's all about evolution at the end of the day, and
do that evolution, baby.
All of you who don't believe in it, well, there's going to be a surprise for you later on.
Yeah, it's good to believe in evolution. You don't want to be, caught out in the open. You grow up, you live your adult life. A few signs
of evolution right here if you put your arm near me, because I'm lower evolved. I'm lower down on the chain right now.
Are you an ape?
I'm just saying.
Are you directly evolved from an ape, XP?
I mean, let's leave that.
Monkey.
I do get up to some monkey business every now and then.
There is a player called Monkey. Which team is he on? I forget. There was a player called Monkey.
That team isn't playing today.
It's in Team Seal. There we go. Monkey.
Wait, is it Seal or Seal 9?
I'm not sure.
Thank you for putting us on the spot, but I do know
we'll find out soon. We will find out soon. Seal 9 unfortunately won't be playing here today. We do of course have Seal Esports who will be gracing us. Let's talk a bit about the teams here, right? We have a certain few favorites. Group E, we had Seal 9 1952, PN Crew and Deadeyes Guys.
Wait a second. That means two teams from Group E are not in this.
They're not playing it, so it's interesting. You have PN Crew and Deadeyes Guys, though. They are right now, I wouldn't say at the apex of the leaderboard, but they're well up there, right? So it's interesting how Group E played out. But then we have our guys from Mongolia I mean, Z3us Esports, these guys, I don't know how they do it. They're basically a force of nature, and sometimes it doesn't quite pan out, but when it does, it's a high-fragging affair for them. They're going to get a chicken dinner. They got 2 chicken dinners already, so for me personally, I'm looking to see how these Mongolians are going to be playing in the server.
I mean, like we've said before, you know, we have known the Mongols to basically kind of invade and conquer the entire world, and it's been kind of similar in PUBG Mobile as well. Z3us Esports, as you did mention, they are a team that go big or go home. More often than not, they go big. I mean, they do have that 1 chicken dinner. However, if you talk about kills, oh my goodness, these guys are getting an average of at least 6-7 kills per game.
The ratio is very skewed when it comes to Z3us Esports and their kill and leadership and their positional points. Any other teams you want to probably keep an eye on, or at least want to tell the audience to keep an eye out for?
Well, I'm pretty sure the audience is already going to be keeping an eye out for their favorite teams, and the Mongolian teams are obviously someone you want to be looking out for. But Deadeyes Guys, as you mentioned earlier, T2K, teams like this, these hard-hitting teams are someone you want to watch out for as well. However, I think they are going to start off a little dormant as compared to what we've seen in the past, because remember, this is the Super Weekend, and all these points, whether it be 1 or 2 points, whatever, everything counts towards the end game, and you want to accumulate as much as you want. Position points matter, kill points matter, so it should be a nice balance between the two.
Everything does indeed matter. A team who did manage to somehow, save themselves and qualify for the Super Weekend was Blood Legion. They were looking very shaky, but in the end, a last hurrah pushing them forward. But another team I want to talk about is Skylight Gaming, right? They came in, they were kind of the top of the leaderboard for the majority of the time.
They had a big game at the end as well.
They had a big game at the end as well, and they are a team. I feel like there's so many teams who have the potential to be the top of the leaderboard. But if I had to put my money where my mouth is, I might go the way of Skylight Gaming. I feel like they might be the perfect balance between aggression and getting those placement points.
All right, since he's picked one team, you know what? I think I'm going to go for Z3us Esports this time. Not that I would not go for them any other day, but the fact that they have that 1 chicken dinner to their name kind of tells me that, you know, all right, these guys are ready to go the distance. And, well, I want to see what Zyol is going to be up to, because that guy is in a game of his own. I mean, normally the team wants to be together in case, you know, things go a little awry, but that man is a one-man army, a force, as you said, to be reckoned with.
A force to be reckoned with, but ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to stare at our faces anymore. We're going to be jumping in straight into the game. I do believe the game is ready to go live, and here we have it. A bit of a different route this time around. It's going to cut the map basically smack in the center, starting all the way from shooting range and heading towards the military base.
Now, let me just quickly point one thing out. You did mention Z3us Esports earlier. Now, their favorite drop spots are either northern Georgia, or they're going to go down to the Sosnovka military base. Now, since I said it also depends on the plane path, my money is going to be that they are going to call military base their home this time, because had it been North Georgia, they should have dropped out by now. But of course, teams like R3D, they are going to be heading to their favorite spots, Kameshki as usual. And wait a second, looks like I'm wrong this time. They are going to be sticking to Northern Georgia. I guess you want to loot up quick. You want to loot up quick, and then we know there's Z3us. They're probably going to go and move around on the hunt.
Fair enough,
they're going to go out.
And there is, of course, a mountain nearby as well for the side of Z3us. You know, just kind of living up to the name. It looks like they will be, like you pointed out correctly, heading towards Georgia. We, of course, have R3D as usual heading towards Stalba, but they're taking a sweet time. They're not really going that fast. PN Crew dropping off early on, and if I'm not very much mistaken, we should be having Venom Legends and Team actually Seal. I'm not able to spot them out right now, but we do have Venom Legends dropping towards Ferry Pier, and actually a couple of teams towards Military Island. It's going to be, of course, StalwartFlex as usual, but they got Blood Legion, and that circle again. This is pretty much the first circle we saw at the beginning of this event.
At the beginning of this event, and there you have it. People are going to be together once again.
I say, well, that's. The Mongolian versus Mongolian action, and Baron, the guy's got no chill. It's been a few seconds, XP, and already vehicular manslaughter out in the open, and well then, Seal off to a pretty solid start. And what a player to take down as well from Z3us Esports. The problem with Z3us Esports is they don't give a damn if there's 3 or 2 players left alive. They're still going to take the fight to them, but Seal, the fact that they've got a kill on Z3us, the question must be asked, will Z3us go in for the vengeance?
Well,
Yeah.
One thing is for sure, Zeus might be second-guessing their drop spot now. They were like, had we dropped at the military base, this would not have happened. But now, quickly have a look at the circle again. Venom Legends is one team which we did mention. You asked me a question earlier on, why does no one go to Primorsk? Well, there you have it. Venom Legend are going to be calling Primorsk and the Ferry Pair their home. Pretty much dead smack center of the circle, so they have a lot of room to basically maneuver around. And there you have it, the replay coming up. First blood came in really, really early.
I mean, not much to analyze there.
I mean, no, it's the way he drove the car. That was perfect. He had the right amount of acceleration to make sure that, Icy does not get out of the way. But anyway, those are all speculations as we have XP Blood Legion now. Another team which basically left it to the last game to make it to the Super Weekend. It was a make it or break it moment for them. And the question is, I want to actually see how they are going to be doing under all this pressure. Now, we are going to have a couple of teams on the military island, if I'm not wrong. It is going to be StalwartFlex. The boys from Blood Legion are going to be nearby, near Novo. However, right now, just having a look at the map, I'm not going to see a lot of early skirmishes.
A1 having dropped, yeah, we can take a look at the map since, like you pointed out, XP, there aren't going to be too many early fights or skirmishes breaking out. So we can probably take a look at the map and see where these teams have dropped towards. And one thing is A1 really like dropping towards this cluster of houses next to the cliff, right? We have A1 over here. We saw them get a chicken dinner from this very same position as well early. I think it was in day one of the league stage as well. For me, it's about the rest of the teams. Like you said, R2D, they're far, far away. They, of course, have a lot of time to head towards the safety of the play zone. But again, like you pointed out, if you're going to be playing this late, if you're going to be taking your sweet time heading on towards the play zone, you're going to have to contend not just with one team or two teams, but a multitude of teams who will have the same idea as well. And that could come and bite you in the ass.
See, there are two ways to look at rotations, especially if you are R3D. Now, obviously, the early rotation for them is out of the picture because it's not going to be possible. Their distance is way too much. So what they are going to try and do is not necessarily play in the blue, but they want to come up from behind. They are going to try and keep their distance and try to engage the enemy later on, which is, again, every single tactic or every single plan that you have in your playbook, you have chances of it either succeeding or failing. It all depends on that little micromanagement that comes in at the end. So we're going to have to wait and see whether they take it slow or whether they're going to go in hard.
Basically just risk analysis, right? Like, you don't need to go to college to get a degree in that. If you're playing professional PUBG Mobile, you're basically doing non-stop risk analysis on the fly and trying to figure out which would be the ideal route to take. I
guess the first route is going to be trying to convince your parents.
Not to go for a risk analysis college degree. Like, Mom, Dad, I play PUBG Mobile. I know everything about risk.
That is basically a smack across the face.
Mommy. Shut up and go to school. Anyway, yeah, we do. I'm just keeping an eye on the minimap we have open in our separate screens. And there we go. Thank you, production. We can already see F4Rs. They haven't really moved yet. Like, the circle is slowly moving on in, but as everyone knows, it's an Erangel. It's not going to be dealing too much damage, right? Now, T2K, they like playing next to Milta. They like playing towards the eastern, that eastern bridge and probably bridge camping and catching a couple of teams off guard. But if I'm T2K here, do I push in further deeper into the circle play zone, or do I try... I mean, looking at a circle, if you're any of these teams outside of the play zone right now, do you just want to play the extremity of the play zone, or do you push in deeper inside, towards Gatka maybe?
See, towards Gatka is going to be problematic because, again, it's not just the fact that, you have a lot of compounds on the way. It's the unpredictability of whether those compounds are going to be occupied or not. So for a team like T2K, I would expect them to be east of Pachinki, up on the mountain, basically calling one of those compounds their homes. But one thing that really stuck out for me was we still have Zeus and Seal all the way up top in Georgie. And, I get it, both are Mongolian teams, so that little bit of rivalry factor is going to come in that, we are the best from our country. So my question is, are we going to see Z3us Esports try and block them off early? Because that is what it kind of seemed like. They were getting ready to make sure they have all the exit points covered. Again, you got to make sure you keep the sea, the waterways clear as well, because you can still traverse on the western side of the island and come down south. But again, this is all speculation. I would definitely still expect some shots to be fired early on, especially since P and Crew could be possibly coming in the fray as well.
P and Crew, definitely a team you have to keep an eye out for. And it's interesting how...
They love coming in from behind.
they like coming in from behind for sure. And one thing I've noticed is how P and Crew and Deadeyes Guys, multiple times, they always seem to be in a trajectory path with each other. They always seem to wind up duking it out early, kind of like in the mid-game scenario, which is kind of interesting, curious. Two teams, veteran names. And speaking of P and crew, here we go. They're going to be pushing into the play zone, where it's going to be towards a mountainous area just south of Georgie. But yeah, not much of any major rotations. No one's really trying to go for any deep push into the play zone. Everyone's just going to try and play the edge of the circle for the time being. And it's going to be one of those games, XP. It's going to be one of those games where it's not going to be too much action happening for the first 3 or 4 circles, but then when hell breaks loose, oh boy, does it break loose.
Now, since we do have the map up at this point, just quickly have a look. I want you guys to focus to the top right. That is going to be the northwest around Georgopol. Have a look at Z3us Esports. They have moved further west in the city. It is going to give the impression to the boys from Z3us Esports that, you know what, maybe our path is clear. Maybe we can take that bridge. However, PN Crew's positioning is going to be a little detrimental, and have a look at how Z3us is waiting for them. Because even if Seal do come crashing in through the bridge, the first instinct is going to be hang a right from their point of view and go towards the west coast, which is exactly what Z3us is anticipating. So I want to see if that is going to work out for them in a few seconds, or a few minutes in fact.
I like how Z3us, they've done this in the past. They've actually left a member towards the bridge, the Georgie bridge, to catch any potential stragglers and maybe take them down. And yeah, like you pointed out, no one really opting to head towards the western side, towards the beach area, although it's free real estate at this moment. Anyone can take it. Z3us, even Z3us, not really pushing toward the western side. They're going to be playing a little bit towards the interiors, or south of the hospital. Speaking of Z3us, there we are, Godless. Where is Zio? Is he ahead of everyone else? Of course he has.
I mean, he's probably in a world of his own, like we said earlier. He's going to be on the other end of the map by now. But again, you did kind of mention something. It is going to get a little tricky out in the blue, as it looks like R3D are on a collision course with DRS Gaming. Now, all the gentlemen have their own vehicles, which means you can't really have any drive-bys, but someone's got to stop, as Nima just did, trying to lay down some lead on the car running away from him.
Nima. DRS Gaming, a team, ooh. Can we take a look at a second circle? This suddenly got very, very interesting indeed. It's got to be heading towards Primorsk, smack center. You rarely get to see that.
I mean,
I'm happy. I'm looking forward to this.
Kind of reminds me of an icy map, this circle, because, well, we always had a lot of water when the ground was not green but white, rather. I'm, of course, talking about Vikendi, a map which is not in our list this day. However, it is going to be crazy because a lot of teams are heading right dead smack center, and Primorsk only has so many houses played.
Well, speaking of some of these teams, we have a bit of a battle breaking out. Deadeyes Guys, they were lying in wait, and Z3us, they come sailing into, well, a hail of bullets. A couple of players knocked down already. Deadeyes Guys, they know that Z3us are in a world of pain, and they're going to be pushing on in. A mix of a couple of players on their foot. Wadusur in his vehicle is going to be leading the charge as well, and Furious is going to make a run for it. He's like, you know what? Screw you guys, I'm just going to try and make sure that we at least get some placement points. Can he escape? It looks like he will. And the one more member remaining, Totter is still there. Totter's still there. He's still lying prone. He hasn't shown himself yet. He's actually going to get a knock onto a player, but he needs to do so much more. His teammate is nowhere nearby. 2 of his players are already down. And actually, it is going to be F4 joining the fray.
Another team comes in the loop.
This is suddenly looking very rough indeed. Totter's still alive, though. He's got about 20 points. And Deadeyes Guys, look at them. They're just legging it. They're like, screw this. We ain't going to be dealing with it. It's not worth it. But now the problem for Totter is F4 are arriving. The question is, are F4 going to drop down and survey the remains of who is still alive and standing? Khan is just going to drop on out. He should be wary, though. I don't expect him to push in all by his lonesome, because there is still a bit of smoke there. There is a real possibility there might be a player hiding there. But we have another battle breaking out, and this time it's going to be Venom Legends, and they're going to be facing off against, well, none other than Flex. StalwartFlex nade pulled. Oh, I love the timing on those nades. 3 nades going to be tossed on. And Todd has been taken out, by the way. And now 1 player remaining for Z3us, but in the meantime, StalwartFlex putting in the pain onto Venom Legends, and Rafat is all alone, and his teammates are nowhere in the vicinity.
A little bit of a mistake over here on Venom Legends' parts. I do understand why Steelshot and Rafat would have gone up on the mountain just to get a little bit of a bird's eye view or a little lay of the land around them. However, it was a half-committed effort because 2 of their members are still back in the city. This is something that is definitely going to come and bite them in the backside later on, but let's see if they can make up for it, because now, have a look at this. This is what I wanted to show you. So look at what's happening right down center. So in Primorsk, we have a few teams which are going to be holed up in the city itself, but this action which we saw was taking place on that hill to the east, where you have a look at StalwartFlex right over there. They've got to be careful though. Across the road, Skylight Gaming is setting up. A1 Esports is still calling Ferry Pair their home, but now the question is, where is the next circle going to take us? Because if it's going to be a drastic shift to the north, it is going to be problematic. You are pointing down south, and wow. Talk about Primorsk having all the action tonight. I can have a look at the analyst desk, just all smiles too right now.
I've never seen a final circle on Primorsk. I've seen circles like the third and fourth, maybe heading towards Primorsk a little bit, right? But I've never, ever had the opportunity to cast a game where it is going to be winding up in Primorsk. We have, of course, our friends over here, Blood Legion and R3D, who were all the way to Installment, have made their way, but Seal taking a couple of shots, but they in turn will be facing fire from Carnage, who have found themselves a pretty nice compound to work with. This is going to be just urban warfare. Look at the number of teams, the number of players here, and there we go. Godless will strike. He's going to get the first kill for his team. Wally will knock out his own. Wally! What have you done? Wally!
That is going to sting just a little bit. I'm pretty sure all these players should definitely have looked in the city plan for Primorsk because, well, if you don't know where all the windows are, chances are you could get shot.
Seal, they already lost a man early. Like, I think they got a knock early on, and now the team nade. Thankfully, I think they're still alive. Deadeyes Guys, well, the Hunters, they truly became the Hunted. They lost 2 players early on, and now they are out. They do get a couple of kills, so they're not going to be going out on 0 points. The 2 points is still something to be okay with. Wally, it looks like he's res everyone else, so all's fine in the Seal camp. Probably apologizing to the rest of his teammates. But this position of theirs here, right, it's a good spot to be in.
It is.
It is, and it's providing a lot of, giving them, the upper ground advantage. The problem is they're pretty much announcing, they're waving a flag to everyone in the circle, in the play zone, saying, here we are.
However, the best thing that is working for them is all the enemies are in one direction in front of them. So it could be like, even if they do miss a shot here and there, the bullet just might go and hit someone else in the back who it was not intended for. But of course, they are still going to take all the credit. So I do like Seal's position. They have to be careful, however, that no one comes up behind them from the north, especially since Blood Legion have made such an amazing rotation all the way from Milta. They can actually be in a position to backstab Seal, which we should be seeing on our screens sooner or later.
That would be interesting indeed. Although, if I'm Seal, I'm keeping an eye out towards the beaches. Khan from F4, rattling off a number of bullets, but Legion, like you pointed out, trying to go for the rotation, but the rotation might be cut off here. And who lands the shot onto Nuclear right before he's able to get off the vehicle? And they are in a bit of a pickle right now. The nade dealing quite a massive bit of damage as well. Leo on his knees. Oh, another nade. Nuclear is getting hammered down. F4 showing no chill. And Dominic and another player still alive, though, still a possibility of the Reds coming on in, but they need to start deploying a few smokes. They're providing a bit of cover. Dominic is going to be going in for the Res now.
Going with the res, with the blue zone coming in is going to be just a little bit problematic. Remember, this is the third circle going on to the fourth. F4 are making the right decision to move out. They might just go and hold down the fort a little early, a little later on. But now, Gyro with the right mind, trying to deal as much damage as he can from the blue.
Yeah, he is, and again, the blue right now is dealing a ton of damage, and he's got to finish him off, and gets another knock as well. F4, they have been done for by Gyro. He's going to have time to heal himself up as well, and will be able to push on into the play zone. And F4, they're down to 1 player, and it's all in Wolverine, or Wolverine as he likes to spell his name. And unfortunate for him, he's been on a little bit of a hut, and guess who's looking down on him? It is going to be Seal Esport.
Could be a little bit of a copyright issue, right? Because I do believe Marvel is really strict about that, but right now he is going to survive a little bit of a barrage of grenades. And just mind you, Play, the circle is still shifting further south. We still have a 70% water situation with Primorsk still in the fray right now, and this is what you're going to see. All the teams are going to be holed up in 1, maybe 2 buildings, so what you got to watch out for are those perfectly lobbed grenades, because once there's an artillery strike, it's going to be difficult surviving that.
Some of these teams are already playing for the final circle. They're already playing for the final zone. They're like, screw this, we're just going to be jumping into the water and chilling. We saw a couple players there from T2K as well. Jade was spotted out. Carnage, though, they haven't had to move yet. They have this compound, and if the circle does favor them, why do you have to move, right? They don't have to budge at the moment. They're just holding the line. 7C will be eliminated. I do believe it was a final member standing there. He's, I think it was Fear, who was alive for a very, very long time, but in the end, he will fall. But I think they did a pretty decent job, you know, getting eliminated in the 13th position, but considering they didn't get a single point, it's still a big fat 0 coming on in for them. Seal now, Zake. Godless is taking a couple of shots, not quite able to land anything. Cooney coming under fire and high voltage are in a bit of a rough spot here.
Keep in mind, you got Seal in the background, so they can't really take any cover from Carnage over here because they'll get wiped out from behind. There you have it. Wally comes in, and Wolverine's out, by the way.
Well, it looks like he's not going to, heal himself up this time around.
Oh, the regeneration powers are not going to be on display.
Yep. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of F4. Seal, even though they had a great position, here's a great thing, though. Can we take a look at the circle real quickly, production? I know we have action. There we go. Look at where Zake is. Look at where Zake is.
Yep.
And all they have to do is rotate in his position, and they have safe ground.
They have safe ground indeed, and we did see Team Train to Kill in the water earlier on, but I think they just jumped their vehicles in the water a bit too early because now all of them are out for a swim. But if I quickly have a look at how the teams are going to be spread out, DRS pushing up on PN's crew's position. However, they spread too thin. If they do go and get a few knocks, the backup is not going to come in.
It's going to be all 1v1s right now, and the thing is, the 1v1s are being won by DRS. They've already got a couple of knocks, a knock and a kill as well. And PN crew, they look like they are in a bit of a rough spot. I do believe Legend might be, well, Legend's there, Arj is still alive. They're kind of together here, but DRS, all 3 members still alive, although a couple of knocks have taken place, so Rez needs to come in real quickly. And Mafia Ninja is nowhere near his teammates, so even though all 4 players are still alive and standing, it can still be a little rough. The good thing is, if Mafia Ninja can hold on to his position there behind a tree, that is somewhere where the rest of his teammates can rotate towards if the circle does head in that particular direction.
Now have a look at T2K. These guys are getting ready for an amphibious assault, so to speak. They are swimming towards the beach. That means StalwartFlex and the boys from Venom Legends, in fact, need
They're
to
too
be
busy
a bit
fighting.
careful as well. That is it. Basically, all that commotion is taking place in the city that allows these teams to sneak in. Have a look at Seal's position. They were a bit further left, and now they are pretty much down under. And there you go with that circle. Oh my goodness, talk about carnage. It is going to be absolutely chaotic, Blade.
There's no way. Oh, they've been spotted out.
There
They've been spotted out, Johnny. He spots them out, and he's like, here comes the flank.
They had the right idea when they took their vehicles in the water. However, it was a bit way too far out from the circle.
Well, T2K, unfortunately, the jig is up. However, the circle is still skirting the water. They can still swim further down, and they can head on next to where Seal are located for the time being. So it's not quite done yet, and I do believe that is what T2K should be doing. For StalwartFlex, though, even though
that's the right idea.
Even though they're in such a good position at the moment, they're trying to get a high ground advantage, just trying to spot them in the water. But it's not going to be easy.
It isn't going to be easy, especially since we kind of gradually are sloping down as we are going towards the water. That is something that I'm not sure the boys from StalwartFlex are aware of. However, their position right now is perfect because they are in charge of those warehouses, and well, you only have 2 entrance and exit points. But right now, Snipe White here over here, laying down some lead.
Laying down the lead, but not quite able to land the finishing blow, and high voltage with a high-risk rotation, and they're going to survive. They're going to find themselves in that bit of a compound, and right now, they're safe. They're safe in the play zone. They don't have to budge. Right now, just holding off this onslaught from Carnage. Carnage, though, the spread, I wouldn't say kind of thin. They have controlled a couple of buildings here, and Abel taking a few shots there, and he almost gets a knock onto Snipe, but for the time being, nothing's going to happen yet.
I like Snipe's position, but did you have a look at his floor? There were way too many windows, and especially since we have R3D coming in from behind, that's what I was talking about. You have to be a bit careful. Have a look at how everyone's spread out. We have no man's land in the middle. All the teams are just going to be picking fights on 2 different fronts. Pretty much, one is right in front of them and one is to their back. No one's going to mess with anyone else on any other angle. So it is going to be a lot of exchange. A lot of grenades are going to go off. The question is, who has the maximum amount of utilities? Because this is where all your med kits and bandages are going to come in handy.
Yeah, this is just pure urban warfare, isn't it? And T2K, they seem like they've managed to sneak their way onto the beach, but Johnny
just went down.
Johnny, he spots them. He knows what they're planning, and they're going to ensure. The problem for the side of StalwartFlex is, even though they know T2K's position, they can't allocate too many resources on that one team. They got to still be wary of other teams pushing into their warehouses.
However, that is the beauty of this particular position. These double warehouses right at the southeast end of Primorsk is the perfect place for this play because, like I said, they only have 1 or 2 entry and exit points, and it looks like Nima has been found out, which means it could very well be the end for DRS. I do believe they are still survived by 1 member. AJ definitely has his work cut out for him.
Indeed it does. Indeed he does. We can hear a few bullets in the distance. Snipe getting knocked down by Zeus, but no one really going for a play yet. Oh my lord.
Goodness.
That circle. Look at Seal's position. The circle's on Seal. They don't have to move. They have the beach as well.
And the best thing is they are trained for this particular situation. Amphibious attacks is what the Navy SEALs are made of, and well, this is going to be right at home for them.
Look at T2K swimming on it. This is going to get messy. This is going to get ugly, and I love it.
I like that SEAL's going to go up against G.I. Jane.
Well, I don't know how many people got that reference, considering how you know, we're kind of boomers here. But here we go. Exchange of nades. It is going to be Venom Legends with against their opponents right there. And as you pointed out, XP, like looking at the circle, how are they going to rotate? How are some of these teams going to rotate? It's going to be a bloodbath. High voltage is like, screw it. They're just jumping. Oh, that was so lucky. So lucky. But now Extreme, I believe his days are numbered.
Should I tell you what the giveaway was? Did you see that smoke coming out? That is his vehicle down there. So if that goes kaput, basically his idea of healing himself up is going to get in the nick of time, but it's going to be too late.
That's it. That is going to be it for High Voltage. He will unfortunately be claimed by the water. And now Carnage coming in a massive fire. They wanted to go for the early rotation before everyone else did, and as they pushed on in, Seal. Look at the fortification they have. It's a mobile fortification with cars arrayed. They got water to the back, but are they aware of T2K?
I wouldn't be surprised if they have one vehicle hidden in the water behind them. You never know. That would be just brilliant, as DRS Gaming are going to find themselves being eliminated in the 10th position with a decent 5 kills in game 1.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. You know, that's not bad at all. You want every single point you can get. Abel getting knocked down from Z3us Esports. I believe that's the first time we've had a member from Z3us, apart from the first member, IC, get knocked down here. Again, I like the way A1 is trying to attempt to push this, but it's not looking good. 3 players knocked out. They are getting massacred by StalwartFlex and Venom Legends as well. And A1, unfortunately, they picked the worst time to cross on over, and only one player remains standing, and he's barely alive.
Beautiful play by StalwartFlex over here. The moment they saw the zone go down a bit towards the southwest, I'll come back to my point over here, because it looks like Sinister and Jax are in a world of trouble from both ends.
Jax the only one left alive for the side of A1. He does manage to get a nade knock. Venom Legends getting eliminated in the second place, and now PN Crew rather, have come in to the fray. Ooh. And Jax, how long can he stay alive? He's going to try and make a run for it. He pushes on in, and for the time being, he's safe. He's safe.
Because he still is in the circle, and he's got to make sure he holds his position. T2K against all odds. Although they were spotted out, they were getting shot at. These guys are still a 3-man squad. Rated Jane and Utsarga are going to be carrying them.
That's it.
Torch forward, and well,
PN, they tried to go for it, but just 2 players alive, and in the end, the nade will finish them off, and I do believe that is going to be the end of PN Crew.
Beautiful presence of mind on display by StalwartFlex this time. Notice how they are still keeping an eye on T2K, and yet they are picking their fights. Of course, Jax is just going to be hiding in the corner over there, trying to make sure he doesn't make a single sound.
They don't know, and here we go. T2K, they're going to strike, and they're going to unleash hell upon the SEALs. Nades are going to be tossed on in, even though they don't have the line of sight because of the smokes. Doesn't really matter. They're still going to be barraging them with bullets, as Joel gets spotted out, and a bullet. One bullet is all that's needed from Wally to get the kill. But for the time being, Zeus will still stay alive. Seal now, what do? They're in a good spot. They're in a good spot, but they still need to ensure that T2K don't get the flank on them.
That is what fortifications are about. Now they realize they've dealt with that side. Now they're putting all their cars, basically barricading themselves up against T2K. But this is that little slope I was talking about. This is the little advantage these guys can have, and grenades are going to be the name of the game right now. Uzum over here has an idea of where Abel is. I think he just might be spotted. That fire is actually going to give it away. However, you need to be a bit more accurate.
He's out in the open. UCM is out in the open. He finally gets a knock onto Abel. Spots on Godless as well. Godless has no idea where he's getting shot from. A1 getting eliminated. Jax did a fantastic job for staying alive for as long as he did. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we are down to the final 3 team. It's T2K, it's Seal, it's Zeus. It's a 3v3 T2K. They have the beach. They have the little bit of elevation, like you pointed out. The circle, they can push on in. But for the time being, a bit of a lull, a little bit of a quiet before the storm.
Quiet before the storm, indeed. And just as the smoke is going to dissipate, they're going to be a little wary that, oh my goodness, Seal actually have a few vehicles still for cover right in front of them. However, you can still swim out a little bit and just, you know, get a couple of shots here and there. But this is what we're talking about. Grenades are going to be pivotal right now, but have a look at Godless' position. I like the fact that they threw a few smoke grenades up ahead, and now they are crawling there for safety. That flashbang just at the right point, just in case somebody was having a look at them, and there you have it. Killer goes down.
Oh, Godless actually gets a knock on the killer. And bear in mind, Zeus are at a disadvantage. Bear in mind, they only have 2 players alive.
Oh, that's gonna be a big
and they
one.
don't have the cover of that beach. And
Zol's out.
somehow they're still pushing on it. Godless creeping and crawling. Zol will be taken down by the blue. Godless, he's all alone. He might be Godless, but if he believes in his ancestors or anyone, he's hoping to try and stay alive, and he's trying to go for the final fight, but T2K joined the fray, and they're gonna get a knock, they're gonna find 2, and suddenly it's looking very grim for the side of Seal. They have only Zake alive, Godless alive, and it looks like Zake, can he survive? Can he get a res in? It looks like he might get a res in the nick of time, but that flank, that shot from T2K, that attack from T2K kept Godless alive for a few more seconds.
He must be thanking his lucky stars. He didn't even know, he didn't even ask for that, but T2K just chimed in at the right time, and well, Godless is still going to be in the fray. Now, mind you, he might be a solo member, but the fact that these 2 teams are going to clash with one another, I would not be surprised if he goes on towards the last 2 teams. But now, T2K and Seal are going to get, wait a second, Godless with a grenade off his own. That almost would have been devastating.
That was so very close, and look at how low the health is even for T2K. Wally just going for a swim. Well, he's going to come on back.
Got to wash the blood off, innit?
The res has come on in. I don't believe Seal managed to extricate themselves from what looked like they were, a pretty much done spot. Now, the 3v3v1, Godless wary of a potential flank coming on in from Rated Sir, but they're all going to be sticking together. They're going to wait this one out. Seal don't have to move yet. They have these vehicles in position. But T2K, they don't have any vehicles. They have to rely on no one finding them in the smoke, with Circle already in the water, Rated Sir bleeding out in the sand, and Jane crawling around.
Jane crawling it down. I love the fact that Godless is in position. He's just got to wait this out as Uthurka has been taken down by Wally this time, and now they do need to be a bit more aggressive. There you have it. The push is going to come in. Wally is going to be going up forward. Can he get the job done, though?
I think he's going to get a job done. It's all on Jane, and Jane is going to reply back, but Wally with a spray finishes him off, and now it's Ball. Godless pushing on in. He's going to find 1. He's going to find 2, and he doesn't get it in the end. The 1v3, it could have been. It could have been, but Seal, they managed to steal it away. And Z3us Esports, they came so close, so gosh darn close. But in the end, it was not to be. I need a breather.
You're talking about being close. It was this close. It was 1 bullet. Had he connected that 1 bullet, it could have been a major upset. But of course, Z3us Esports, you saw them, and there you have a look at that. That is all the money that is going to go for the MVPs. That is what they get extra for winning the game. Of course, can't we just go and grab it? Can you just, maybe next time, as soon as we're off the stage, we're going to go and just snick a little bit out. But again, winner, chicken dinner in game 1 here. And the first Super Weekend is going to go the Seal Esports way.
If that's a sign of things to come,
I can't see you play.
There we go. If that's a sign of things to come, if that's how the rest of these games are going to be playing on out, I don't know if my heart can take it.
I mean, because we are a little elder gentleman over here, as he said, we are boomers, we're going to make sure that our heartbeats come back to normal. So we're going to push for a little break. Don't go anywhere because the action is going to continue after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. And you got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the Super Weekend awesomeness right now. Just got done with game number 1 and that was just sensational, the way that circle approach, and eventually it was so very close. I mean, Zeus almost could have made it, but eventually, of course, we did get that team to move on along and get that chicken dinner for themselves. Let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about the entirety of this game.
Oh my god, what a game. What an impressive game, to be honest.
I wanted to see that man win. I wanted to see him win so bad.
See, I told you, so we were sitting out there, you were with us, and I told you that my money would be on Godless because he might as well clutch this one. And I said that when it was 3 teams remaining, right? And the circle, that was... I predicted that. I predicted that circle.
On point.
See,
absolutely.
we are toxic people, ladies and gentlemen. We like to see other people in pain. So when we get circle like these in game, we are actually pretty
And I
happy.
predicted that. Exactly.
Yeah.
I said circle will be on seal right off the second circle, because they had the shorelines, and in the zones like this, if the fourth circle is still, if it's in the fourth circle and the water is still out there, there's a high probability that it will go to the shorelines. And seal was the perfect one that was holding that area, and it
But
happened.
hey, T2K as well. Their decision,
right.
it was quite earlier on in the game that they decided, all right, we're going to stick to the water area. That is why they had less number of kills, because they were sticking to the shorelines. But their decision was the reason that they are in the top 3.
Absolutely, and that moves us along towards the MVP coming in from this game, and the most valuable player for this game will move on
Oh, yes.
from
Yes.
Zeus,
Yes.
none other than Godless.
2 kills, 942 damage, 169 healing done, 3 assists.
Okay, I'm going to
Wow.
ignore the fact that he has 2 kills and 3 assists. Look at that. 942 damage given, 169 taken.
And hey, the guy, you remember, from AUG Godless to MK14 Godless is what we are seeing him right now. He was using MK2, it's brilliant.
I think by now it is established that his prowess, it works on every single weapon. It does not matter which weapon he has.
Yeah.
This man knows how to get those kills.
Absolutely, I mean, that's just top-notch performance.
Yeah, and also, one more thing is going to be how interesting is the fact that Zeus and Seal Esports, it started
Wow.
with them, the game started with them, and it ended with them as well.
Wow, talk about this. Exactly, that's totally true. And Seal Zaki, DRS AG and Seal Wally, those were in the top list as well. But no one comes close to damage marker as Godless. I mean, AJ has quite a close damage, but his survival time was not up to the mark. And both of them were the scout for the teams.
I can only imagine what would have happened if actually Zeol also managed to be inside the circle over there. Because
Yeah.
the thing that sort of did not work out in his favor was the grenade that came in. Because of that, he had to stay back for just a couple of seconds. He did not have the
Yeah.
HP, and then he connected with the blue zone and he was taken out. Had he had the opportunity to just move in just a couple of inches, and had he followed Godless inside the circle, oh boy, that last fight between Seal and Zeus, that
Exactly.
would have been totally different.
I have so much to talk about this these fights, to be honest.
I mean, again, you summarize it all together, that was just perfect play coming in from Godless, of course, because that trigger control, that discipline that, of course, he brought to the match was beautiful, and that's what resulted in him, well, moving on along to the second position.
It's Mongolia altogether. Seal Zaki, Seal Wally, Seal Killer, and obviously Zeus Godless coming out here with everything that they had to give for themselves. I mean, 18 utilities used by Wally, using about the smokes and the grenades. So, throwables come handy, and they were coming in handy.
Not just that, I love another fact about that final fight is that even Godless knew it is time to go YOLO, boys.
Yep.
He knows it's a 1v3 situation, just gets up, starts shooting, takes the two of them down, and there's this final guy.
Yeah.
One bullet, one more bullet.
That would have been perfect had it worked out in their favor. But once again, I mean, the way Celex approached the entirety of that game was absolutely perfect, on point, because the circle was working in their favor. They were able to get that thing, of course, moving on in their favor and got that chicken in right off the bat. And again, I mean, you talk about Mongolian aggression, this is just the kind of gameplay that we wanted to see. With that, of course, we do know who got the chicken dinner, but let's have a look at the other teams as to how did they fare when it comes to this game number 1.
Exactly, and Seal Esports obviously just, getting the top for themselves. 10 kills coming out for them, and Zeus Esports 6 kills for them. If we just talk about this one, StalwartFlex, if we talk about this team as well, that was a brilliant outing from this team. T2K, 10 placement points, 4 kill points. So somehow I would say all these teams, were looking brilliant in their gameplay. Plus, given the fact the circle was a southern side-ish circle. What is ish? I mean, it was a southern side circle, right? So it was a brilliant one.
It was a brilliant one, but as we move forward in the standings, or as we move down the standings to be a little more precise, we do see the teams who did not have a good opportunity to move forward in the game, specifically 7C Esports and XB Blood Legion. Deadeyes Guys, they were the first team to be eliminated, but just the fact that they had those 2 kills before they were taken out, well, they have 2 points.
So here's the thing, if you remember how the final fight was happening, I still remember one thing, that is when Team Seal was taking fight from T2K, like they had a different angle of approach for themselves, and that was the shorelines. Godless realized as soon as he reads the kill feed in the right way, he just gets up, he starts shooting. No matter whosoever it is, if it's like a 1-1 or something, he just starts shooting in that direction. I mean, proper utilization of time.
Exactly.
Just not proper utilization of the last final bullet.
So apart from the kill feed, there are multiple cues that he had to look out for, specifically the sound cues, the
Yeah.
amount of guns specifically going on in every single position, going off in every position. And that is something that he needed to keep a track of. And as soon as he saw those crates form where T2K were, he knew there's just one team left towards his right. And not just that final bullet, I would like to add one more point to that in that 1v3 situation. Because it takes you time, no matter how fast you are, it takes you time to adjust your crosses, even with the
Absolutely.
gyro on. Had the players just been a little bit closer to each other, those flicks would have been precisely on point.
It certainly could have been, but again, I mean, you talk about Godless approach, you talk about Zeus's entire approach, right? Right off the bat, when we started the game off, it was, of course, their drop location not working in their favor. Let's move on that conversation and have a look at the zone analysis itself, where we will see that when it came down to the initial part of the game,
Yeah.
IC was just broken down.
I mean, exactly. And talking about these circles, right? You see, if the second circle's going down, you might be expecting a northern shift in it altogether. Talk about XP Blood Legion, well, they were so much outside the circle,
Yeah.
but hey, the zone wanted to go down. And this is where you realize, yeah, it's going to be a shore circle. Because first of all, every zone shift was onto the downside. After that, there comes a hard shift, but that is only because the zone had to leave water lines from its own self, and that's where the fights are happening. And now teams onto the northern side, they are in a bit of a trouble. And right, you know, this is the circle where maximum teams get eliminated for one reason.
And this is where we saw most mistakes being made.
Yeah.
One of the ones that sticks in our minds is going to be A1 Esports, because they were on the back lines. It was just that they weren't cautious enough while crossing that street.
Right.
No smokes running out in the open and the players were taken down. Only one player managed to make it to the other side, but even his position was compromised. Players knew exactly where he was, plus he was sandwiched from both the buildings on either side.
Call it luck or call it the perfect area, because Seal was the circle magnet in this
yeah.
game. Where they were at that particular pinpoint till the 9th circle, the
Exactly.
zone was towards them only. Like, how good of a game was it for them?
Well, again, I mean, you talk about luck, you talk about chances. This was just working in favor right off the bat for the team of Celex, of course. With that, let's have a look at all these wonderful moments combined together through the open moments, where right off the bat, this is what we saw. IC being brought down.
Here as well,
Ouch.
Team Seal had the upper advantage, and in the final fight, just like you were saying, Johnny, just like in the final fight as well, they had the upper advantage. But talking about the other fights, right? I would say now whatever was going wrong for the teams, and this was the moment that I said, you know, I was thinking, I don't know, is Godless playing on some different sensitivity or what? Because right now, if I'm looking at his gameplays right now versus his previous gameplays, you see how you control your gun. It
It's
was
a lot
bit
faster.
it was a bit different as compared to previous times.
I felt his movements were a little bit quicker in terms of how he was aiming, and that might be thing that might help him out. But with that first knock and kill confirmed, we definitely knew that this man is back in action and he's coming back online really soon. But now we're gonna see those mistakes that we were pointing out coming into the action, where the players were just over-aggressing. They were trying to force their way inside the circle.
This is a brilliant thing. You see, Team Seal had 2 players down, but they got the time and they actually got those players up. And now is the thing. MK14 for the almost win, I would say, because one more bullet would have done it. One more.
Exactly. And those adjustments, those precise flicks on those players, those were so precise and so awesome to see. But also, I mean, as you were talking about Seal Esports getting the opportunity to revive their players, that opportunity came because T2K were the ones to smoke it off.
Exactly. And again, I mean, you talk about T2K's approach, they were in the water for the longest time, waiting for that final circle as to where exactly is that going to go along. But the damage that was brought in from the side of T2K towards Celex also was certainly on point, no question about it. But you combine all the different stats together, I mean, it is just Seal and Zeus. Well, this time around, it's actually a lot better for so many other teams as well.
I would say you start from high voltage, right? Because a damage number 500 plus will be a decent damage number for this particular game, I would say. Given the fact the Circle was the one playing the mega game against all the players. So, high voltage, Venom Legends and F4. They did good. DE as well, you know, you see those 2 kills, but they did not get the placement points, obviously. But talking about the 1000 plus Goliaths, PN Crew starts it. That means fight was still there for PN Crew. They still have the fight left in them as they were playing on the weekdays. So, if given a chance, they would like to just, you know, come back.
Although other than that, I have one more point to add. If I was to call this game, and this game was an amazing one, but if I was to call this one an upset for someone, it is going to be an upset for Venom Legends, because this was supposed to be their circle. They land towards that southern side. That is their area that they need to control. But they made the mistake of misreading the situation. they moved out of there.
True. I mean, that conversation can very well be brought down towards Skylight as well, because when it came down to the initial circle itself,
Yeah.
Skylight
Yeah.
was dead in the center. It should have certainly worked in their favor, but the way it panned out was a completely different affair. But that was again just game number 1 on the Super Weekend Awesomeness. Erangel done. Let's move on and have a look at the schedule, where finally now we are going to be joining in with Miramar.
The first ever. The first
The
ever.
first.
The
First ever.
debut. The debut.
Yeah.
The first ever Miramar right now. Obviously,
Yeah.
they have played their Miramars, but against each other, as per se, the first
Yeah.
Miramar is what we're going to be seeing. And then it's Erangel, then Sanhok, then Erangel. Weekendy is... Okay, well, Miramar is the next one. Weekendy is not to be,
It's going to be exciting because we have seen Miramar from these teams individually in their own regions
Yeah.
when they were trying to qualify or in the past. But what is going to happen now? Are the drop locations changed? Are the rotation patterns changed? Well, we are just about to find out, just like the
Exactly.
players.
Yeah, exactly.
And in that, of course, when you come down to the scrims itself, you guys were part of it. You saw the teams bring in that sort of domination. Based on that stats, what do you want to predict when it comes to Miramar, ma'am?
So there has been thing, I would say. Again, last time as well, back-to-back. In the starting week, there's a team that take back-to-back chicken dinners. I want some team to break that curse,
Right.
as per se. So I would go for any team from Nepal can actually do this, I would say, because they have a good momentum of playing like, with the snipers and all. But Seal Baron, a dedicated sniper in the team of Team Seal, you never know.
I'm
Well,
going to
Johnny?
skip the prediction. I just want to see what is going to happen.
Well, again, I mean, you talk about the perfect regression coming in from the Mongolian teams. They are on point. You talk about, of course, the Nepali teams. They've got the numbers working in their favor eventually. Hashtag PMPL South Asia. And let us know what team are you going to be rooting for. With that, let's get busy with the game. Let's move on to our casters, who this time around are going to be Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. The first game of Miramar of the Pro League. What is your prediction, sir?
Well, to be honest, when we hear the name Miramar, first thing actually comes up in the mind is that tactical approach these teams will be taking. One thing I really want to point out over here is that Team Zeus, R3D, and 7C. Now, all these teams have been going through the same drop spot in the past. That is going to be LSR. If they drop in the same drop spot again, then we might see an early fight panning out.
Early fight is what Necro asked for, but you know what? This is the Super Weekend. I'm sure that these teams will be trying to avoid all the fights right from the get-go. And vehicles will, of course, be very crucial. You need to get those. You need to get your dedicated drop locations. Then maybe make a move. And considering how teams have been playing in the past, I think I'm going to go for a Nepali team and should be Trained to Kill this time. Because, or maybe Skylight Gaming. Considering how good the Nepali teams are with their rotations, their macro rotations per se. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just head directly into the game and find for ourselves who is going to be the winner.
Exactly. I mean, all these teams are doing phenomenal fixes, and in the previous map as well, we saw Seal doing absolutely good. But again, even our analyst actually mentioned that they were the zone magnets. The zone was actually following them all the way around. If the same thing happened, then again, Seal might come out on top, but all the time luck might not be favoring you. Taking a look at the plane fly path, of course, it's going to be all the way from the bottom side of Leonis till Torre Amuda.
It certainly is. Kind of an east tilted flight path is what we have in front of our screens right now. Like you mentioned, Los Leones definitely can be one of those key areas inside the circle. And what I would really love to see, I know the casters love those kind of circles. Even the analysts, coming down to Johnny and Ocean, they did mention, they like watching people in pain. They are the sadists over here. So they must be predicting maybe an El Pozo circle.
Exactly. I mean, that would be quite interesting, if we take a look at the El Pozo circle. Of course, a lot of teams might have to take a long rotation inside the circle as well, but teams inside San Martin, Picado, might not have that, big of a deal even if the circle pans out on the left side of the map. But again, only time will answer our questions where the circle will be and how these teams will be rotating inside.
I really want to take a look at the San Martin area because that is one of those drop locations where we have seen in the past, you get a lot of traffic early on. There's a certain team that is not playing this time around the Pro League, that's Team Elementrix. They have that iconic rotation from the power grid area. So considering that team is not playing over here, so we've got to see as to which is that one team heading to their drop location. As we head along towards Picado, we've got the boys from Carnage. Now, the champions of PMCO Nepal certainly have not really been having a good time, but here we have in Hacienda del Patron. Blood Legion going against Team F4.
Two Alpha Titans clashing against each other. This fight might be happening as Rayan doesn't really want to give his footsteps away. Of course, is just going to be sitting in a corner as quiet as he can because this is Super Weekend. You want to play as tactical as you can. Doesn't really want to give his kill away. Khan has been spotted by Gyro, but Khan doesn't really seem like he is in a mood to respond as Gyro. It's going to be an easy frag onto Khan. And now F4 might be in a massive water trouble, already losing out on a player like Khan this early off. That might be quite detrimental start.
Yeah, that is certainly not the kind of a start that they would have wanted for themselves. But Destroyer does have that S12K. He's just going to punch his enemies down. But that's not going to happen as Dominic predicting it and just proning at the right nick of time. But, you know, F4 retaliating in fashion. It's Voltrux just proning in. And, well, Ryan making a move. But can he do that? No, it's Voltrux getting the third one. And where's the last player of Blood Legion? He does not look like to be in the nearby vicinity. And Voltrux will definitely get all those revives going in. And Gyro, I mean, how on earth could Blood Legion mess this one out? This was their fight. All they had to do is just go a bit overboard, maybe connect those shots, get that squad wipe.
I literally have my hands on my head right now. What just exactly happened? This fight was, I would really say this was more kind of like a overconfident side showing up from Blood Legion over here because the way they actually played it out, of course, Voltrux was over there behind the table, just prone over there. And I really feel like a lot of mistakes were made by the side of Blood Legion. They could have quite improvised onto here. Of course, Gyro actually opened things up by getting that first frag, and then later on, Blood Legion just started crumbling down. And wow, what a play coming from Voltrux.
I mean, this is how deadly this particular weapon is, Tommy Gun. I mean, you have it, you've got that beautiful hip fire accuracy, and he did utilize it to its maximum potential. Now, considering the mistakes of Blood Legion, you know, there was that one point they just proned in down, and both these players were in the line of fire. They should have taken a crossfire angle. They should have done something else. You know, you had the numbers. It was just that one player, and all you had to do is take them down. So this clearly shows that Blood Legion are feeling the heat right from the very start, not having a good game in Erangel, and sort of continuing even in Miramar. But look at Team Seal, the team that did manage to get the first chicken dinner, but is in a bit of a pickle as the boys from High Voltage are just nearby Killer.
Exactly, and Killa, of course, separated from the pack, but Baron is there in the backlines to provide essential cover fire, but doesn't really seem like they're interested to fight that early off as Killa is going to be backing off. And right now it's just more kind of like a stare-down competition as High Voltage does know that there is one more team next to them. Of course, it's going to be Seal.
Yeah.
But I don't really expect a fight breaking down between these two lads. Maybe just a little bit of suppressive shots and just doing like a little bit of tickle damage. But I do not really expect any kind of like lethal amount of damage between these two.
Right, and you know, now we've got Wally, you know, just exchanging those shots onto its Assassin. Now, Assassin is one of those players that we have seen in those league days. He's been doing so very well. And, you know, you've got high expectations from this lad and this team entirely. Because this is not just their first PMPL, right? They're coming the second time around. The first time, however, the last time they played, they were the underdogs. And they impressed us. But this time, being those top dogs, you would expect them to be, you know, being in those top three, maybe qualifying for the regional finals as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, that is going to be the main focus over here. And now, again, High Voltage, Cooney is going to be the man to actually step onto aggressive, kind of separated from the team as well. And now it does seem like they are going to be backing off. Of course, a brilliant decision coming from Cooney. He doesn't really want to give his life away that easily.
Yeah.
And seems like he is going to be making the rotation to the rest of his teammates. Of course, Extreme there in the far fray. But a fight is breaking down between StalwartFlex and TDK. And TDK taking an early casualty as Rated Sir is also down on low HP. And a lot of shots being fired. Crypto not really able to connect any. But seems like Rated is going to be in a massive water trouble. And another fight is breaking down in El Azhar. I did mention these teams like to go inside the same area. And Zeus and 7C finally clashing against each other.
Two teams with massive egos, neither of them wanting to back off is what we can really conclude from what we are witnessing over here. However, beautiful grenade coming out from Zyol, taking down Tartar in the process, but they also have to deal with Fair over here, and Fair certainly looks to be backing off. He does not really want to take the fight. And he's a kind of a player that instills fear in the hearts of his enemies. But look at IC's position, getting from the flank angle, coming in, taking him down. And with that, Team Zeus is starting to take over the map over here. And Rick and True Love, two of those players, still alive. But I barely think they can do anything at all in this particular situation.
Exactly, already losing out on two of their players, and Totter seems like he is getting bullied by the players of Zeus. A little bit of disrespect coming in from them as well, but Zeus seems like they have their eyes onto the players of 7C locked in. Now, of course, it doesn't really seem like they will have any amount of extra space to actually move or even make any kind of rotation. So they're actually just pinned down in their initial stage of buildings, as Rig is going to be on top of the terrace over there, and seems like he does have his eyes locked on Zeus as well. But it doesn't really matter. The fight will be breaking down as Rig is taking a lot of damage in the process, and seems like Rig will be backing off and healing himself. But 7C, I really feel like True Love over here, I feel like he might get pushed on all by teammates from Zeus over there, but just Godless is enough. He's just going to be pushing inside, taking True Love down. Of course, last man is going to be Rig from 7C. He's in a massive water trouble, and he's scared.
He certainly is. And, well, what can he do? What can he possibly do? All you need is that one green frag grenade blowing up your head, and there you have Zeus with an early squad wipe. And considering how they've been playing, already having a beautiful control over El Azhar. Look at the circle right now. I mean, it's heading towards where the boys from PN Crew are. Now Carnage, they're making that move from Picado. So quite some early movements. You need to have those control over those high ground compounds, or maybe take control over the hills. So whatever suits you. But then again, it comes at a cost, right? The moment the circle shifts away from you and you are in a high ground position, of course you've got that information going in, of course you have that vision, and but what can you do with it? The moment you step down, you're going to be taken down. But here we have PN Crew already spotting out the entirety of Carnage over here, just waiting for them to, you know, get a knock or two, or maybe after that go in for a push.
These are actually complete opposite things happening. The previous map was Erangel. We expect,
you know,
it was really slow, and we do expect a slow start inside Miramar as well, but this is just so many fights breaking down in the early off, as Deadeyes is going to be completely capitalizing on onto the entire squad of F4, of course taking two of them down, but F4 is down on their knees as well. Now, of course, they do not really have that much of the manpower to survive, so I really feel like we might see a passive step coming from F4 as well, as a fight is breaking down between even StalwartFlex and DRS, and another fight seems like will be breaking down between PN Crew and Carnage.
I really like how, you know, PN Crew are just peppering down those bullets, you know, trying to apply that extra bit of a pressure and still, you know, constantly changing the position here and there. So keeping the team of Carnage into thinking continuously and constantly as to what they really want to intend. But StalwartFlex going off for a very explosive start, and the same can be said for Deadeyes. Now, this is a team that was the first team to get eliminated in Erangel. Now, they've already managed to secure 2 kills already. So this is a really good start for them. Now, considering how the circle has started panning off, you know, a lot of teams are rotating from the northern side, so we might expect to see some traffic once the 4th circle starts beginning, and maybe a few more fights will happen after that. But this results into something, right? During those final circles, teams will have more breathing space, more space to maneuver, more space to make those movements. But look at those beautiful suppressed shots coming out from Crypto, getting yet another knock. 3 kills already for StalwartFlex.
Exactly. StalwartFlex are having such a good time inside the fight, of course, and now all their players look healthy, but of course Johnny doesn't really look that healthy, as his HP will be down under 50% only, and seems like StalwartFlex are not interested in fighting anymore, so they are going to be getting inside their swag vehicle, which I like to call it as Murado. And now, of course, they are making the rotation as well inside the circle. And seems like, take a look at over here. I really want to point this out. High Voltage have made the rotation. Of course, Extreme being the man, has made the rotation all the way from the right side of the roadways. And he didn't really seem like he was interested in fighting. Now, of course, being passive in those initial stages, if your teammates are not really close to you, is going to be more kind of like the focus. You don't really want to give your frag away that easily. And this is exactly what Extreme is doing, putting on a beautiful demonstration of that skill. But now it seems like Extreme is walking inside Uzum's sights, and this might be a fight breaking down.
You know, I'm really confused as to what is exactly wrong with High Voltage. They went down without even taking a fight. I mean, it's understandable for Extreme as he went in really close vicinity of the players of StalwartFlex. But, you know, he's been spotted right now. But at the same time, StalwartFlex are sort of oblivious about him being from High Voltage, you know. So the moment you do not get a knock, you do not know. They certainly have seen in the kill feed that 2 players of High Voltage have already been taken down. And they've been knocked out from the zone. But Extreme still somehow managing to secure a knock. He needs to convert it into a kill. He needs that 1 extra point. That is the only thing he can take from this particular game.
Extreme fighting till his last breath. Of course, Uzum going to be on the aggressive step this time. He doesn't want to take him. He does want to take him down, but Uzum again is not going to be letting Extreme work that easily, as he doesn't really have that much of moving space. And of course, Uzum from the back lines and Crypto from the front lines, pinning him down, getting inside a sandwich situation. And Extreme couldn't really do much in situations like that because, of course, he didn't really have the health for it. And then DRS, look at the rotation coming in from these lads. These guys might be clashing against StalwartFlex anytime soon, as the casualty has already happened. StalwartFlex might be in a massive water trouble.
Can be, but from what I believe is DRS will be wanting to avoid this fight right now because their primary focus is to try and get inside the circle. But taking a look at how things have panned out, if we take a look at the map, majority of the teams, this is what I was talking about, you know, the northern traffic that we were expecting. Now, the eastern side is completely open, and so is the area of Impala. But in the epicenter, just the southern areas to where A1 Esports is, you've got that hilly area to play around with. So the team are trying to take control over that, can really have a very good advantage, you know, have that extra bit of an information going out for you, get that extra bit of a vision, you know what's happening, you know how to make those movements. So you need to be really careful in terms of how you're trying to take your call outs over there. You need to have one of those players maybe on the lower ridges, play that risky play over there, because you need, the moment the circle might shift away from you, that's when you are in a whole world of trouble. But here we have Wolverine. Certainly, you know, living on for a few more seconds as R3D are making a push onto the boys from Zeus.
R3D clashing against Zeus, of course. Belly is going to be on that aggressive step and also getting knocked down, being a little bit too aggressive, exposing his body a little bit way too much. As Icy, of course, is going to be in the back lines, trying his best to provide the cover as well. The nades will be coming in through. Will that nade do it? Of course, the damage has been dealt, but not enough to knock him down. Another Molotov coming in, but a little bit too far away. As Zeus is getting compromised from their back lines, it's going to be A1 Esports. Dante taking one player of Zeus down. Now Zeus are in a massive water trouble. They're getting compromised from R3D, and even A1 Esports from the back lines, they're getting sandwiched from the both sides. Now even R3D are in a massive water trouble. They're getting shot at. Now this is exactly what I was talking about. A lot of teams are making the rotation inside the circle, and as the rotations will be happening, the fights will be happening as well.
Yeah, they certainly will. But you know, I love what R3D did in that particular situation, right? They had those smokes. They knew that, you know, the shots are going to come from elsewhere. So that's the reason why Virus is still alive. But look at Wolverine finally being pushed upon, and it's the mean man Godless himself. And well, despite the fact that Wolverine had the first peek, it was Godless just aiming right at his head, taking him down, and with that, a beautiful squad vibe coming in. And Team Zeus, they certainly are here making a statement. They are here to dominate. They are here to get that $1,000 and possibly also want to win the Pro League.
Wolverine not really able to react in time, of course. He had to pay the price for it as well, as he has been taken down by Godless. And now look at these initial position these teams have. They are so close to each other, and this circle shift is going to be favoring a lot of teams. Now, of course, the teams that are going to be inside the circle, they are going to be so happy and so lucky for that as well, as the airdrop 3 is on the map. Of course, AUG being the weapon. I don't really feel like a lot of teams are interested in that weapon anyway, so that will be a ignored airdrop.
Now, barring that fact, Necro, you know, it's going to be so difficult to go for that airdrop, right? At the open moment. But here we have a fight erupting out. It's Godless again, the last final man surviving for his team. Already 2 kills for himself. And Deadeyes, they certainly do not want to stop. However, Hungry Box had been taken out. We'll get that revive, but look at that HP onto it, Suyok, sir.
He almost took down 2 of them, and that would be in a massive water trouble. But again, Wadu providing that essential cover from the backlines was just so important, as now Avon Esports are on the move, and same looks like Deadeyes are going to be doing that as well. But now RxJax has his sights locked onto the players of Deadeyes. Of course, a lot of shots being fired, but Sifu Sir is barely surviving it as well. Now he is going to be taking that passive step, of course, proning down, healing himself. It's going to be a massive priority. That nade barely made it, but not far enough. Jax, you need to put in some more power, and this nade might just do it. This nade might just do it. No, it was a little bit too far away. The slope actually slanted the nade downwards, and that nade wasn't really able to crawl right next to him, as RxJax is trying his best not to get compromised, but at the same time, he is quite hungry for the kills. Dante taking a lot of shots onto rotating vehicles. Wadu has been caught off guard, and he might be taken down, as he will probably be. The vehicle has been blasted off. Hungry Box right next to Sifu Sir, and seems like he is there to provide a little bit of company, making sure Sifu is feeling quite comfortable. That nade is going to be detrimental. Another one flying in. They're in a massive water trouble. The nades are doing so much damage. Seoks are in the backlines. Cannot really do much. He just has a buggy for his cover. Of course, will be taking a little bit of shots, and now Avon is completely destroying the existence of Deadeyes, and this is not really looking good for them.
And Venom Legends are quick to join the party on that one as they get that kill secured onto Vitsuyok. But hey, we have Dante, this beautiful player, you know, he was there in the kill leaderboards, and now also beautiful presence of mind, taking that flank, getting that extra bit of a vision. Now it's all down to Shifu. How is he gonna get himself away from the situation, taking away his vehicle from over here? But he's been pointed out, he's been spotted, and any single moment he'll be taken down. That is Jax, who is the one wiping his existence out, as Deadeyes again get eliminated very early on, this time on the 11th position.
Wow, that's going to be a detrimental start for them, as now AJ will also be taken down. DRS getting eliminated on 10th spot. These are some big names going down early off this time, and of course now StalwartFlex as well have one of the casualty going down for themselves, and now it seems like Skylight Gaming and R3D are going to be in the nearby phases. There is a massive chance that these guys actually might get capitalized in those early phases off as well. Now Venom Legends, of course, do know that there are a lot of teams in those nearby phases, of course Avon being one of them, and Avon are on a killing spree. They are the apex predator of this map.
They certainly are. I mean, 7 kills already and all their players alive. Now, this is something that they would absolutely love to capitalize upon. But Johnny, look at this man going after Joker, getting his kill confirmed. And Edgar, he is not surviving. Not this zone at least, but R3D having Virus, one of those reliable players that has delivered for his team, and he is one of the primary reasons as to why R3D are still playing in the Super Weekend.
Exactly. Now again, R3D being the players, Virus taking a lot of shots onto Johnny, barely spotting him as well, but Blade has taken down. That's going to be enough, as the kill will be confirmed as well. Virus is having a great time behind this little hay bale, as he's going to be spotting Johnny as well. Johnny in the massive water trouble out in the open. That nade is going to be suppressing his vision, but doesn't really matter. Virus is quick enough to take Johnny as well. Now it's going to be Uzum in a massive water trouble. Now they do know Uzum is right next to them. Virus has spotted him as well, and now R3D are going to be moving from the back lines, and of course Uzum going to be capitalizing onto him, but that nade is going to be doing it. It's going to be Anubis taking him down.
Yes, there you have R3D still surviving by the whiskers, as we have another fight in the nearby frame as Skylight Gaming go against T2K. Now it's a 2v2 situation with P and Crew right on the top. They've got that compound, no reason whatsoever to move out. Now this is not the first time that P and Crew have got the circle, and they have certainly not messed up. So this is going to be really important for P and Crew. You've got what you wanted. You've got everything. You've got that compound. You've got those fences to play around with. You've got everything panning out for you. Now this is their game to lose. I mean, if they mess this one up, then not the kind of a start that they would have wanted for themselves in the Super Weekend. But here we have Baron with that AWM, and I think Ocean did mention about Baron being an amazing sniper, and he certainly has risen up to the occasion.
Exactly, he is going to be taking the opportunity. Now the fight is breaking down between Avon Esports and Venom Legends. Which one will come out on top? Venom Legends certainly seems like they are short on a man. RxJax getting capitalized, a little bit exposing his head, as Rafat is going to be capitalizing onto it. Sinister down to low HP as well. Those nades are doing so much damage. Rafat getting compromised from those left angles. Of course, exposing his body a little bit too much. Skylight Gaming, Leon is going to be the one to take the opportunity in his hand and take him down as well. Now 9boy spotting him down. Steel shot has been taken down as well from Venom Legends. The trades are happening left and right as A1 Esports seems like they have a dominating start against Venom Legends.
They certainly have. They have been dominating throughout, but they have lost one of their players. But 9 kills already on their board.
They're doing
But
so good.
right now, what we do see is A1 Esports having spotted the players of PN Crew. Now, they have got that heli advantage that they can really work it out in their favor, right? If they go in for those perfect grenades, and if they manage to spot out Skylight Gaming, I think Sinister certainly has done that, and here he goes, taking those shots, hammering down those bullets and taking Joker out of the equation. But he still might get a revive, and maybe A1 Esports might just go a little overboard and commit for a push.
Sinister is just an absolute laser beam. We have seen him in the past as well, how good this man is with that M4. Just give this man M4 and he will let everyone down. As Sinister again, he is lighting things up. As Carnage, again, we are not really focusing on the squad of Carnage.
Yeah.
They have made it till so far, and now TDK being in those nearby phrases, of course Jiggle being the IGL, seems like he's on that aggressive step, but again, going to be putting down a little bit of smokes to provide himself that little bit of cover, but that nade is going to be there from TDK, doing a little bit of damage to Jiggle, but certainly the painkillers really popped off to get his HP on the top. As Snipe YT again in a massive water trouble, taking a lot of shots in the process while he's trying to rotate always to the next of his teammates. But PN Crew, again, we have seen these teams in the past as well. PN Crew, if they have all their 4 members alive till the end, we do know what kind of chaos these guys might be causing. Take a look at the rotation coming in from Carnage. They're getting capitalized from the squad of Seal, and they're getting capitalized from each and every single squad next to them. But a brilliant positioning coming in from Jiggle. He already pushed next to TTK, and TTK somewhere down line weren't really able to guess his position down, and that is how Rated Sir got capitalized that easily.
Yes, certainly he did, but here we have the boys from Skylight. Joker being that one player alive and along with all his teammates. We've got Jane, who's barely surviving and has been taken down this time from Snipe, however. Now, moving on with the fights, we've got 5 teams and 19 players alive. PN Crew still in that golden spot, still in that good area that they would want to be in. And Carnage Esports, they are spreading out. Now they are ready to take their battles. This is a team that has been doing that since the past. This is a team that has been doing the same exact strat in the PMCOs as well. They prioritize on the positions, and during those later circle phases, they go in for the kill. Now, considering you've got those trees trying to block both these teams in, it's going to be really important as to who gets the first knock.
Exactly. All these teams have all their players alive. What an incredible nade coming from 9boy. That nade is going to be carrying a lot of distance, but doesn't really matter. Ayush has been taken down with that detrimental nade. Another nade lobbing in. Will that just do it? Of course not, as that nade will be just crawling right next to him, and that nade is not going to be enough to get the confirmation kill as well. But take a look at Carnage, PN Crew, Seal. They have all their 4 players alive, and I'm pretty sure as the zone is going to be shrinking down, the mayhem is going to be caused by all these teams, as Skylight Gaming as well joining the fray. Now, of course, they will need to be making the rotation inside the little compound where PN Crew is, and that is when hell breaks loose.
I think it might have started to already break apart, but here we have the boys from Seal again eyeing out for the second back-to-back chicken dinner, and maybe they can get it if they play their cards right. But we've still got the boys from A1 Esports this time completely determined to get the chicken and get this one home, and the $1,000 that come with it, that's really sweet. But as the game progresses, look at the shift again. The gods of PUBG Mobile want Team Seal to get the chicken dinner. How on earth did they have the circle again?
Ocean literally mentioned these guys are the magnets of the circle, and of course Circle again favoring these lads. What is going on? Did they had a talk with the gods or something? I don't really know what exactly is going on with these lads. They're doing just absolutely fine with the zone when the zone is going to be completely favoring their side. Of course, the nades are going to be lobbed in from the side of A1 Esports as well onto the side of PN Crew, and we have seen them in the past putting some, a real good nades against them, but again, they're not really able to find any kind of opening there. Yeah. And now A1 Esports are trying their best to find any kind of opening or breathing space for themselves, of course, to move or even get that rotation in. And of course, the smoke grenades will be coming in through just to make sure, just to top it off, just to block enemy vision down. And if they keep on moving in the same side, they might beat their makers, because Seal is holding down the zone. And of course, they wouldn't like it if A1 Esports are going to be closing the distance down onto them, as Seal is trying their best, lobbing a lot of nades in. A1 Esports are in a massive water trouble. They're taking so much damage. 9boy has been taken down to such low HP. Of of course, healing himself back up, but Seal, they are standing tall like a mountain.
They certainly are, as A1 Esports are going in for the kill. They are going in for the push, but they have already been shot down from
Oh
the
my
boys
God.
from PA Crew. This is the
Oh
trifecta
my
of
God.
death that we are talking about, as Killer has already spotted out Killer YT and will get that beautiful knock. As to A1 Esports, they've been eliminated from the equation. Now, this is where things start getting really tricky, because Team Seal, they've
Oh,
also
no.
got to watch their 3, because Carnage is right beside them. They've got the numbers this time to play around with, and Seal also has those 4 players. But Baron, look at this monster.
Oh, no.
Still with that AW, getting connected.
No, yes, he does!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, what is going on? Carnage again in the nearby presence of Skylight Gaming, but they're getting compromised by Baron. Baron is just going to be putting down the suppressive leading shots as Jiggle has went down in the process. Even Leon, Skylight Gaming, Leon going down. Now Carnage are in a massive water trouble. Of course, Seal holding down the zone is going to be a massive factor, because they're not going to let Carnage just pass by that easily. Seal, of course, standing tall like a mountain. They're not going to be letting anyone go or pass by that easily. There, the wall that is blocking Carnage from the victory. Snipe has been taken down as well. Probably being the last man alive. How long is he going to be able to hold them off? Of course, the push is coming in through from Baron, and that's going to be the last man falling down. As Seal going to be taking another chicken dinner in their hands.
Back-to-back chicken dinner is what Seal have gotten themselves $2,000 already.
Wow.
Just from those 2
Oh
games
my
that they have
God.
played. And look at the happiness
Oh my
surging out from
God.
their bodies. They are electrified, and so are we. The way they have been playing, completely respecting the circle, and the moment it comes down to taking those fights, and that's where they strike.
It's more kind of like the circle was respecting them. Fixes, the circle was just following them. And the initial circle in the end phases was the more important circle, and the circle actually landed on them, and they were just so good at blocking all those teams off with those smoke grenades, and even initial gun skills coming in
Right.
from these lads was
You know
just
what?
phenomenal.
You know what? Do you remember a team called Log One?
Of course I do. Oh my, you actually
The Zone
brought back my
Magnets.
memory.
I mean,
You
they've
brought my
taken their powers. It
Yeah.
certainly feels like that, because getting back-to-back circle in your favor has earned them that chicken dinner. Of course, getting those beautiful kills also. But that was not the end of the action, ladies and gentlemen, as we will be heading out for a short little break, because coming right after, we'll have our beautiful analyst for you.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with the second game, the first on Miramar, of course, in the Super Weekend Awesomeness, and that was just taken off again with convincing score. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
Seal X taking that perfect chicken dinner in their favor. And again, Ocean, you were talking about this. Let's bring that to the audience as well.
I mean, I said this, right? This has been the history. This has always been the history. The team that gets the first chicken dinner will go for the second. You asked me in the predictions, right? I said
Right.
it will be Seal's game, but I want to see a Nepal teams, one of the Nepal teams just go out there, just try to take it away from them. And that was where Carnage was coming out with everything. And this always comes on. And Team Seal, they have a perfect place always.
Yeah, not just Carnage, PN Crew also being present into those
True.
final fights. I mean, quite an unfortunate position from them, just because they were in direct line of sight of Seal Esports, and they were the first one that they took down.
Yeah.
Exactly, because you talk about that circle. P and Crew were in the center of that for the longest time, but again, A1 had just a dominating role in dishing them back into the lobby and sending them back into the lobby, of course. But with that, let's have a look at the most valuable player from this game.
Well. This time we have Dante, as he was, raining
Yeah.
hellfire. Dante's Inferno was out there in Miramar, and talk about 4 kills, 760 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time, 2 assists.
Oh yeah, I mean, Miramar, it is a hot map. It is set in that desert setting, and
Yeah.
it is obviously going to be the map who's used to the heat who's going to dominate.
Exactly, because again, I mean, you talk about Dante, he was the one who was bringing in those third parties against Zeus as well, and that was just not it, because that's just that one lad. Let's have a look at the entire saga that took place on Miramar with the top players.
All right, well, there is R3D Virus coming up here as well. Seal Zaki and A1 Esports in this. Now, talking about Zaki, like, look at the kill number that he has, right? 5 kills for that individual, was already on a rampage mode for his own self. So that is one thing that, you know, he led his team to the victory. Obviously, every other player was also doing its own part of work, but A1 Esports, Sinister and Dante, those were two synergistic players that were just, you know, giving out everything that they had.
Yeah, definitely they brought the action to whoever asked for it, and definitely delivered up to the promises that, I mean, A1 Esports had sort of set the expectations with how they played the last 2 matches, specifically of the league play days. I mean, and this is the sort of performance that we expect from them throughout the Super Weekend. But I also want to talk about how the progression of the game sort of turned things around completely, especially with those circles moving towards that eastern area.
Exactly. But we have the match ranking out here. We just want to talk about this one. See these ones again, those 15 points. Should we say 15 points or should we say $1,000? And now it's $2,000.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
what do you want to just, you know, call about this one? A1 Esports, look at the placement point and the kill point difference that A1 Esports actually has for themselves, because Carnage is on 3rd, Skylight is on 4th, but A1 Esports and PMPL is on 5th, and A1 Esports, that massive jump to the 2nd, that is amazing.
Yeah, so combined with what they achieved in the last match, this match is definitely going to put Seal Esports really far ahead from the competition. Because look at where their competition is. Z3us Esports sitting on the 8th position, trying to kill a team that was in the top 3 along with Seal and Zeus in the last game. This time just getting 6 points from this match. So Seal Esports definitely have the advantage. But once again, 7C High Voltage XP Blood Legion not having the time of their lives in this one. And they still have 3 more matches remaining for today. And they still have, well, 13 more games as far as this first weekend is concerned, but they need to start stepping up as soon as possible. Can't let an entire day go to waste.
Exactly, because again, when you talk about the entirety of the game, of course, it starts off with the drop locations itself, where this time around we saw XP Blood Legion not looking in a decent, comfortable position. Let's combine that together and have a look at the zone analysis, where, of course, it was XP at the receiving end right off the bat.
Yeah, the circle ended on a bit on the sides of Minas General, as we were just, you know, talking about. And that, look at this, right from the start, PN Crew had a good area, Carnage has a good area for the circle. Once the circle was just, you know, shrinking up forward, you'll see the teams that were away from the circle, they had to just rush in. That's where Venom Legends comes down to XP Blood Legions, come down Team Seal as well. But once they found out a good area, because right now when the next circle happens, Team Seal has a proper open area. They don't have a team right in front of them, so they can just, you know, clear out all the fights.
Yeah, but I want to give kudos to A1 Esports, because even though the team did have sort of an exit in the middle of the game, but still, the amount of pressure that they absorbed upon themselves and how they were able to convert that pressure into those points, getting those kills, that was really important. They did not have as many placement points as they would have wanted. I mean, coming into the top 3 always is going to be important. But A1 Esports did manage to compensate for those points that they missed out in terms of placement with the kills that they got.
Exactly. I mean, A1 was just dominating that kill feed again and again and again throughout the entirety of the game. Let's with that move on, not just with those moments, but the entire moments throughout the game.
Oh, I mean, you'll see, you know, how everything starts up. I mean, XP Legions, it was their fight almost, but if you talk about F4, well, they snatched it out somehow, and they just, you know, got the fight for themselves. We talk about F4 as well. Remember, Wolverine was the one that was surviving onto its own areas, and that's where Godless arrives. Godless takes over fight. Yeah, I know, we saw that happening, right?
That was a scene out of a movie, right? Using a pool table as a cover, you only see that in movies.
I think we're going to see the Godless movement again, right? When Godless was just rushing inside a house or something. We'll see that if it just comes down to it. But Team Zeus, they were really strong at this point. I don't know how the things just turned, and R3D just snatched the game from them. And this is what happened. Both of them, like, they were out, but Godless, amazing reflexes somehow. He's on another level, always has been.
Yeah, the man is definitely coming online and looking pretty deadly, but he was shut down as well. That means there's only so much pressure that you can absorb. There are only so many fights that you can win. Everyone has a breaking point, and you need to stop before you hit yours.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. You know, it's your own elastic point, just like we talked about it, right? So that's your own Hooke's Law for yourself. But right now, as we see 8 teams still surviving, this is where the fight of the circle to acquire the proper area, inside the circle starts up, and that's where Team Seal already had it for themselves. You'll see there was a moment in the final circle when the zone was 2 meters away from Team Seal. That's true, right? It was 2 meters away from Team Seal, but at that moment it was just 2 teams remaining, so all of these players just had to charge in, and when it was one player surviving, Team Seal, like, they could have just taken it, because 1v4, I mean, you know, 4 is... It's gonna create a lot more impact, obviously.
Exactly, and I mean, you talk about that magnet that Celex was working, it was just perfect. I mean, the circle was once again supporting them, and the kind of damage that they dished out was just absolutely perfect. Talk about A1 bringing in that damage, that was also incredible to be able to see. And again, they need those points. They need those points either coming in with the placement or the kills.
Well, definitely. And talking about damage, I mean, the damage histogram is here, and we do see the men in action. A1 Esports, 1,989 damage converted into 11 kills.
Wow, that's the maximum amount of kills obviously in this lobby right now that we are seeing. But talk about Team Seal as well, 8 kills from this one, obviously getting those 23 total points for themselves. But for the other side, you see Team Zeus, 1,000 plus damage for them. StalwartFlex getting up with 1,355 damage, F4 with 620, R3D 893. But if you have to talk about this one, Carnage and Skylight Gaming, 1,000, close to 1,000 or 1,100 for themselves. Like, these teams were looking brilliant with their gameplay. They had the circle as well, PN crew as well. So maybe next game is something that they will just, you know, like to chime in, because we would love to see some new teams just coming out of the blue and just, you know, taking it all for themselves.
Well, certainly, and in doing so, 2 teams that certainly, as Johnny was mentioning, that need to showcase a bit more of dominance is going to be, of course, High Voltage and 7C. I mean, we saw right off the bat, it was 7C that was taken down by Z3us Esports, and High Voltage was just not able to combine their efforts together with the synergy that is required to be able to, you know, get games working in your favor.
Yeah, definitely. And that seems to be the case right now, but definitely these teams will pick up the pace as we keep moving forward with the games. Especially another thing, I mean, Miramar, this is the first time they are coming against these lads. I mean, Z3us Esports, and if you talk about Skylight Esports, so this is the first time they are sort of just trying to figure out how things work out with these teams present, and once they have that figured out, I think we're going to see a lot more interesting performances.
Yeah, exactly, because I mean, as of now, what we're looking at is, of course, these 2 teams that we just mentioned that need to showcase a bit more of wonderful play working in their favor, but eventually, combining the story together, we've got 2 games done. Let's have a look at the overall rankings, because that, of course, will give us a better result of, well, how are these teams faring?
Wow. Okay, so we are looking at overall ranking, or are we looking at the difference between number 1 and number 2 right now? Because 48 and 27, that's obviously an influential difference if you talk about the influence that Team Seal has for themselves. Because 2 matches, perfect 30 placement points for them. And even Esports, well, they had a jump of 3 placement points for themselves. Talk about Skylight Gaming, they had a jump of 7 placements for themselves. They are right now at 7th position. Obviously would love to see them in top 3 by the end of the day.
But see, here's what where things get a lot more interesting for me personally. I mean, whenever a vacuum like this and for points is created, just like it is being created right now by Skylight Esports, things get a lot more chaotic for the teams below them. The level of competition, or the difference, to be a little bit more precise, for the team sitting from 2nd to the top 8, it's really, really close. I mean, R3D Esports, they have a chance of catching up with just 1 good game.
Exactly. I mean, R3D, they can just get out there. Talk about DRS as well. I mean, they can try to just, you know, get their best in. But 7C, 2 games, and if you just talk about this one, 0 placement points, 0 kill points. They have to start in this game somehow, obviously, because they need that push for themselves. And obviously, it's your own players that will be giving you that push, right? It just comes on. Some games might be good, some days might be good, some days might be bad. But if you find your forte, if you find your proper call out at that moment, you might as well get the game as well.
Exactly, and talking about the games, of course, as of now, what we've been seeing is all of these teams trying to bring in that domination. But alongside that, they're giving us the wonderful start to a super incredible, awesome Super Weekend, of course. But in doing so, they are giving us the entertainment. We have some entertainment set up for you guys as well. We've got this perfect turn of events where you guys sitting back at home can, of course, chime in as well. You've got the perfect opportunity to get rewards working in your favor. All you need to do is, of course, go on into the game and log in towards the esports center. As you do so, you will start collecting points. As you get those points, you can then multiply those points by again guessing what team is going to be the champion when it comes to that particular week. Alongside that, you also have the opportunity to get the permanent top tier outfit from PMPL.
Yeah, definitely this beautiful outfit with the logo right on top of your heart. And it's going to be quite incredible because now, I mean, the points are there, the store for the points are there where you can go and redeem the points that you have collected. There's a lot of opportunity to win.
Exactly, and that's not it, of course, because when it comes to the Super Weekends, yes, the gala continues on every week from one to the other, but alongside that, you guys once again have the opportunity to be a part of the Supermassive Weekend and earn not only points but rewards as well. We've got Apple AirPods Pro being set up for you guys, alongside which, of course, it is very, very simple. You need to just follow along to provide the continued support for your team. That is all you need to do from your region. And to participate in that, all you gotta do is, of course, give in the perfect PMPL South Asia hashtag along with your UID code in chat, or of course if you're joining in from Facebook, you could do so from there, and eventually few lucky winners will get selected and they will be getting that perfect prize pool.
I mean, for sure. I mean, this is what, you know, it all comes down to. Everyone gets to be a winner out in this one, obviously. And you see your teams, your favorite teams also performing. And that, obviously, you know, gets you one thing as well. That, you know, you are also getting something out of that.
Yeah, exactly. That has always been the case for a while now. I mean, whenever a big tournament comes up, we want to thank our viewers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what better way to thank them apart from, of course, you know, giving them the perfect thing that you need. You need to have that sort of comfort with the Apple AirPods Pro, and that works just perfectly when you get into the game, and that of course is going to be for you guys. So once again, just hashtag PMPL SA along with the team that you are going to be supporting and rooting for, and that's going to be very, very crucial for you to do so. Alongside that, of course, don't forget to subscribe and follow our Facebook as well as YouTube channel, which is of course going to be PUBG Mobile, well, esports. That's all there is to it. With that, we've got 2 games done. Let's have a look at the schedule and find out, when it comes to this third map, where are we heading in?
Alright, well, we are heading on to the map of Erangel. Well, previous Erangel was dominated by Skylight Esports. We are talking about the previous Miramar was also dominated by Skylight Esports. So, this Erangel, I mean...
Hat-trick opportunity. That's all I'm going to say. Hat-trick opportunity. And, well, I hope they get it.
I might differ from that one.
I would rather want to see all the other teams also, you know,
I might
bring in a bit
differ
more
from that one. Plus, I would say, if you're just, you know, talking about some other team just coming out in this one, if it's a Northern Circle, it goes to DE. If it's a Southern Circle, it goes to a Pakistani team.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it should. It could.
And today, I think so. A1 Esports should get one chicken in there as well.
So, any Northern Circle goes to DE?
I hope so.
That's what you're saying.
I hope so.
All right.
Because from the areas around Rozhok, they have a really good rotation for themselves. So, I hope so.
Well, again, I mean, Ocean has always been pointing out that DE better get that chicken dinner for them, and hopefully today, this third map, could be that game changer for them. But then again, I mean, there are so many other teams that do need to pick up that pace, and hopefully they will be able to showcase that they are here to prove that worth, you know. Alongside that, will there be any prediction coming in from you,
See,
Johnny?
I'm going to turn my brain off and I'm going to speak from my heart. I want to see 7C perform.
I so do want. Exactly, I so do want to be able to see that as well. But with that, it is time to get busy with game number 3. It is time to move on to our casters, who are going to be none other than, of course, XP joined in with play.
Thank you for that, Blotter. Well, XP, looks like Johnny has turned his brain off. Hopefully yours is turned on, no pun intended. Because one thing we saw, we were sitting there in the green room, we were watching the game, then we were watching Miramar, and SEAL Team 6 Esports, back-to-back chicken dinners. And it was so very convincing, especially in Miramar compared to Erangel.
Especially, let me just bring something up which the analyst desk kind of did. I want to brush up on it once again. The last 5 teams, we had Seal in prime position. A1 Esports just played phenomenally in the last game, racking up so many kills. Carnage Esports doing their best as well, but it was just the timing, because had both teams pushed up on Seal at the same time, it could have been a different story. However, it's all about those little split-second decisions, which basically when PN Crew comes in from behind and wipes A1 Esports out, and Carnage got stuck with Skylight Gaming. So, not that I'm taking anything away from Seal Esports, those little things do add up, but what an amazing match. Now, this is going to be different because we're stepping back into Erangel.
We are indeed going to be jumping into Erangel, and Erangel being a map where, I won't lie, I have to agree with Ocean. He did touch upon how, you know, Deadeyes Guys, they're a team who should be performing. They have been kind of quiet, but
a couple of teams, in fact, high voltage.
They have struggled quite a bit as well. But you know what? I feel like the usual suspects have performed. A1 looked pretty good, although no one's really performed at the level of, let's say, Seal so far. Any predictions? Who do you think is going to take this? I want to believe in a hat trick. You know, I'm a believer. I like seeing. I want to see some domination, some more further domination coming in from Seal.
Looking at how they have that trigger discipline, how they're holding back at times. You know what? I would not actually be surprised if they do take the hat trick.
Well, let's see if that's going to play out. Let's see if it's going to play out the way we predicted here. It is going to be Erangel once more, ladies and gentlemen, the third game of the day. And we do have the playing path here. It's going to be between Kameshki and the Povka, heading once again towards Primoris. Now, are we going to be seeing any switch up in the drop locations?
Well, I mean, I think Venom Legends might have the work out if we have a similar circle because, well, they do love calling Primorsk their home. However, I want to go old school a bit. I want to see some action in Pochinki. Now, Z3us Esports and Carnage Esports, every now and then they love dropping down in that old town. So I want to see some action over there, but we're going to have to wait and find out well, the usual suspects are doing what they do best. R3D is going to be heading to the north. I want to see what Zeus does because they have gotten out. It would kind of seem like they are going to head down towards the military base side. However, they are going to be sticking probably just a little bit north near Milta this time around.
That could indeed be the case. The circle, of course, going to dictate which ways these teams are going to be gravitating towards later on. R3D, as usual, going to be heading towards their usual stomping grounds of Kameshki and Stalba. T2K, as usual, towards Milta, towards the eastern bridge. Going to be potentially bridge camping, depending on which way the circle is going to be. We've got Blood Legion as well, again heading towards Novo. And, of course, StalwartFlex heading towards the military base. And Venom Legends, they really haven't been challenged towards Ferry Pier, but with Seal dropping right next to them, it's a complete opposite. It is a complete 180 from game one. And if I'm R3D, I'm like, finally, thank you.
Finally, that drop has worked out for them. But quickly, let me just brush up something upon Seal Esports. Now, you would expect them in this circle, in this plane part, to head to the military base. I think they're going for the hat trick. They are just going for that unpredictability right now. That is why they've dropped in. Maybe they might get a few early kills. They might rotate from the left along the scenic western beach.
No way.
You never know.
It could happen.
That's what I'm talking about. In Miramar, Blay, I was just blown away by their trigger discipline right up till the end.
They were really popping some heads. 18 kills in those 2 games, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, and definitely a real possibility of them pulling off the hat-trick. At the same time, let's talk about T2K, right? I mean, they're a team everyone's been keeping an eye out for. PN Crew, Deadeyes Guys. I mean, A1 Esports as well. I mean, they've had some couple pretty solid back-to-back games. The only problem being it's just that Seal are way ahead of everyone else. 48 points, as you can clearly see over there. But A1 Esports, second place, 27, not bad at all. And if you look at the difference from the second place team to the 6th place team, that's T2K, a grand total of 7 points between these 5 teams. So it is still very much neck to neck.
It is neck to neck indeed. And just coming back to A1 Esports, and again, I don't want to be a stuck record, but, you know, they wasted maybe a little bit of time in the last game in Miramar, especially in that final circle. This time around, I would expect them to be moving a lot quicker because have a look at their position already. Dante is in the circle. Now, he's gone to the compounds near the farm, so his teammates are going to be trickling in slow and steady, making sure they have plenty of loot. And then who knows, they might just go radically for the center as far as just Naya goes, or they might be posting up on this hill just southeast of Pochinki.
Now, a team who Johnny mentioned, you know, he said, I'm going to turn off my brain, I'm just going to go with my heart, and I hope that 7C get a chicken dinner. They have 0 points in 2 games. Now, again, it's a long weekend. Today is Friday, we got Saturday, we got Sunday, we got 10, 11, 12. 12 more games apart from this one still remaining. So it's not like they're out quite yet. They always have the opportunity to come back into this game. But it has been a rough start for them. The question is, what did he need to switch up? Did you see anything which was kind of blatant, which was obvious for you?
Now, you know, I mean, before I just come to that, let me just say one thing. Yes, you are absolutely right that this is just the start of the Super Weekend. However, a couple of teams, I beg your pardon, have already set the tone, so to speak. Now, the next time somebody goes up against one of the Mongolian teams, be it Zeus or be it Seal Esports, they're going to have to think twice because the way that these guys have just started, they've pretty much just blown everyone out of the water. I do believe it's a 21-point lead that they do have over A1 Esports, who are in the 2nd position. So, I mean, you know, you gotta basically see who you're going up against. But right now, we do have the boys, the winners, in fact, the back-to-back winners on our screen. And I love the fact that Baron in the last game had that AWM with the desert skin. So I think he was completely head to toe. He was camouflaged. And, ooh, action just might break out.
Nima, oh, not looking good at all. He's all by his lonesome. He's on a rooftop. Now, his teammates are there. They're close by, but not in his building. And right now, he is being hounded. Preemptive nades. He's tossing everything he's got so very early. And if you look at Zeus, I mean, the second they sent the fear in the air, they're going on in for the kill. For Nima, it's about keeping them at bay for as long as possible.
Now, it is going to be keeping them at bay while his teammates kind of traverse around him, but something that he does have working for him is the fact that he has that rooftop access. Now, he can jump down if need be. However, there we have it. We just have some action break out. It's going to be Godless going up against Nima. Blake, can he hold his own right now?
He's going to jump. He's going to go for it. Oh!
Geronimo!
Ooh! Great movement. Great movement. Barely takes any damage. His ankles are very much intact, and he's pulled it off. All he had to do was drop on down, but doesn't really matter. Icy almost gets a knock onto him, and Icy is he's out in the open. He knows there are his teammates nearby, and Icy, there's ice in his veins, and he's going to draw first blood. Nima, he tried his very best to escape, to extricate himself from that position, and Icy, does he not know there are people shooting at him? He just doesn't seem to give a damn.
He doesn't indeed, and it looks like Gyalzen going down is going to be a bit problematic as well, which means, well, Nima is out of this game. However, Mafia Ninja and AJ have their work cut out for them. Now, I do see some movement in the background, so they've got to be quick because R3D could be potentially moving in a position to be basically, you know, stabbing them from behind. However, we do have that Mosin Lagan, as we all love these old school weapons. The question is, are we going to see any head pops? Because, yes, we did have a few snipers in the last game as well. However, that is action I did not witness.
That nade, that is such a massive nade coming on in. The res came in from Zeol, but Zeol didn't heal himself while he was going in for the res, meaning the nade, one more nade, and two of them are going to be down 6 feet under. So an exchange of early utility coming in from these two teams, and Godless almost getting knocked down as well. Those windows are being a bit of a problem for him.
Now this is where Mafia Ninja for DRS needs to go on that left flank. He needs to abandon his building and actually go in for the kill, because look, Godless is going to jump in. Somebody's got to go in for the revives. It does look a bit tricky. Icy and Zeol are in trouble, and I think Mafia Ninja right now is going to make sure that left flank is all his.
The second nade being deployed here, and DRS, they have so much utility to work with. So despite that early kill, and he lands the Kobe, and with that one nade, 2 kills. As AJ, he gets vengeance. He gets vengeance for his teammate. And although they lost Nima, the fact that Z3us Esports, that's the thing with Zeus, right? They live and die by the sword.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be going all in, and it's kind of expected. Sometimes you're going to come out on top, and sometimes you're going to get punished for it.
I wonder if the boys from Zeus know that you can actually revive and pick up your teammates, because it's like once they hit the deck, it's like, all right, this guy's out, now it's all on me. That is how these guys play. But now they have been reduced to a 2-man squad, and this time Zeol is out, and the man who has ice in his vein, Icy, is going to be out as well. So let's see what Abel and Godless are going to bring up. But elsewhere on the map, things are going to be heating up sooner than later, as everyone's coming in closer to one another's position, and well, sparks are definitely going to fly.
We can take a look very quickly at the map while we have a bit of a stalemate over here. Of course, we have A1 as well. They are all together. Can we take a look at the map very quickly, production? There we go. And I'm sure there's something which jumps out to you right now, XP.
There you have it, Z3us Esports. Like I said, they are going in for that hat trick. They're going to play it safe. The blue zone isn't going to do much. And we did kind of predict they're going to go on that little scenic drive along the West Beach. And there you have it. They're going to go all the way up to Georgie and then cut in possibly somewhere south of the shooting range, which is the right decision because, well, no one is there. Now, remember, you got to remember one thing. The plane path was a bit southern. So I think it's the right decision. They aren't going to expect a lot of people up there. And PN Legends, PN Crew, I beg your pardon, have a similar
They have
idea.
a legend in the team as well.
Well, I mean,
You're
I guess that's forgiven. They have a right idea as well. They are going to head up north. Now, they are playing it a little safe as well. My question is, if the zone does shift further down south, they might have a little difficulty coming in. But again, this is an early stage. So for now, I think they are in a good spot.
Everyone's almost in a good spot, but Venom Legends are driving past. I think that is StalwartFlex. And that's curious. No one really taking shots. Everyone's like, you know what, peace. You know, we're just going to try and get into the play zone first before we start wrapping up a few bullets. We take a look at the next circle, and R3D, they rotated from Kameshki all the way down south, and it was a right call. They're right now north of Lipovka. And if I'm not mistaken, there was no one towards Lipovka. No one really dropped there. So that is a town free for the taking. As we do have an M249, a very, very useful weapon, especially late game, mid to late game on this particular map. And we're going to be switching back over once more towards DRS and Zeus, where they haven't really moved yet. However, we do have a battle breaking out here. Blood Legion, who have been struggling so far. Nuclear, he's got to be careful. He's out in the open. Luckily, Jane's not going to quite land his shots. And Blood Legion looking like they're in a bit of a rough spot here.
A bit of a rough spot indeed, as they are going to lose a couple of members. And wait a second, did I just read that right? Did Void just run himself over with his own vehicle?
Yep, and fortunate for him, looking at the map,
That is something he wants to avoid in future. I'm sorry, Blair. I just had to do that.
Okay, Dad. Seal have. I'm just taking a look at the minimap on our side, and this one, it's just going to be trained T2K taking a few shots towards StalwartFlex, but not a single bullet connecting. They need to lead with the bullets here.
However, this little exchange has given Blood Legion enough time to scuttle away.
They have scuttled away to safety, and T2K, they don't need to budge. However, they are at the southern extremity. You can take a look at the minimap on the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, in the top right corner. You can see that they are at the southernmost extremity of the current play zone. So eventually they have to move on in if the circle doesn't quite favor them. We can also see Seal and Venom Legends. The res has come on in. You can see Void right next to Ruins, making his way in towards the play zone. But it can be messy. Seal and Venom Legends are literally right next to each other. The question is, who's going to get off the vehicles and start shooting?
And also, it is a bit of a risky maneuver because once you do get off, somebody could be driving in from behind and just literally run you over. We've seen that in the past, and it would not be a surprise watching that happen right now. But if I quickly have a look at the circle, you see everyone is going to be trickling in. Yasnaya does seem like the action might just head there later on. Of course, we are going to wait for a shift in the circle in the coming zones. Now, the question is, do you want to stay cemented in a compound, or you want to be high up in the mountains with the ability to move around willy-nilly? That is something, again, you know, it's a 50-50. Anything can work right now. What you need 100% is that presence of mind and the wit about you. You need to have a 360 visual if you want to survive till the end.
Let's take a look, though, at the map, because clearly no one's looking to take a fight right now. They're waiting for the third circle to come on in. And we should take a look at the map. Production?
Well, I think we've got to show the Mark 14 first because it's right on top of high voltage. And we were talking about we want to see some more action from this team. And, well, with the Mark 14, with that full auto, it could be devastating.
I just want to point this one out very quickly. Thank you for the map, production. P and crew are literally following the exact same path R3D did. The only difference being R3D moved a little bit more to a central position. But Seal have just cut their way straight through whatever the landscape they find themselves in, and they found themselves in a kind of a empty area.
And let's see if that works out, because in 3, 2, 1, maybe 1.5, the circle's going to shift, and it is beautiful.
R3D!
Dead smack center.
My word, I don't know if they know something we don't, but they're in a very good spot. So are Seal.
That is what you need from teams that are at the tippity top. That is that presence of mind I was talking about, Blay, because have a look, they knew the majority of the teams are going to be south of Yasnaya. They took the safest route, and now they're in the best position.
They're in the best position, but T2K, like, they were holding on to their watchtowers so early on, but we did see that they were at the edge of that play zone, and now with the play zones shrinking in further, they not only have a lot of land to traverse, but they're also going to have to pass through at least 1, 2, 3 teams at the minimum.
I doubt that, and I'll tell you why. Because what I think they should be doing is they can't brave the blue just a little bit. They need to head out east. They need to go to Lipovka. We'll come to that as action is going to break out between CNE and SG.
Well, it looks like Carnage, they are getting wrecked right now. And Heaven, he knows there's someone in the vicinity, but he's going to finish everyone off, but he's getting shot in return. But Heaven is so lucky to stay alive. And Manish, a second too late. He's alone in a 1v4. Can he find anything? No is the answer. And it is down to the one final member remaining alive for Carnage. It is Jiggle, and he is nowhere nearby. And all he can do is just look at a kill feed and watch his teammates fall by the wayside. Skylight Gaming, they came, they saw, they kicked ass.
They did kick ass indeed, and now I would love for all of you watching at home to see something. If we could just have the map come up on our screens. Now, we did talk about T2K going on a possible rotation to Lipovka, thinking they'd avoid all other teams. But do you know what happened? Is all of the teams kind of had the same idea, because now the left side of, or rather the southwestern aspect of the circle is empty, and all the teams are basically doing that same thing. Lipovka is now going to be the center of attention, of action, actually.
It is indeed, and right now, Jane out in the middle of the road. That is not where you want to take a nap, and because of that, Assassin will live up to his name and finish him off. Skylight Gaming, though, that was a nice... it wasn't a full squad wipe, but 3 points is still 3 points. They do get the 3 kills. They have all 4 players alive as well. They are on the edge of the play zone, and fortunately for them, there's no one nearby. Now, they might not be aware of this, but when we look at the map, we're like, yeah, these guys are very comfortable for the time being. Take a look at the standings, though. No team has been eliminated yet, however. We have Carnage down to 1 member. We have Zeus down to just the 2 members. They lost the 2 players early in the game, but no one eliminated yet. And we are entering what will be the 4th circle of the game, and not a single team getting wiped.
That is actually, I mean, kudos to all the teams for making sure that they are still in the game. However, the teams that have been reduced to 2-man squads or even solo are going to have problems as well. This is going to be a really common thing right now. Cars are going to be driving by and people are going to be shooting. But as you mentioned earlier, you have to lead your shots.
You have to lead a shot, and unfortunately, Deadeyes Guys, they need to be a little wary, because if we squint and look at the minimap, they're going to be driving past Venom Legends as well, who are on the... And there we go! They drive past Void, and Void finds a knock. Deadeyes Guys now exchanging a few bullets with PN, and PN crew not able to reply because they are... Actually, no, never mind. They do reply back, and Baron with a Car 98, he is going to get the knock. Actually, it was stolen away from him by Killer, and Baron from the distance. Deadeyes Guy, they're getting third-partied, and they are in a bit of a pickle.
A bit of a pickle indeed, but now we have a little bit of a curveball being thrown in as the zone is going to travel all the way down south, and now all the teams that kind of left Mansion thinking that, nah, there's no way that this is going to be in the circle are now going to be coming back.
I honestly don't know how I'm going to be doing the play-by-play commentary for this final circle, because every team's still alive. 53 players still in the running, and if you look at the right-hand side, it's like a polka dot. It's like a very ugly t-shirt of different polka dots, as Frypan will finish off on top. And Deadeyes Guys, well, they come dead last with 0 points to their name. That is an unfortunate end for one of the favorites.
Wait, did Johnny want him to be first from the top or from the bottom? I think
he wanted 7C.
Oh, 7C, I beg your pardon.
And 7C are still... Where are they?
They're still in there.
They're there, right here. 7C, and they have all 4 players alive. They haven't really got any kills yet, though. But hey, right now, it's about getting any points no matter what way they, in any way they can. Deadeyes Guy, though, you know, they are the one big name in the Super Weekend, where we're like, these guys have to be up there with Zeus, with Seal Esports, T2K, and all these guys. They right now have only 6 points in 3 games.
But the thing with Deadeyes Guys, what we saw in league play as well is they're the late bloomers. They need to get that momentum rolling, and once that ball is big enough, then they start crushing their opposition.
Well, right now, someone's crushing someone else. Blah, blah, blah is going to finish off another member of PN Crew, and PN Crew are not looking that great. R3D, they had a great rotation, and now this battle. Now, Seal need to push in, and they are getting gate kept by R3D. And that nade! Was that a nade, or was that a knock? It was a knock coming in. It is going to be Zake, and the 2 players down for R3D. That is a perfect opportunity for them to push on in, and Zake's going to push on in alongside Wally. And Joker's doing a great job getting 1 knock, looking for the second one as well. He stays alive, got a little bit of cover, a sliver of health to work with. He's going to be pushing out for the fight. He's being very brave. Wally's got to go prone. He's got to go for the real, and Joker's going to use that opportunity to head on into the building, try and heal himself for a couple of moments here. And this push, though, Wally bravely pushing in, hugging the wall, ensuring there's no line of fire from Joker as he heals himself for the time being.
R3D have a little bit of respite as F4 were the ones who were shooting them in the back. However, they are going to be engaged by XB Blood Legion. That means now it's going to be Seal versus R3D, and Joker is in prime position to make sure he does a lot of damage to anyone who wants to come in their building. But now, Seal they have to commit. They need to go in and get it done now.
That is something that they have shown they can do time and time again. Joker trying to delay the inevitable by the looks of it. He is basically in a 1v4, and he's getting pushed from every single angle. Nades being tossed on in. Wally, that's a team nade? Is that a smoke? What is that? Oh, that is a nade. That looked a little scary, but right now, if I'm Joker, I'm not laughing. I am not laughing at all. The flames everywhere. Utility being tossed on in. He's throwing his utility as well, preventing the entry, and he's got to apply his bandages, but another nade comes on in, and he tries, he might. I don't think the bandages are going to work. The blue is moved in as well, and Seal, they're just going to leave him be. They're like, you're all alone. What the hell are you going to do? You will have to push in behind us, and that's the opportunity for him to strike, but Joker from the window. He finds Baron. He could actually create a lot of problems here. He's going to finish off the player, and despite him still being left alone in the blow, he's still alive and kicking, and he's going to run on in. However, Once he pushes into the blue, I don't think he's going to make it. He's not going to make it.
Now, this is what happens when you have a big target on your back. Everyone knows that Seal Esports have back-to-back chicken dinners. They want to make sure that they do not get that third. Again, a valiant effort by Joker. He knew that he was going to go out, but he took as many as he could from Seal. But Zeus is going to be eliminated in the 14th position, which is 2 kills. Very uncharacteristic of them, Blay.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic indeed. Wally out in the open. Not looking good at all for Seal. Wally. I don't know if his last name is West, but he wish he was, and he could just leg it. But right now he's pinned down. 2 players left, and you just said, this position for F4, this is fantastic. They need to move eventually, but for the time being, they're going to hold on to this particular compound for as long as possible. As I say that, they're going to immediately get into vehicles. They know they don't want to just gatekeep. They need to get towards the play zone. But there is one team waiting for them nearby. It is going to be Blood Legion, who are looking good. As we switch over to StalwartFlex, all 4 players left alive, and they're close by. They should be fine, as long as no one looks in their direction.
As long as no one looks in their direction. Another team that has been quite silent, quite dormant, are the boys from 7C, but looks like they just might go up against PN Crew, and there you have it. They are, in fact, picking on a fight with DRS as Mafia Ninja is taken down, but Destroyer, he wants to destroy all his opposition, trying to find them, and oh my goodness, this is going to just be absolutely chaotic. That's not 1, not 2, but 3 teams on that little hill play.
That is just absolute carnage, and I think there's 1 member standing for both the teams here, and High Voltage. Actually, never mind. It's 1 member standing for StalwartFlex, actually. They have 1 lone member, 3 players knocked on down. He needs to go in for the rest, or he needs to run away. He needs to make up his mind right now. And Blood Ninja just waiting, holding the line. StalwartFlex, Crypto. What's he going to do? He's deploying a few smokes, but a nade sailing in. This is going to be so rough. They're pushing in. They're finishing them off. And StalwartFlex, Crypto, he's got to go big here. He's all by his lonesome. He's got to smoke for some cover for the time being, but he's dodging bullets left, right, and center.
Left, right, and center, but there is no moment for respite. PN Crew is eliminated, but some other team is going to come in and take their spot as T2K are now going to be joining the fray. But now Nuclear over here trying to lay down as much lead as he can, as he's the last man standing for his team, as Leo is going to be down on his knees. The question is he going to go in for the revive, or is he going to just try and survive over here? I think survival is the name of the game as far as this gentleman is concerned.
Oh, he's legging it. He is indeed legging it. In the meantime, Heaven X getting a player there. Dante finishing off T2K. Is that T2K getting eliminated? It is indeed. T2K, they will leave us. They will bow out of the server of the game. 4 kills to the name, not too shabby. And Nuclear waiting. They just walk on past him. He finds 1. Can he get another one? No, he can't. He almost gets 2 knocks. But then Voltrox spins around on his heels and he finishes him off. And valiant effort from the player there to stay alive for as long as possible. But Blood Legion will fall by the wayside. Seal now. They're out. Seal are out as well. They won't get the hat trick, but they do get 3 kills, so that's something. And considering they've crossed the 50-point barrier, I don't really think they care.
I don't think they're going to really care about the points, but again, it was all about, you know, the bragging rights that would have come with it. Well, getting back-to-back chicken dinners is no small feat as well. But of course, when you have such a big target on your back, it could be devastating. Imagine had that been a grenade and not a smoke grenade. That could have been devastating for High Voltage.
That would have been a nightmare indeed. Wolverine, F4, the Pakistani crew looking pretty solid right now, but you can't count out the side of Skylight Gaming, man. There are 9 kills. They are on a streak, a rampage at the moment. Mafia Ninja from DRS will be found out, and with that, he was a lone man standing for DRS Gaming. He'll be taken down. Fear taking a couple of shots from 7C, but he will just get the knock before he, in turn, gets knocked down to his knees by High Voltage. 7C, they have all 4 players alive, but they have 0 kills and 2 of them have been knocked down, so they need to go for the res real quickly before the rest of the teams push on into the position.
A couple of teams that are really surprising me so far. Again, of course, A1 Esports, they are holding their own, all 4 members intact. Team F4 Esports are coming in strong this game as well. Khan is currently down, bleeding on his knees, but their positioning is just phenomenal. Destroyer, in fact, is in a wonderful position, but have a look at that. All of this is dwarfed by the number of kills that Skylight Gaming have right now. In fact, they have all 4 members alive, 11 kills to the name already, and now the 2 teams I was talking about are clashing as A1 takes on F4 head-on.
Skylight Gaming, they've smashed through the skylight. They're reaching for the stars right now. Chari on a dominant streak as we have players starting to fall. Chari, he knows where Voltrox is. Joker on a rampage as well. 5 kills for Joker already, and we still have a number of players alive. Down to the final 5 teams. It is going to come down to Skylight Gaming. 7Cs though, still alive. High Voltage as well. Cooney He's going to get a kill with the nade, and now it's a waiting game. Each and every one of these teams have found their little safe haven for the time being, but it's not going to be safe after about 10 seconds. Voltrux, the last remaining player for F4. Apart from that, for almost every other team, there are 4 players alive, 3 players alive for A1, 3 players alive as well for High Voltage. For Voltrux, how quiet can he be?
That is the question indeed, and I'm actually kind of surprised that High Voltage and 7C are in this game, are in the final 5 teams so far, because we were talking about it, that these are teams that we need to be up there. It's not characteristic seeing 7C right at the bottom with 0 points. Well, that is definitely changing after this game, but now, you were right that, luckily for them, the circle has kind of shifted a bit further down south, which means these buildings are still going to be in contention. However, this is when the barrage of grenades starts, and you've got to be at the windows, but you got to be away from the windows as well. So that is a little bit of a dance that they have to do with death indeed, as Leon is going to be getting ready for one of the first grenades. Let's see if it is going to be a good one, because Fair wants to reciprocate with the nade of his own. Looks like he just might go into it, and Heaven gets knocked out.
The timing on that, it couldn't have been any better, but he in turn will be knocked on down. They're just exchanging bullets, exchanging knocks. Fear needs to go big, he needs to go for the reload. He's going to peek around the corner, but unfortunately for him, Joker's ready and waiting. They're going to kiss each other in the face, and somehow Fear, he goes prone, and he gets a knock, and he gets the kill as well. Oh my word. Skylight Gaming, that 4 alive 10 seconds ago, and now Chari is a lone man standing. He's got to get the rest on Leon, but he needs to deploy the smoke. 7C though, oh, did he get the kill with a nade? Or no, I think he just died to the blood loss. Rez comes on in the very last second, a sliver, and once more, it's now a 2v2 again between 7C and SGX.
Beautiful effort on Chari's part to make sure that he picks up his teammate, and the fact that they are in this little bit of dip means that they are safe for now. As far as A1 goes, but talking about that, they are reciprocating double nades going out. The 2 Love gets taken down. Fair almost knocked out as well.
Fear barely alive here. He can't go in for the res. The smokes everywhere, and Fear is trying to lie prone, hoping nothing goes his way. Nothing, no bullets go in his direction. Look at Chari clearing at the house. He knows where they are. He's going in for the hunt. He's going in for the kill. He's going to DPS out. Actually, no, he's just going to leg it. He's going to leave 7C. Chari with the... Actually, True Love just bleeding out there. He wasn't able to reach Fear in time. Fear, the lone man standing though, and Chari is keeping Fear at bay. Fear dodging nades in the smoke, but eventually the smoke will clear.
It will dissipate, and once it does, Skylight Gaming think that they're in a good position. They've got to act quick, because A1 Esports and High Voltage, who haven't really been active so far, are going to be coming in from behind. Now the question is, are they going to directly go in for their position, or are they going to have a clash on their own? Because as soon as those bullets start flying, well, you are going to be giving audio cues as to where your position is, and like that, Sinister was spotted out and is taken down by Assassin.
All the High Voltage knowing that A1... Oh, he's going to be finished off as well. They waste no time. Look at them. The second they get the knock, they push on in, and Assassin will fall. 9boy and Dante still alive for A1 for A1 Esports. They have 6 kills to the name. High Voltage with a very good chance of winning this. They are the only team with 3 players alive. Everyone else down to 2 members, and in fact, one of them, only 1 player remaining.
And a beautiful play by High Voltage over here. They know where the enemy is, but they are going to traverse along the edge of the blue circle, go down south where they knew a fight did take place. And of course, there's only one gentleman standing over there. 7C's Fair. Now, Fair does have an idea that people are coming, but he's been spotted out because, well, you can see through those bars. And with that, 7C's are going to be out in the 4th position with a decent 3 kills to their names. But now play down to the final 3. High Voltage coming under fire.
They're coming into fire. They got a little too overeager. Dante gets a knock, but a quick reply coming in from Ozzy. And the res, is it going to be going in? Yes, it is. 9 is going to be going for the res. Meanwhile, bear in mind, there's another player still alive and hiding inside of the corner. It's Chari. Chari from Skylight Gaming. Skylight Gaming they have like 15 kills at this point, if I'm not mistaken. A chicken dinner would be the cherry, the icing on the cake. High Voltage though, res coming in. They have 3 alive. The 3v2v1. Chari, he's got that little hut to work with for now. But for how long? In the circle will eventually shrink on in. He's been spotted out. 9boy's going to take him on out. And now it's a 2v3 in High Voltage. They might just be going in for the kill now.
That could have completely been avoided because he had no reason to move out. He could have in fact even gone inside the building. However, it is what it is, and now we are down to the final 2 teams. A 3v2 situation between A1 Esports and High Voltage. High Voltage definitely looking good, but A1, they are carrying that momentum forward in just pristine condition, and now that is the last bandage that has been administered. Dante, now I know he doesn't want to go back to his Inferno just yet. The question is, he's going to take someone down with him.
Well, if he's going to go down, he wants to take them straight down to hell alongside him, but it looks like High Voltage have enough utility to flush them out of their position. They're going to take the fight. A couple of bullets ringing out. They're so close to each other. Dante goes in for the push. It's all down to 9boy. I don't think there's anything he can do. They're going to be pushing him from multiple directions. He finds one, but that's all he's going to find. And there you have it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. One in style. High Voltage. They electrify and they electrocute everyone in their path.
There you have it, of course, elation on the faces of all the kids, and well, that was a well-deserved victory. Like I said, they played very intelligent right up until the end. They knew what the enemy was, they did not go in for the kill, and well, before that, let's just have a look at all that moolah on our screens. This time again now, that $1,000 is going to go to High Voltage and not Seal Esports.
Yeah, Seal Esports, I mean, I think they're going to be okay with it. I really feel for the team who got Wachari. I mean, listen, Skylight Gaming had like 14 to 15 kills.
They were just going ham.
They were going ham. If he hadn't pushed off from that position, it would have been magnificent. I need to catch my break off this. I think we've been blessed with some incredible back-to-back games so far.
Incredible back-to-back games, but we still have some more in store for you. While we catch our breath, we're going to switch to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3, and it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun. With that, we just got done with game number 3 on Erangel, and that was just an intense affair that eventually, of course, was moved on down towards the team that we wanted. We wanted one of those teams to be able to take a chicken dinner, and we've gotten one. With that, let's move on to the analysts and ask them what they think.
Well, it was an impressive game nonetheless, and I mean, some of the best fights has actually come down from this one.
Absolutely, and with that, let's also have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game, and that is on our screens, Joker coming in from Skylight. I mean, Skylight was dominating with the kill department today.
I mean, they definitely were.
91 healing done, just 91 healing done.
Double
Wow.
digits, that's it. So this is a particular stat where less is the best.
Yeah.
And as you said, Skylight, well, the domination was definitely in their favor, and in those final few fights, they were in a bad situation, but they made the best out of the worst as well.
I mean, talking about the team, you know, they already had, what, 14 kills for themselves,
Yep.
and so now it's where Nepal region is just outshining. First and second game, it was on to the ups and downs, but the third game is where I would say these teams are doing the best that they do.
Absolutely, and with that, we move on towards the top players, where, of course, you've got, well, 3 players coming in from Skylight itself, and Assassin from High Voltage.
15 kills in total for the players of Skylight Gaming. That is just impressive.
Wow. Shari, Heaven, Joker, all these players are out here. Assassin, if we just talk about this one, obviously the player was looking really happy after that chicken dinner. Obviously, the thing that they earned and enjoyed. But all these stats, it's not like, you know, one player shying away in one thing and the other one's excelling in the other. Because they have all stats like pretty close to each other. Almost 700 to 800 damage for the players and whatnot, and 5 kills, 4 kills. So it was a pretty close affair.
Exactly, and Assassin, I want to talk about that one, lad, because he was the cornerstone for his team during the league play days, and once again, in the Super Weekend as well, he proves to be the same thing. Again, getting all those kills, helping his team push forward, and that final push coming in from his side as well, that level of aggression, just trying to close things out as fast as possible. That was really important.
That was really needed as well when it comes to this team, because that is the kind of points that they wanted to, of course, walk away with, and they've done so gracefully. Let's have a look at the match ranking from this game and find out when it comes to the entirety of this game. Of course, Skylight Gaming is on top with those skills.
Wow.
Just because of those skills.
I mean, this is the first time I would say, you know, I have seen as per the team that was on third, because of the kill domination that they had, they jumped up, and that was a brilliant jump for them.
And you know what?
Yeah.
we know who gets the $1,000.
Yep.
High voltage.
Yeah, I mean that's true. And, yeah, high voltage gets $1,000 for the chicken dinner. Obviously, that's true. Even esports is out here with the third position for themselves. 7C did really good in this one. Team F4, well, they were on the 5th position. Stalwart was on the 6th, so that was good. But DE, they still need to open up right now. Yeah.
You predicted the northern circles to be in the favor of DE, and well,
because they have always been good with their rotations on the northern side. I don't know, it just went upside down for them.
This just proves you can't be too overconfident in your situations. Even if you have good rotations in one part of the map and the circle is going to head in that direction, you still need to be careful.
Because that happened once they saw, like, it was, going on to the sides of Yasna and the lower side. What they did is they started rotating early, and that was one thing that they always do. They focus on the rotations, they try to stay inside the circle, then they take the fights. But I don't know what thing just went on to the other.
See, you have this read, all the other teams have this read as well, and that is the thing, you can't be too predictable.
Well, again, I mean, you guys were talking about, team adjusting their drops, changing perhaps as well. This time around, they ought to do so, because now is the moment that they need to be able to showcase that sort of a performance. With that, of course, we've got the zone and the rotations.
So I love one thing about Team Seal out here. You see, they were still outside the blue circle, still, moving with the circle because they had to do this. They wanted that, now they wanted to cross the 3,000 marker, right, for themselves. So they were trying to go for this one. But in that as well, they were caught up in a few fights that were not the good fights for them. And that kind of just went down. This is where you'll see things happening, right? XP Legion, for the first time, the zone was favoring them at this particular moment, but the fights were not as per se.
Here's what I like. I like how 7Cs played this one out.
Yeah.
They remained calm. They knew that aggression fights were not going out in their favor.
Yeah.
So they just completely avoided them. And they played for survival. They got those survival points in their favor. And once, this is where it was a do or die situation towards the last circle. And that is where we saw 7C make that push towards that, towards those compounds. Then they tried to pick up those fights in those final few situations, because that is what was needed to be done. But before that, they needed those points and they got those placement points.
They certainly did, and with such ease is not exactly the word, but it certainly was, because all 4 players were alive. They were able to just get that woken in their favor in the final few moments of that game indeed. But with that, let's have a look at the entire summary of this entire saga that we just witnessed on this map with the Oppo moments.
Yeah, I mean, just this is where all started. And Beam's use, obviously, they wanted to just go for the domination right from the start, but the things were not in their favor, as we just witnessed. And Skylight, well, domination that they had on this map, it was more of a brilliant feat of gameplay.
Well, definitely, it was brilliant gameplay from their side, but then we see Team Seal taking on the players of DE out in the open, and as you said, caught between the rotations. From the side of Seal, again, another interesting thing would happen when they try and take on the players of F4 as they were passing them by.
Yeah, and they use the grenades, and that's something that just started shunting them out in a few things. But as we just see high voltage out here, so they were trying to take all the good fights for them. But this was the moment that we were talking about, right? You can see Nuclear, he was not fast in switching the guns, and obviously the thing that those things happen out here, and that's where he lost the fight. But this is where the final moments were happening as per. And 7C, they started off good with the fights, but the thing is, SG took the best out of them.
Alright, my bad. So it was XP Blood Legion taking on F4, and Seal versus R3D was the fight that I was trying to recall. But then we transition forward towards the end of this game, and well, Assassin, he might be on his knees, but his team helped him out get the victory over there, just closing things out quite perfectly. And well, it is a complete turnaround, as we do see, and the damage graph is here again.
Alright, well, in this one, you can see one thing, that Skylight has a massive damage for themselves. And there are 2 teams that, obviously went past 2,500 mark in the damage numbers. But then there are a few, 2 as well, onto the 1,000+ marker.
Yeah, but I want you to notice this. The teams with the 1,000+ markers, those are from that final fight.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, the maximum damage came down from the final fight, and that's because of one thing. Obviously, the circle's giving you the damage as well. You gotta capitalize on that. Like on your opponents, you gotta do that as well. Plus, you are trying to take all the fights, knocking them down, and maybe not finishing them, so that your opponent's teammates get a bit, in a way, like trying to bait them and all those things. So it happens in the final fights.
Yeah, because we saw the baiting sort of situation being created by the players of Skylight Gaming as well. Once they took down 2 players from 7C inside that house, they waited a couple of moments and then the nades went in to try and finish off like basically the bunch in one go. But that did not happen. The players of 7C read the situation. They moved out of the compound, which I mean did not really work out, as we did see just one player, Fio, was the last player surviving, and then he was also picked off.
Exactly. I mean, again, you were talking about it in the green room as well. When it comes to Fio and his gameplay for the entirety of the team, there was a few more moments that could have actually worked out in their favor. But never mind. I mean, that was just the kind of gameplay that, of course, was showcased from that lad. But eventually, it was just the team that we wanted to see take a chicken dinner. And, of course, that implies that when it comes to the overall ranking, this team is going to be able to now pick up the pace and move on along on to the entire saga. Because, of course, that is what was needed from this team.
Wow. Look at the jump. 8 placements. High Voltage jumped onto the 4th position for themselves. 32 points for them. Skylight also had a good jump, obviously, you know, the kill numbers that they have showcased. But A1 Esports, they are highest in the kill numbers right now. 22 for them, 21 for Seal Esports. We just talk about this one. So the major thing that A1 Esports need to focus is on maybe a chicken dinner, probably.
Yeah, get a chicken dinner and then they will be able to surpass CE Esports right there. But apart from that, I mean, the top 3 teams just focusing on those skills and just proving how important the aggression is in this tournament. But as we move to the second page of the standing, 9-16, this is what I like. 7C Esports, they had a good game for themselves. Finally, they get themselves on the board and bring in those 11 points.
Yeah, they started good because before this game, obviously, they had no placement points, no kill points for themselves. But now, as they're starting up the journey, they wanted to pick up the momentum, and with this one, they surely are.
Well, I mean, the lobby is actually divided, right? We look at the first page onto the second page on the 16th position. There's a big, massive difference when it comes to those points. Of course, you're looking at XP Blood Legion that we are, of course, wanting to see a bit more of a synergistic gameplay from. But eventually, I mean, that conversation can be led down towards Deadeyes Guys as well. These teams need to showcase a bit more when it comes to these super weekends.
Exactly. I mean, especially XP Blood Legion, I would say, since the players are new, this is going to be the first experience playing against these big names. They might be under a little bit of a pressure, but Deadeyes Guys, they had good performance in the league play. This team is a team of veterans. I mean, they have played on the international stage again and again and again, so they should bounce up.
They certainly should. I mean, this is going to be the 3rd PMPL that they're already a part of. I mean, they have the experience working in their favor. Somewhere along the line, it's perhaps the lobby that has somewhat understood this team. But with that, let's move on to game number 4, for which, of course, let's have a look at the schedule. Till now, we've, of course, completed 3 games. Now we move on back to Sanhok.
Whoa, let's talk about Sanhok, right? The snakes are going to bite in this one for sure. And you know my nightmares in Sanhok, right? A guy with a ghillie suit and obviously using a VSS. That's the thing that's
can't see them, can't hear them, and you just die.
You just feel. You just feel the wrath. Yeah, that's the thing. But if I'm to talk about something, I'll say one thing, and that is Mongolian teams have showcased their incredible gameplay. And if we talk about you know, teams from Nepal, they have also, but maybe the other regions might just step up.
Exactly. I mean, when you talk about Sanhok, you have to, of course, mention PN Crew in certain sense, because again, when it comes to the game, when it comes to, well, Sanhok, this team certainly did showcase a lot, but this time around, Map Chance is giving us a different story.
Team Seal, imagine if they get it again, because obviously it's going to be Team Seal's day for sure, but DE has a good map chance in this one, R3D and FS as well. So talk about the kill numbers and whatnot. I would say average skills is really good with Team Seal, but the other teams would like to perform good.
Exactly, the other teams are definitely going to look to perform, and this time I'm going to go with R3D, because the lads are trying to make that push forward, and they have had those aggressive performances, specifically coming out of from Sanhok. I mean, this is where they get their most kills from, so I'm going to be seeing how they do. I think they're going to be somewhere in the top 4.
I would kind of feel the same, but then what I would say is like any team from Pakistan region and Bangladesh region, because we have seen Nepal region dominating in the previous game, and we have seen Mongolian region obviously.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, when it comes to that hungry domination, right? We've seen Mongolian teams just take a step further, take the game to a different league altogether. But in that doing so, of course, they're creating enemies. Those enemies could very well come back and bite them, which, of course, implies, well, it's only time will tell, sort of a question. But any predictions coming in from you guys for Sanhok?
These were ours.
R3D top 4, that's it.
All right, with that, let's move on to our casters, who are today going to be none other than Fixus and Necro.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay, and what an evening are we witnessing. Such circles, you know, I've never seen them before. They're so surprising. Now, heading on to Sanhok, the first Sanhok of the Super Weekend. You know, I think for me, I would really want A1 to get this chicken home. But what about you, Necro?
Well, to be honest, even yesterday, we did see A1 do an absolutely phenomenal job inside Sanhok, and I really feel like this might be their game as well.
They certainly can. I mean, the lads are racking up so much number of kills. They are getting the momentum. They are feeling it. And we have seen that 16 kill chicken dinner. So right now, the odds are in their favor. But once you head into Sanhok, anything can possibly happen. And, talking about the other teams, Blood Legion, what do you think is going wrong with them?
Well, if you didn't notice one thing, Rayan isn't in their roster right now. He isn't playing.
He's the highest fragger of the PMC of Bangladesh region.
Exactly, and if he's not being playing, then of course that is going to be affecting the lineup as well. And I really feel like somewhere down line, that is a main factor.
Could be. I really want him to come back in this particular game. Blood Legion has got what it takes. I think it's just the nerves racking. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird is in the sky with the flight path trajectory going all the way from Mongnai to Itsami. Considering how this flight path is kind of dissecting the map into two halves.
Exactly, a beautiful plane flight path, as I would like to call it. Of course, now two teams over here might actually clash off early. If Carnage and Blood Legion drop onto the same spot, which is preferable by them, of course, Cam Charlie being the spot there. If both of the teams decide to drop onto their initial drop spot, then we might see an early fight breaking down. But of course, Blood Legion this time seems like they are going for Cam Charlie as well, as they have taken that late exit, but no. They are going somewhere. Oh, interesting change of decisions coming from Blood Legion. A little bit of curveball being thrown.
Yeah, of course. Some turn of events is what we are really witnessing. And kind of a default Sanhok circle again. But this sort of takes me back to the first day where we had that, three areas, and the water circle being formed over there. But Blood Legion with a new strat, but sort of being oblivious about Team Seal just being beside them. So they did their homework right, kind of anticipating Carnage dropping off at Cam Charlie, but could not really figure out that Team Seal is right in their vicinity.
Exactly. Now, of course, TDK going for that preferable drop spot is, of course, going to be Mongnai. And now Seal might be going head-to-head against Blood Legion, as Blood Legion have put on an absolute surprise factor inside the game, changing their initial drop spot. And now Seal, are they going to be expecting them? Probably they will. And take a look at Skylight Gaming as well. Now, take a look at them. They have the entire bootcamp area for themselves, and that is going to be a massive factor as well.
And the reason why? Because Future Station is not playing.
Yeah.
So might as well take the boot camp.
Yep.
So they've kind of gone in for a very interesting split. It's a 3-1. And we can see Leon trying to block off those areas. But look at Wally already spotting out Gyro and taking him down before he even realizes what is happening. Now again, Blood Legion off to a really bad start. But Ryan, he needs to make a run for his life.
Ryan is back again.
Yeah.
He's back inside the game again. Now, Gyro, of course...
Damage has been done.
Yeah, the damage has been done, though. Of course, Gyro, one of the big names inside Blood Legion squad, going down early off. It's going to be a massive casualty for them as well. But Ryan is back, and I really hope that he might be able to put on a phenomenal gameplay for us on the board.
They're completely looking to be, they're completely in shambles, to be honest. There's no perfect way to describe that. So they are trying out something new that they have not done in the past. And they have are not really acquainted with the nooks and crannies of that area. So they're having a lot of trouble kind of trying to traverse around. So considering how Seal have now spotted them down and have managed to take out one of their players, they're kind of sure that there might be someone playing around Tambang. But now in Sanhok, rotations are very crucial. And when I'm talking about rotations, it's the timing that I want to focus upon. Look at Team Zeus right now. They've already, dropped off near the quarry area. Now they are making their move. Maybe want to take on towards those eastern compounds that we have around bootcamp, because that's where the circle might be headed to.
Exactly. Rotation and zone is, of course, like the main factor inside the game when it comes to the Sanhok map. And now Khan has his sights locked onto the players of 7C, but doesn't really seem like any shots will be taken, as Turulov is safe for now. He doesn't have any clue that Khan is just lurking around in those nearby vicinity. Of course, Khan being that silent assassin doesn't really want to give his position away by making any of those rookie mistakes. And this might be his shot. He is out in open. Turulov is progressing inside the fight. Of course, the aggression is coming through, but another fight breaking down. And this time, Blood Legion on a aggressive step as they've taken down Baron.
They certainly have, and will get the confirmation ASAP. And that is exactly what they needed. You know, they needed that booster. You know, they need to have their morals really going high, because if you do not do that, I think you're just gonna keep falling down as they are. But Blood Legion, they've got what it takes to be one of the best, to be one of those names, because they are the pride of Bangladesh that we have been seeing, the kind of domination that they had put during those PMCO stages. But hey, we're in the Pro League, you've got better teams. But look at Khan. He's already taken quite some chunk of damage, already has his helmet popped off. Barely just 10% HP on that helmet. Does not really have any meds to work out. Needs the backup, and maybe the cavalry is finally here.
Exactly. Now 7C, of course, have they spotted the cavalry? That is going to be a main factor, but 7C don't really seem like they are interested in challenging the fight. Look at Wally's position. Dominic, I feel like he's not going to be expecting Wally over here initially, but of course, a beautiful decision coming in from Dominic. Not going to be exposing his body initially, so he's just going to be backing out, playing it as safe as he can. Doesn't really want to give his kill away that easily, which will make sense, because each and every step you take is going to be crucial inside the Super Weekend.
You know, my mind is racking up. I'm still trying to anticipate where the circle is going to be heading out to. And, well, 7C have finally managed to take down, can't put him out from his misery. But Dominic, well, he was on a scooter stroll and has been taken down instantly. You know, Wally making no mistakes. Saki confirming the kill, and Team Seal off to 2 kills already, but 1 casualty, and that's a big one. Baron himself.
Exactly, and now they need, Blood Legion do need to realize that Scooter is not the vehicle that you need to use while rotating inside the game, and certainly they are paying off the price, as now Blood Legion, of course, they are separated way far away, Leo being the man away from the player initially, Ryan, and now the fight is breaking down between Carnage and Zeus. Of course, Zeus taking down a player from Carnage, already losing out on 2 of their players. Carnage are in a massive water trouble, and same goes with Zeus as well. Now Zeus, of course, Godless being the man to get those confirmation kill. Of course, he is going to be hungry for those kills as well, shooting his teammates in the process, but doesn't really matter. Of course, the confirmation will be there. Zeus are looking absolutely good, but take a look at Skylight Gaming. They are in the back lines. They have their sights locked onto the players of Zeus, but certainly the exposure is not being shown from the Zeus players, and that is going to be a brilliant choice of decision.
I think they have sort of brought themselves in a very sticky position, because now Skylight Gaming are going to be kind of constantly rotating themselves around and would be trying to find the angle. And if not Skylight, you've got Z3us Esports also coming in from the back lines. And now we know that Zeus is a team that's really infamous for being caught off guard. But look at Leon, the control, the way, the discipline on that spray, taking IC down. But you know, it's not going to come down to anything, because Abeliamo, any single moment, he'll just come in and get the revive.
Exactly. What a precision coming in from Leon there, just tapping his head out. And of course, Billy is going to be getting the res onto his teammate, which is going to be Icy. He will be back on his feet as the airdrop is on the map. And of course, it's the devastating op.
Yeah, it is the big green cannon, as we all love to call it. But hey, Baron is not there anymore. He's not alive. I mean, is someone really going to go for it? Because my friend XP loves that weapon, but I certainly do not. I have second thoughts about it, at least in Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Sanhok, of course, being the map where a lot of fights happen in those close quarters, which does make sense, you know, if you're not going to be using that AWM. But of course, it's more kind of like a style weapon inside Sanhok. You know, if you have known those, when you hit those headshots, it just feels really good.
Yeah.
You get that initial pleasure inside your body. You know, just the feeling is just so good.
Well. Deadeyes already starting to rotate. Now they certainly know that you've got PN crew right down below. So you got to figure it out as to how do you want to rotate. Now, if Deadeyes decides to rotate from the northern bridge, now that's a good rotation. But at the same time, you've got to tackle with R3D. And if you manage to take a fight with them, maybe teams like High Voltage might capitalize on that situation.
Exactly. And now talking about capitalization, of course,
Vengeance.
Zeus are in a massive water trouble as Ziol has went down. And of course, the confirmation will be there as Snipe YT getting the vengeance. Of course, the revenge is there as Carnage Snipe YT looks pretty angry the initial spot he's left. Of course, last man surviving for the team, and it seems like he's not going to be taking that passive and the passive step this time, and being quite aggressive as he has managed to take down a player of Zeus. Now, Zeus, again, in a massive water trouble. Even in the previous game, Zeus weren't really doing that good as they got eliminated, or not eliminated exactly, losing 2 other players out in a fight against DRS.
So the problem with Zeus is what I'm really figuring it out is they sort of step overboard. You know, they sort of overcome it in fights, and that is exactly what happened in Yasnaya. You know, there was no reason for IC to make such movements. He was caught off guard. He was taken down. Another player went in for the revive, and he was also put down to his misery there as well. But considering how the circle has finally taken the shift towards the eastern side, we still have the western island in contention though. But any single moment it can shift. But quite a lot of traffic around the southern area. Anything can possibly happen. Now, I really like how A1 Esports are taking things slow.
Exactly. One thing I really want to point out over here is that high voltage, no matter what is going down, they will always take the same route to rotate. And this actually impresses me, no matter what kind of circle it is. But now, MK14 being the weapon, one of my favorite guns. And I'm pretty sure even you like it.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. You know, given any circumstances, any map, this is one of those weapons that absolutely shines. All you need is that extended quick draw and maybe a compensator along with the cheek pad. I mean, if you have it fully stacked up, this is the weapon to go.
The more the better.
Yeah, the more the better, as they call it. But, well, you know, let's talk about 7C. This has been one of those teams, you know. In the last PMPL, they had Hungry Box. They were so aggressive. But after he joined Deadeyes, of course, after that small stint with Vibes, 7C has been looking a bit off. This is one of the teams that used to be really aggressive. Another of those teams that used to be really brilliant in the maps of Vikendi, now that we do not really have. So 7C are sort of struggling, so as to say.
Exactly. In the previous map of Erangel, 7C did a phenomenal job at survival.
Yeah.
And we have to give credits for them as well, as they were those last few teams surviving inside the map, as so many fights were happening at the same time, and they still managed to, you know, juke a lot of fights out and managed to survive. Now, of course, taking a look at XP Blood Legion and 7C, the fight might be erupting anytime soon. They are moving so close to them, and seems like the fight will be going down.
Any single moment.
Yep,
yes.
Any single moment.
But, you know, now teams have sort of, you know, slowed down the pace a bit. They've realized, you know, they can go in for those engagements, prioritizing the locations. But Leo entering into uncharted territories, being completely unaware of what was really waiting for him. And it all comes down to the last player, Ryan. Look at his face right now. He's in shock, and well, he's sort of disappointed, and I can understand that. You know, these are the new kids in town. They are your champions coming into the pro leagues. You've got high expectations from them, and you know, it's still the starting days. I think once the week sort of progresses, once we enter into week number 2 or maybe week number 3, that's when we might see Blood Legion, you know, picking up the pace. Maybe they are the late bloomers. But this time, however, high voltage with a really interesting set of rotation.
That's a drastic change over here. Like, I did not
That's
expect
smart.
high voltage. Yeah, that is quite smart though, of course. Now, of course, they are going to be moving from those bottom left lines, and if they do that, of course, there's no team in those nearby phases to actually cast them off guard. But take a look at the on the right side of the map. Now over here, StalwartFlex and Venom Legends, the fight might be erupting anytime soon, and we do know StalwartFlex, they are always on the aggressive path. They do like to take or challenge those fights, or even they are not kind of a people who actually back out from a fight, as the fight will be breaking down between P and Crew and Seal. Of course, Seal being one of the most consistent team today.
Yeah, I mean, 100% getting those 2 chicken dinners, being denied the third, and we have seen Seal getting a chicken in Sanhok. So, can potentially do that, as we do see Killer just trying to pepper down a few bullets with the QBU. Now, this is one of those DMRs that's kind of exclusive to Sanhok only. And a lot of players do not really go for DMRs in Sanhok, to be honest. If not MK14. I mean, the gods of PUBG are certainly blessing them, but nobody really wants to risk their bodies. Nobody really wants to put their bodies over there, because you know it's Sanhok at the end of the day. Someone might just be prying out at you.
$1,000 are on the line as well, Fixes, if you get the chicken dinner. So, of course, no one would want to expose their bodies that easily, as Rafat has been caught off guard on the open ground, and he is trying his best to get the smoke down as well, but a little too late, as Rafat has been capitalized by StalwartFlex, and he has been taken down, losing out on 2 of their players. Steel Shot getting caught off guard as well. Frypan barely making it out alive. Now, of course, that stone is going to be providing them that essential cover, but Venom Legends already losing out on 2 of their crucial players and left out with just 2. Frypan spotting Uzum. Beautiful accuracy coming in from this man. And now they are on the same page. Venom Legends and StalwartFlex, they are on the same page as well. Of course, the confirmation will be there on the Uzum. And seems like the hunters are getting hunted.
They certainly are. You know, after getting those 2 knocks, that was the cue to push. But you know what StalwartFlex did wrong? They were sort of divided, right? They were not in the right minds. 2 of the players pushing in, 2 of the players doing something that they should not be, and that really costed in their demise. And they were sort of in the dark about their opponent's position. And Venom Legends is one of the teams that if you give them an opening like this, they are certain to punish you. And that is exactly what they did over here. But, you know, moving on, Venom Legends, another team that we need to touch upon because they are one of those aggressors. They are one of those teams that really go in for the fight, go in right at your face, take it down. But Rapid not really having the kind of a start, and Frypan did try to get onto its flank angle and was punished instantly. Well read by the boys from StalwartFlex.
Exactly, and seems like Blade is really angry. If you take a look at his webcam, that man looked angry, and seems like he will be taking a lot of players down if he keeps on playing with that anger. And of course, seems like StalwartFlex are doing an absolute phenomenal job. Crypto might get caught off guard, taking a lot of damage, and wow. Steel shot, you are just an absolute inhuman machine being. What are you doing?
He's made those magical plays, and you know, I would never doubt this one play. But at the same time, you know, you have to criticize Crypto's movement. There was no need to, you know, try to expose your bot. You could have gone in from the right hand side, but here we have the players of Team Seal going after this poor man. Blood Legions, Ryan all by himself. 3 players charging right at him, the back completely pouncing at him and eating him out. And with that, Blood Legion are your first team to get eliminated, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that is a massive elimination coming in. I actually feel quite sad for Ryan there. I feel bad for him as he was trying his best to keep his team alive. But again, Seal seems like they have no mercy as they have taken Blood Legion down as well. And now StalwartFlex again being one of the teams which is dominating the entire squad of Venom Legends. They have them locked out in their initial positions, and they're not going to be letting them move as easily as Steel Shot and Void. They actually want to make a rotation. They want to get outside the tricky spot, but how can they make it? Because StalwartFlex have them pinned down, and there's no way they can make it unless they use any kind of smoke grenades and provide them a little bit of, you know, view blockage for the enemies, and then that might be happening.
You know, that's a problem, right? You do not really get a lot of smokes to work around with, and you know, it's going to be really tough for Venom Legends to actually rotate, because if they rotate onto its their eastern side, you've got the likes of DRS watching you over there. If you try to take the western route, you've got high voltage. You need to commit for this fight, and StalwartFlex need to understand the gravity of the situation. But holding on to my thoughts, we have Jane getting knocked out by Jax already as Z3us Esports are taking a fight against the boys from D2K. As the Saga also falls down, it is all going to come down to blah 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 as he is in the middle of nowhere, as 3 bodies have already fallen off. It's all down to its rated. Can he clutch it out against the boys of A1?
The gunshots were firing so frequently that it actually sounded like firecrackers as TDK are in a massive water trouble. Of course, Rated Sir being the last man surviving, and TDK took that impressive move to actually just bump their vehicle inside the compound, but again, it didn't really work out for them, but that was quite impressive as Reddit is trying his best to survive. And of course, it's going to be quite difficult because he doesn't have that much of a breathing space for himself. He cannot really reposition himself anyways, and of course, Reddits are getting deleted off the game with that beautiful frag grenade coming in from the players of Z3us Esports, and that's going to be enough to take him down. But take a look at Fear's position over here. High voltage versus 7C. Which one will come out on top? Of course, Assassin is trying his best to take Fear down, but look at what Fear is doing. He is below the building, and he might get compromised, and of course he will, as Assassin just has 200 IQ, and he read him like a book.
You know, that's what Assassins do. They spot you out, take you down, and it all comes down to Mr. Smokey V2. How is he going to come out from this one? Because Team Seal, they've got him in his eyes. And, well, any single moment he tries to make a move, might just get taken down. But is Mr. Smokey aware of Seal's presence over here? You know, being the guards that they are, the way they've been playing. And, I mean, this seemed like an unstoppable force, but already losing out on 2 of their players. And there you go. Zaki spotting out and taking down Mr. Smokey, and with that, 7C have been eliminated. That was so out to happen. But at the same time, the only thing that I really find problematic in this situation is that they've given their position away.
Exactly, finding problematic things. Of course, F4 in a massive water trouble, but PN Crew getting compromised from the backlines as it's going to be Skylight Gaming Heaven putting down Killer YT, and that's going to be a massive, massive third party coming in from these lads. And F4 are certainly blessed by the gods as they are going to be such lucky members to, you know, make it out alive from this initial fight, because PN Crew were looking so good. And take a look at the zone shift fixes. This is favoring the complete boys of A1 Esports and even R3D are in those nearby phases now. All the teams will have to make the rotation inside. Taking a look at the left side of the map, of course, PN Crew, Skylight Gaming, and Deadeyes being the players, and Carnage is already inside the zone, but it doesn't really matter. Snipe YT is going to be the last man surviving from them. That one man, how long is he going to be able to hold teams off, as Chari has went down from Skylight Gaming.
The Monster Grenadier legend this time delivering with that weapon as he's going after Chari. Will want to confirm that kill, but he needs to take a long route right now. He needs to make that rotation in. He needs to get inside the circle. And the biggest question away is how is he going to do that? Considering how the circle has panned out, completely favoring the lads from A1 Esports. This is the moment, right? This is the moment that we have been waiting for. This is where the hell is completely going to break loose. And so many teams trying to contest for those areas. But where are you going to hide?
Exactly. And of course, Skylight Gaming making the rotation inside the circle. Zeus getting caught off guard. Abley making it out safe with his teammate. And now Zeus, of course, are down to just two-man squad right now. Zeus seems like they are in a massive water trouble. They don't really have that good of a cover for themselves. Just has a little bit of ridge. And Skylight Gaming might get compromised by the snake that was proning down on the ground. And of course, that might be happening. But StalwartFlex again. They have lost out on one of their players, DRS Mafia Ninja being the one to put him down on his misery, but the trade is coming through from Crypto. That's going to be enough to delete him off the game, as DRS Galzon as well, finishing the kill on the Crypto.
Absolutely, 100%. And you know, DRS have had a rather slow outlook at this game. You know, they've been prioritizing positioning points out of everything. But here we have Carnage. You know, you've got to give it to this one lad. You know, we know how good a player he is. And being the solo survivor, he's been doing that for quite some time. And getting kills after kills. I mean, all three players, you know, the pairs of Skylight Gaming, they have finally been taken down. And Hungry Box, we know once this lad gets hungry, he starts getting those kills. But being the solo survivor for his team, it's going to be so tough. It's going to be such a humongous task. And right now, his main priority is trying to get inside the circle. But this is where he gets that sound cue. Snipe, he is going to wait for Hungry Box.
Exactly. Hungry Box just might walk right into his trap as Venom Legends going down on the 8th position. That's a massive elimination, of course. Snipe hearing Hungry Box in those nearby faces. Hungry Box in a massive water trouble. Doesn't really have that HP to challenge the fight. He will have to play it out safe and quite brilliant, as he is going to be taking the tactical approach. Of course, proning down is not going to be given much more of the sound cues. Of course, Snipe YT might be confused because he doesn't have any of the sound cues to work around, and he has spotted Hungry Box, and that's going to be enough. A glimpse is going to be enough for Snipe YT to work around it, and of course, that's going to be the end of Deadeyes Guys. Hungry Box, the last man standing, has been taken down as well by Snipe YT, doing a phenomenal job overall, keeping his teammates alive, and even DRS.
Yeah, I mean, DRS are playing pretty solid, and here we go. Finally, his tyranny has come to an end. But, you know, we've got to give it to this lad, the way he's been playing. And so have the boys from DRS who have just fallen down. And, well, this time getting some position points going in their favor. Carnage Esports, as we can see, have been eliminated. However, with 4 kills, that's certainly going to help their cause. But with Zeus still in the fray, they still have 2 players going in. 5 kills already. Might just want to contest for the chicken dinner. But before that, they have to deal with an informed A1 Esports that they have got all of their players alive. Any single moment, the boys will start to pop off, but Virus is burning in the hells of Inferno.
Exactly. R3D are doing such a good job as well, but A1 Esports somewhere down line, their confidence is just boosted onto the cloud 9, as of course R3D are in a massive water trouble. Virus going down, and even Animus going down as well. A1 Esports do realize the fact that they have an upper edge inside the fight. Props to Zeus, they have made it out so late inside the game as well, as the early casualties were happening. But talking about casualty, the entire squad of R3D has been eliminated. Now Zeus, the last man surviving. How long is Abley going to be able to hold it off? Of course, Abley has exposed his position away. He has given his position away, as Icy is going to be working out, and he is taking the flank route. How long is he going to be Icy able to hold it off as well? Now, A1 Esports, if they do not expect Icy on those flank angles, they might get caught off guard.
They certainly will, but here we have the boys from A1 Esports in a really tough situation. They need to go for that call. Either they go for their teammate, or they try to convert it into a rotation and try to get the chicken. But considering the fact that Zeus still have that upper edge, they've got that ridge to play around with, and they know where exactly A1 Esports are, it's going to be a really, really tough time for the boys to try and come in.
Exactly. Zeus are doing really good in the initial position they have. Of course, both of them are sticking to each other, and this is where I actually give props to them, as Sinister is is, of course, going to be peeking his head out. Take a look at Icy. He's just going to be putting his trigger down. He's pushing the trigger down. He's not going to let his fingers away from the trigger as Nineboy is working around the flankways, and he has been spotted by Icy, and that's going to be enough to spot him down. Of course, the Tommy gun is doing work. Nineboy has been taken down. Sinister being the last man alive. Will he be taken down as well? And of course, he will be. And that's going to be Zeus.
That certainly will be, and the Mongolian boys coming in. And 9 kills chicken dinner is what we are looking at, Necro, over here. But huge props to the lads of A1 Esports. The way they kind of positioned themselves right from the very start, the circle sort of panned out. But yeah, you can't really blame them. You know, the circle sort of shifted right away from them, and Jax being caught out over there. GG's to Zeus. And the best part is they did it with a 2-man squad.
Exactly. That's what I said. Initially, they actually lost 2 of their players early off and still managing to do such good. That is just a phenomenal play coming from these lads.
I mean, from what we are witnessing over here, 4 games gone, 3 matches have already gone to the Mongolian boys. And, you know, with Zeus also getting their hands on the $1,000, things have started heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, what we are going to do is head out for a shuttle break, because coming right after our beautiful analyst and our host.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League. South Asia is this where we're at weekend. Super Weekend awesomeness, of course, has started off, and it is looking really dominating as of now for a few teams. A few teams are not really looking that good as of now, but that's okay, because again, they will have 2 more days to be able to, you know, clutch those things working in their favor. Alongside this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Book up your fun. With that, let's move on to the analysts and get into a conversation as to what do they think about this map game that we just witnessed on Sanhok.
Well, it was quite an interesting one. That's what I think. Because, I mean, up until the very end, it could have gone either way. But, I mean, we do have the MVP in front of us, and ably from Z3us Esports.
4 kills, 26 square damage coming out, 2 assists, 182 healing done, 23 minute plus survival time, like 676 damage. That's brilliant if you just, you know, look at the player himself.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's surviving till the end, trying to get his momentum with the team. Well, day 1 has been Mongolia altogether, if you just want to go so far as per se.
Exactly, and with that, we move on towards the top players, where once again, you're looking at Zeus. 2 players coming in from Zeus, IC as well as a Billy. And from Carnage, we've got Snipe YT, and A1 Esports, of course, is Jax.
Well, quite an amazing performance, I mean, from all these players, but Zeus definitely bringing their A game to the table this time, along with A1 Esports. These teams are showing signs of consistency in terms of how they perform, how many kills they can get, and well, that is definitely going to give them a huge boost, especially for A1 Esports.
Exactly. But if it's just, you know, talking about A1 Esports, they played this map really good. Plus, they have a strong suit on Sanhok. That's one thing that we know, right? We have seen that numerous times in GC as well. They have a strong suit of Sanhok. So they like to play this map in their own way. But Team Zeus, with all the players surviving, obviously, they got the best out of everything.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in from this map of Sanhok. And it is, of course, Z3us Esports taking the chicken dinner with 24 points.
Now, High Voltage, their previous game was brilliant. This game is good as well. So, High Voltage is consistent back-to-back right now, but obviously not that chicken dinner performance right now, but they were in the top 3, and that kind of matters in this one. Seal Esports, talk about this one. First game, chicken dinner. Second game, chicken dinner. Third game, they were in ups and downs, but this game as well, they were good with kills only.
I'm surprised with R3D Esports as well. I mean, they have 11 points coming in their favor, but this time the majority of the points are from those placement points, and just 3 kills coming in. So that just the fact that they know how to change the pace as well can definitely benefit this team in the future. But if we move forward to the second page of the standings, ladies and gentlemen, we have Venom Legends and XB Blood Legion along with Train to Kill sitting in the bottom 3.
So talk about this one as well, right? This game, PNQ, DE, F4, Skylight, like they tried good. obviously they had decent kill points for themselves, like 3 kills, 2 kills, all those things. But placement points is something that they were lacking, and these things happen when once you are caught up in rotations or whatnot, right? You know, you're going for a wrong rotation. Talking about the rotation, Sanhok, it's not with the vehicle as per se. You have to be on your foot most of the times. It's rare that you're using vehicles for yourself, because Ronnie Truck is still slow. Sometimes it's a scooter, but you know, it kind of it can be bad.
I think the worst part about using vehicles in this map is just how close, how closely you are to the other players, and it's quite easy to get those sound cues and figure out where you are heading. So there's no point in hiding if you are going to rotate with the vehicles. We have seen that in action in the Global Championship.
Absolutely, and talk about, you know, rotations coming in, talk about, of course, which direction are you headed in. Let's have a look at the zone analysis itself, where, of course, right off the bat, we saw all the teams looking really comfortable with the zone, but slowly and steadily, they got knocked.
So when this game started, Ocean and I were having a conversation, and it was like, all right, R3D, they need to make sure that they have this one in the back.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good area inside the circle. Till the third circle, obviously, they were looking good in the zone, but after that, the circle started, you know, showing its true colors. You know, zone favors no one most of the times, and that's where the zone was trying to go with its own fight. But look at where A1 Esports is. That's where the circle was slowly and steadily going down for its own self. And look at where Team Zeus is. So A1 and Team Zeus, they are right a bit far from each other, and they had to take all the fights in between them only, and that's where the other teams were chiming in.
Yeah, especially, I mean, A1 Esports, as you pointed out, they had a wonderful position. They had the only compound towards those tri-road area, and R3D Esports, they were stuck out in the open. A1 Esports, they could easily stay inside the cover, see the opponents coming in front of them, and pick them off quite easily. But kudos to Zeus Esports to taking a disadvantageous fight and then converting it into a victory.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about Zeus, right? Of course, till now we were all already mentioning Godless being that wonderful player, but the entirety of the team itself, you know, no matter who is going to be remaining, Icy and Godless were taken down, but that does not mean that this team cannot showcase that wonderful turn of events in their favor. And with that, let's have a look at the open moments, where, of course, this game was all-out war right off the bat.
Yeah, it was an all-out war, and that is always going to be the scenario with Sanhok, as we see the game starting off with Seal Esports taking on the players of XB Blood Legion. And I mean, the best part is the best part for Seal Esports was the fact that they never got to the team fight portion of the thing. It was individual players being picked off one after the other, caught out of positions.
So that happens, right? That mostly happens when you are trying to go for the rotation as well. Plus, you are kind of, you know, because a map like Sanhok would like to get you judgmental on your roles. You don't, if you're a dedicated sniper, you'll think about it, like, should I carry 2 ARs or how should I go for it? If you're giving up a filtration call, you'll think about it again, like, is the call right? Because the fights happen at an instance, plus that instantaneous movement can actually just break your momentum if it's given wrong call or something, and those kind of things just matter in a lot of ways, and that's where Sanhok just, you know, turns everything apart. But talking about this one, I mean, R3D, they were caught off in the open area, and now this is where Team Zeus got up into the good fights, and hey, Thompson meta still going strong.
That weapon has been incredible in this map, and it was quite an interesting situation, because, as we said, R3D caught out in the open, stuck between Zeus and A1 Esports, and then they were picked off, but they still managed to make sure that they get the survival points. And if we're going to talk about points, I mean, we do have the damage histogram in front of us, and there it is, A1 Esports and Zeus.
Wow. If we're just talking about StalwartFlex, look at the damage that they gave with 6 kills in their bag. Seal as well, we talked about them as per se. Skylight, they were with 2 kills and 610 damage for themselves. But hey, XB Blood Legion.
Exactly.
Talk about their PMCO performance, and right now, we are seeing that difference. I don't want to see that difference, right? I want that old XB Blood Legion in at least one match, because one match is all that is needed to just, you know, start off with everything. Because once you take fights, the other teams, they get to understand, yeah, this team is doing something different this time.
Well, they are doing something different, but it's coming in from the lower half, and that's something you do not want to see, right?
Exactly, I completely agree with that. I agree with Ocean as well. We know what this team is capable of, so it's sort of weird to see them with, like, not even 200 damage and 1 kill right there.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, you talk about this team, hopefully, again, all we can expect is that they get comfortable as they move on along, because again, this is just day number 1 of the Super Weekend, right?
I hope. What I'll say is it's probably overcommitment with the decisions that are happening. So that might be one thing, because you have to take up the fights. You have to find the good fight and the bad fight difference.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the overall ranking, where indeed, as we were just discussing, XB Blood Legion not looking too comfortable, but A1 Esports looking really dominating.
As I said, I mean, the consistency that A1 Esports are bringing to the table is going to put them up on the first position. But look at this. So, Seal Esports, the difference difference is not that big, 66 to 59, but then we have Z3us Esports that have climbed up to the third position, sitting there with 50 points.
Yeah, but if we just, talk about this one, I want to know, will A1 Esports retain the top position by the end of the final game, or will, Seal Esports try to climb, because Erangel has been kind of their strong suit. If we just talk about it, Z3us Esports as well, they had a climb of 3 placements for themselves. 50 is the marker for their total point number. But if we move forward, on 9 to 16, we'll see a different story out there, because the teams that we were talking about, XB Blood Legion, Deadeyes Guys, Venom Legends, talk about, alright, let's leave XB Blood Legion out of the equation. DE, Venom Legends, 7C. These teams have had the experience previously. DRS Gaming as well, let's put them, and PNQ. If we're putting them, then we'll put PNQ as well, because 20-point marker. So these teams have had the experience previously. F4 as well, I mean, all these teams, we know about it, right?
Yeah.
Things are changing. I mean, the teams that are coming up in the top 5 somehow, they have unpredictable, they are unpredictable in a number of things. Rotations, they don't get caught in rotations more often. Gunfights, if someone is taking a gunfight, they always have the other person right behind them or something like that, giving them the adequate cover.
Exactly, and I have to say this, I mean, about A1 Esports, out of all the teams present in this tournament right now, this team has shown the most growth. Because compare the sort of A1 Esports that we saw in PMPL Season 2 and compare how they are playing now. It's day and night, it's a massive difference.
Well, that again is going to be something that hopefully other teams are going to be, of course, chiming on along and bringing that sort of, play, because it is really important. It's going to be very, very crucial, because that's the kind of excitement that we are here to witness, and hopefully these teams are going to be showcasing that as we move on along. But alongside that, we have something very incredibly set up for you guys sitting back at home, which is, of course, going to be the awards, the in-game perfect awards that are set up for you guys. All you need to do, of course, is go on into the esports center through the game itself, and as you watch the PMPL South Asia Season 3, you will get points. As you get those points collected, you can then redeem them with, of course, this wonderful, wonderful outfit of PMPL, alongside which, of course, they can very well also support your team. All you have to do is, of course, just hashtag PMPL SA and let us know what team are you going to be rooting for. Alongside that, that's just the in-game, right? Talk about the real stuff. This is where things get that much more exciting, because after all, we are looking at awards and prizes set up for these lads, all of them, and that is going to be the super giveaway for all of you guys sitting back at home. All you need to do, of course, is going to be, well, very, very simple. Just hashtag PMPL SA with the region that you are supporting in chat or on Facebook, and alongside that, it is going to be very, very important for you to also share your UID code. That's going to make a big difference. But what is at stake, of course, are these perfect airports that you could very well get. You could very well get, well, cash prizes in your local currency. And I mean, the more you talk about it, the more it feels like, come on, dude, it's so easy.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. I mean, talk about the in-game items as well. So you have to be out there, like, just one more thing. If you're supporting your team, obviously your team, once they, they go down, they go back to the, thinking of what is happening, what we did. They see the support and they like it.
That is so true. That is so very crucial as well, because again, I mean, teams like, of course, XB Blood Legion that we're just talking about, there's nothing shying away from their performance as of now. Maybe it can get even better if you guys start supporting and rooting for your teams from your individual reasons. Alongside that, it is our setup. It is our goal to get 8 million on our, of course, viewership, and that is, of course, going to be thanks to you guys, and hopefully you will share and let us know how much you love the game, how much you love these teams. With that, let's move on to the final game of the Super Weekend Affair, where you move back to Erangel.
All right. I mean, this is where, things go down. Seal Esports, they started off their day with momentum. High voltage chimes in, gets the best out of everything. Z3us Esports after that. So it's been that, a Mongolian day so far. I mean, high voltage has been there. So one team from Nepal has been dominating force out in front of the other competition. So I would just go all in with this Erangel. I want to see a miracle happen. That's all. A miracle, a good miracle with circle and fights.
I've realized one thing. Ever since I've turned off my brain, my predictions seem to be doing a lot better. I said 7C was going to do, they're going to have a good game. They had a good game. Last game I said R3D, they're going to be in the top 4. They make it to the top 4. So this time I'm going to go with XB Blood Legion once again.
I'm keeping my brain shut this time because I want to see a miracle happen. That's the thing that I'm saying. It might be a Bangladeshi team, it might be a Pakistani team, it might be a Nepali team, it might be Zeus again, or maybe Seal again. I just want to see a miracle happen.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, when it comes to the viewers as well, that's all they want to see. They want to be able to get those intense moments fight, and of course, with that, they want to be able to, of course, have a look at their, lovely team to be able to get that chicken dinner. But we move on to the chance that has been created based on the stats. It is looking PN Crew really strong.
Well, definitely. They have good stats on Iran.
Exactly, they've had good stats on Erangel, but today, PN Crew is kind of on their ups and downs. So high voltage for today, as compared to PN Crew has had a bit good stats because obviously they got a chicken dinner in Erangel.
Exactly, and also, I mean, here's the interesting thing, and I'm gonna play it a little bit safe. So you can pick two teams as well. So I'm gonna go with two teams that are on the extremes. I'm gonna say A1 Esports is also gonna have a fun time in this match.
My friend, as they say in game, there can only be one winner. So.
Yeah. XP Blood Legion and A1 Esports both are going to do good. I'm not going to pick the winner. I'm going to say teams are going to do good.
Oh my. Okay. No.
But alongside that, of course, you can very well point out Venom bringing in that perfect gameplay for themselves.
Yeah.
You want to be able to get those sort of dynamic plays coming in from so many of these teams. But again, as Ocean mentioned, there will only be that one winner who will get that chicken dinner. With that, let's move on to our commentators, who are once again going to be none other than XP and Blay, to take us through this final game of the Super Weekend.
Oh, I can't hear myself. Oh, there we go. I'm back. Thank you for that, Blotter. And yeah, like Ocean said, there can only be one winner, and we have only one more map remaining for the day. It is going to be ending on Erangel as it began. Full circle, XP, and look, we've had A1 dominate. They haven't got a chicken dinner yet so far.
Wow.
Yet they're on top. We got Seal Esports back-to-back chicken dinners. Now we saw a couple of names being taken by Ocean. We saw a couple of names being taken by Johnny as well. I'm going to ask you who you expect. I'm going to go first. All right. I'm going to say Deadeyes Guys. They've been uncharacteristically very quiet today, and I think this game is where they're going to be popping off.
All right, you're going to go for Deadeyes Guys, and I kind of see it. Of course, we want everyone to be doing good. However, the consistency on display by A1 Esports is just phenomenal. And in fact, we were just talking in the background that, they definitely deserve a chicken dinner. Now, despite not having a single chicken dinner, they are at the tippity top. So, I mean, I think they should just keep doing what they're doing.
Consistency is key. Maybe that's what we're going to be seeing as well. Although Erangel, considering we've seen so many Erangels, we kind of have an idea where these teams do like to drop. But the one team who has surprised us quite a bit have been Seal. They have been pretty unpredictable as to where they're going to be dropping towards. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the final game of the day, of the first day of the first Super Weekend. A1 ES, they are in the top spot with 66 points to their name. Closely trailing them are the two Mongolian teams, Seal on 59 and Z3us Esports on 50. And looking at the playing path, it's a bit of a different path compared to the first couple of Erangels. It's going to be starting right on top of North Georgia Pole and heading all the way towards Novorupnoy.
I love one thing, that, the Mongolian teams, they are not shying away from fighting one another. So Zeus, as we saw in Game 1, they dropped where Seal is, and looks like they're going to do something similar right now. They aren't going for the shelter compounds, which is their go-to spot, but they are going to be taking the fight directly to Seal Esports at the beginning, as they are going to be heading towards the Georgia Pole container area. Now, Seal Esports, of course, are going to be heading towards North Georgia, the apartments that they love calling home. But I want to see what's going to be happening down south, because, well, the military base is up for grabs, and we already know a few teams that do love going there. StalwartFlex is one team you can be expecting to drop down on the Sosnovka military island. Of course, Venom Legends could be right next to them at Novorupnoy. So all the teams are still going for their favorable drop spots, but I love the fact that Z3us Esports are switching things around. Remember, Game 1, Icy was run over within a few seconds of the match starting. I think they want revenge this time, Blay.
That would be fun to watch, right? And yeah, like you pointed out, these Mongolian teams especially, they're such a wild card. They're almost impossible to predict. And the circle, listen, we've had how many Erangels now? 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the 9th Erangel so far in the entirety of the tournament. And I gotta say, the circle has been favoring this particular spot quite often, right? The western side, the southwestern side of the map, time and time again. And it does lead to some very exciting final circles. Again, a bit of the military island in the play zone. And
And one thing I kind of noticed right now, Venom Legends, they were heading down to Nova Ripnoy, which is kind of uncharacteristic because they love Milta power. But have a look at this. Now, Blood Legion, they saw them obviously dropping down to the ground as well, but they are split in pairs of twos. Now, the question is that going to work out, or is it going to come to bite them in the backside, is something we've got to brush up upon, because have a look at those two gentlemen. Right smack center between T2K and Venom Legends.
One more thing I want to point out, R3D. They have Forsaken, Stalber. They're Forsaken, Stalber, and Kameshki. They're like, listen, guys, we got to mix things up. They had a pretty good game at the end over there. So, you know, they're like, there's no point trying to go for the safe route. We're going to be mixing things up. And High Voltage just riding past them, not looking to... They weren't expecting that. They were not expecting R3D to be lying in wait, and with that, an early knock going the way of R3D, and they're going in for the kill. And unfortunately, Cooney, well, he is going to be bloodied out in the open. Are they going to... Yeah, there we go. They finish him off.
You know, it's a give and take, right? So I think R3D, we just mentioned that they're not going to the normal spot. They're definitely going to be happy about that. But for High Voltage, I kind of got that little... They wanted, like, all right, there's another vehicle over there. Let's just pick it up. But, of course, it was a decision that they are going to come to regret later on. But right now, it does kind of look like R3D are still going to be willing to drive out to distant locations to get as much loot as they can.
Well, the God of Death, Anubis. Is he the God of Death?
I do think so, yeah.
I need to brush up on my Egyptian mythology, but yeah, he's they're going to be happy with that. R3D, you know, they had a bit of a slow start to the day. They have, however, managed to get that 1 point to start things off. Still very early in the game, however, the circle will start to shrink on in. And taking a look at the map here, XP, we did spot out the new, you know, R3D switching things up. You pointed out Zeus and Seal as well, the two Mongolian teams towards South Georgia Pool and North Georgia Pool respectively. But everything else kind of seems to be, apart from Blood Legion, of course, everyone seems to have gone for the usual drop locations. However, one thing which does jump out to me is Quarry, Ferry Pier, Primorsk. That's prime free real estate, especially looking at the way the circle is.
Prime real estate indeed, and you know, just talking about R3D once again, now they did have that little skirmish with High Voltage, but they are kind of switching back to what they're most comfortable with. They are heading a bit towards the northeast. Now the question is, are they aware that Yasnaya is currently going to be occupied by DRS Gaming? Because, well, we just might have a little bit of a kerfuffle breaking out in that city sooner than later. But yes, as you did mention, a lot of sweet spots up for grabs as far as Quarry, Ferry Pier, Primorsk go, but then again, the second circle's rotation or direction rather will determine whether that is going to be prime real estate or not.
Indeed it will. Taking a look at the overall standings, as you know, teams are going to be busy looting up, not really looking to go for any early fights here. A1 Esports, man, I feel like they deserve a chicken dinner at this point, right?
I think I'm going to be completely opposite to you right now. Whatever they're doing right now is working brilliantly, and you know, it's a little
sheer
bit more
consistency.
It's a little bit more of a bragging thing that, you know, hey man, we're at the top without a chicken dinner.
And they have a lead of
maybe
just
they're vegetarian. I don't know. That was a sad one, but again.
I mean, I'm sure they could get a tofu dinner, I guess. Although I don't know, tofu tastes more like turkey, doesn't it? I don't know.
I don't know what tofu you've been having, but I would definitely love to have something that tastes like turkey, because my tofu has not tasted that good at all. Anyway,
too bad we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. But you know what, XP, we can have our own Thanksgiving. Screw it, let's do it one day.
All right.
All right. Anyway, getting back to the game, StalwartFlex and a team who have looked pretty solid right now. The Pakistani team standing tall in the top 5 position, 44 points, tied alongside High Voltage. And I like the gap from 3rd position onwards till the 5th and 6th, right? Like one decent good game and anyone can catapult themselves to the top 3. And again, reminding all the viewers, probably all of you tuning in, wondering what the format is, what's going on, a quick refresher, right? There are 20 teams. They play 2 days of league stage on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out of the 20 teams, 16 play during the weekend. 4 teams sit it out. And these teams, the 16 teams we have who qualified from the first week league stage, are here right now in the server. These points accumulate over 3 weeks.
Also, just to add another point to what you just said, it's not always going to be the same 16 teams that are going to be playing the Super Weekend. So now, the 4 teams that are sitting this one out, expect them to be glued to their screens with their notebooks open, taking down notes, making sure they can kind of, you know, form a little bit of assume how the other team is going to play. They can kind of have a look at their game plans on display right now. But again, it is how well you do your homework at the end of the day.
And they've had 5 days to sit things down, switch things up, you know, figure out where they went wrong, fix their mistakes, and come on and raring to go. And even for a lot of these teams, like you pointed out, there is no guarantee that each and every one of these 16 teams will play the second Super Weekend, meaning they want to ensure when given the opportunity to play these 3 days, they're going to have to make hay while the sun shines. They want to get as many points as possible during the 3 days that they have of guaranteed play. Deadeyes Guys have had quite of a rough start so far. 4 games already, only on 10 points. The only team below them is XP Blood Legion, but hold on, High Voltage. They did lose a player early on, and right now they're driving in between 2 very, very dangerous teams.
I was just going to bring this up because although we just have 2 teams right now, we have a total of 6 teams in close proximity, and well, there you have it. Bullets are going to be fired, but the question is, are bodies going to drop?
Oh, almost, but Sinister, while he was taking shots at the vehicle from High Voltage, he in turn was getting shot at by a couple of members from Skylight Gaming, who have that compound to work with, a little bit of elevated position as well.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams is what I count right now in Gatka, all around one another. Basically, in 1 square kilometer, we have about 40 bodies, Blay.
The name, like Gatka on the map, the name has been blocked out by the teams around it. If you can take a very quick look, a very quick gander, ladies and gentlemen, production rather, at the map. The overview, so we can kind of attempt to paint the picture. There we go, XP. And like you said, Gatka's been pretty much blocked out, but it is mainly Zeus who's over there. But little southeast of that, between Pochinki and Gatka, like you said, it is a cluster of teams.
We did kind of see High Voltage drive in through 2 teams. Well, they suddenly realized that it is occupied, and looks like right now Gyro is going to have to take a little bit of respite behind that wooden shack. But the thing is it going to be enough? Because now he's getting pushed on by 2 people.
He's got backup though. He's got backup. He's just got to delay them for as long as possible. He comes out. He goes out, goes for the fight, looking for the second kill, but he gets knocked in turn from behind, and he will be finished off. Backup has arrived, unfortunately, a few seconds too late. Steel shot, the rest should be coming on in, but their route for escape has been taken care of, has been eliminated by Blood Legion. And Blood Legion, are they going to let this one go?
I don't think Gyro was expecting Void to be that close to him right now, but looks like they are going in for the fight. They are going to be depleted. They want these kills. They want these kills.
Oh my lord! They go for it! They go for it! They find one steel shot trying to delay it. He is so very low. He can actually clutch this one out. They're very low indeed, but he runs out of bullets. They wait for his magazine to be emptied out. They finish off the job. That could have come very, very close indeed, but Blood Legion, they will stand tall. Void is conveying information to his last fallen teammate there. Frying Pan is like, yeah, no, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm out of here. And that's the right call.
That's the right call indeed. And again, Blood Legion finally play living up to their name, because in most situations when you lose your member in such a dicey area, you want to get out of there. You don't want to pick up anybody. But it looks like Rafith does have an idea of a member of Blood Legion is. Leo could be in trouble because he is completely focused on Frying Pan.
Yeah, he is extremely focused indeed. And Leo, unfortunately, Rafith with the prolonged spray with the Automat Kalashnikov will get the kill. But here comes the cavalry. They could have run him over, but Rafith, he's going to just mow them down, knocks them out. And that's a home run for Rafith, single-handedly avenging his fallen teammates.
Now, I'm actually holding my head right now because I was so impressed by Blood Legion's aggression, and now this is what you don't want to do. You just don't want to go head-on every single time, especially in a car, straight at the enemy. That was a beautiful job done by Rafith over there. Of course, he deserves all the credit. But now, Venom Legends, although they have been depleted by 2 members, having those 4 kills is going to be a good infusion to their confidence.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, every single point matters. Yeah, this I felt was a little bit of a leap coming in from them. I agree with you. I like the way they pushed together. This one, maybe. If they try to drive him over, perhaps, but that's... Okay, let me put it this way. Having watched some of the other teams play, that was a very loosey-goosey approach to that fight. And I mean, he 1v3'd them, basically.
He basically did, and that's something you do not expect at all. Right now, at this point, have a look. Gyro was not expecting Void already be there on his left. Otherwise, I'm sure he could have put a few bullets in. But again, the presence of mind is what is required, Blair.
Presence of mind, that could have been so... I mean, look at how low the 2 members of Blood Legion were, right? They were bleeding out. They were just a shove away from certain death, and that could have been a wipe right there. So even this push, it came down to the wire. And well, unfortunately, because of that Blood Legion, their woes continue. We take a look at the map now. R3D have made their way into the play zone, coming in, crossing the Georgia Pole bridges, but alongside them, P and crew on top of the mountains.
And have a look at Seal's position. They are on a similar rotation as we saw in Game 1, and they are going to be at the western beach, basically at the western periphery of the map, somewhat in the center, because again, they are anticipating that the zone might just do a little bit of a drastic shift, and they want to be in prime position to either go up north or come down south. Of course, all those regions are going to be empty. Again, Gatka is going to be the center of attraction, as all the compounds are going to be taken up by one team or the other. And this is when it gets exciting, because you have a limited number of compounds and there's no cover, otherwise it's pretty much plain fields, right? You are going to see those pushes right up against the house, so expect some shock and awe moves on our screens in just a few minutes.
Shock and awe. That could indeed be the case over here. Voltrux, F4. They do have everyone looking healthy. They have this compound. There's no need for them to really go for this duel. It's a bit of a standoff for the time being. XP, you know, and there's a team you don't really want to go up against willy-nilly. It is Skylight Gaming. Venom Legends, the two surviving members. Rafford, of course, with that spectacular 3K. They're going to be pushing in towards safety, but waiting for them is T2K. And taking a look at his zone. Break it down. Tell me what you see here.
So right now, again, we are going to talk about all those compounds in and around the Gatka region. They are going to be hotly contested real estate, which means, like we said earlier, the shock and awe is going to be coming in because you don't have a lot of options to stay out in the fields and, you know, try and use your cars for cover at this stage. You want to do it maybe on the 4th, maybe the 5th circle, not in the 2nd circle. So the only option that you really have is either you stay high up in the mountains, as T2K just might do, or you got to push in for one of the compounds. But more often than not, those compounds are going to be occupied.
Well, the two occupied compounds, though, they're taking fights right now, and we see a knock taking place. F4, Wolverine is down to his knees, but he is, after all, you know, his name. If he lives up to his namesake, he can easily heal on up real quickly. But look at Skylight Gaming. They're taking the fight, and look at the covering fire being provided as well. Destroyer gets taken down. Joker, the perfectly placed nade from his opponent to keep him at bay for the time being. And now Skylight Gaming, they need to prevent their teammate from getting taken down. And Leon duking it out with Khan. And Khan just running around in circles, but he's going to go face to face, but he's going to come out on top with the Scar. 2 knocks now. Chari a distance away. What can he do? His teammates are nowhere nearby. And look who's arrived to the party. It's DRS, and they're going to gate crash whatever is happening here in this particular cluster of houses.
Well, the king hath fallen, which means Chari is now the last man standing. F4's woes are still not over, but the fact that these angles, see, again, it's all about that information. DRS did not really know how many people are alive, whether they should go in for the kill, so that is kind of good about them because they do have those canals, those irrigation canals for cover. But again, the question is for how long, because you've got to be quick about your wits, because anyone can come in from behind and be detrimental to your efforts, in fact, of winning this game.
I have a quick question for you, right? Now, if you take a look at the circle, both F4 and, okay, let's take a look at F4 are. They're towards the northeastern side of the map, right? F4 were there, so was Chari and his team. Skylight Gaming were in the play zone. So, was that fight maybe a little ill-advised, perhaps?
See, I think what happened was that Skylight Gaming's Chari, if you did notice, he did have a vehicle on him, right? So he knew that he was a bit too far off and it was a bit too late for him to come in and do anything. And of course, information must have gone off that it's not just one team we're fighting, because shots did come in from DRS. So he kind of knew that, okay, it's going to be a 1-on, maybe not 1-on-4, but maybe it could be a 1-on-8 situation. So, you know, you do have to cut your losses that time, and that's what Chari did. And what he has primarily done is move to the center of the circle so that he has more options later on, because now for him, it's going to be all about survival.
He's moved far, far away from wherever the action was earlier. But yeah, as you did point out, DRS
in a compound, far away.
They are taking a sweet time. The nade is cooking. And
smell it.
Voltrux, so lucky, a sliver of health, keeping him alive. We do have another fight breaking out. If you take a look at the kill feed, it is Seal, the 2-time back-to-back chicken dinner champion of the day, and they're duking it out against StalwartFlex. That is, of course, right outside of the play zone. As I take their name, we switch over to their POV. StalwartFlex, they have Crypto down, but 3 players still up and running. And looks like they're going to be peeling away from this fight, not looking to take the fight to their opponents. And I gotta like Uzum. I guess that's Uzum? Is that how I pronounce his name? I'm not too sure. But I like the way he's just so calmly just resting in that bed. Looks very comfortable.
So right now, the thing is, they are at the southern end of the new circle, and it's the right choice to be high up on the mountain. But let me just quickly talk about this replay over here. Leon, the king himself, was in a good position to get the job done, but now see the information's come out that DRS is behind them. And of course, this was a little unfortunate that he went dead smack into Khan's rifle. However, again, a good choice that Chari is sitting out because, well, this is what's going to happen.
R3D, they are battling it out right now, and they are coming on top of Deadeyes Guys. On top will fall. Virus running around is looking for the final member, and it's all down to Suyog, who is the last man standing on top, bleeding out into the ground. There's nothing Suyog can do, and he's going to try his best to keep them at bay. But R3D going in for the hunt, waiting for the reload to take place. The reload will take place indeed. But unfortunately for them, Virus had to go for the reload as well. He's going to third party and see the spot the player out. He pushes in. He wasn't expecting him to push in so very quickly in R3D. They land the final blow, and Deadeyes Guy, their woes continue.
And have a look at this. DRS have pushed in the position of F4. And again, Wolverine over here, Play, laying down the law.
He's got two. He's looking for more. He might get a sword, but he doesn't quite find it. And DRS will finally put an end to F4, but F4, man, a valiant attempt from Wolverine there, but a 1v4, a little too much to ask. Zeus are bleeding out, and they seem to have opted to take the fight to Carnage, and it looks like Carnage are punishing them for it.
They are going to be punished. Those Molotovs have been thrown in not to cauterize the wounds, but rather to put an end to their lives. And looks like against all odds, they're still going to be up, but this is going to be absolute pandemonium as this team pushes in lane.
Joel needs to keep them at bay. He needs to switch his weapons. He needs to delay them. He needs to delay them for as long as possible. But there's so many angles getting shot from, and they don't have time to even go in for the res. And the push comes on in for Prabin, and now there's another player, last member standing as Abel, and look at his health. He's barely alive. He's on a sliver of HP, just bleeding out into the ground. And what can he possibly do? Does he go for the heal? They know exactly where he is. Snipe his convenient information. He doesn't have to take this fight alone. He needs to, of course, res his teammate as well. But then he has his teammate. Two of them standing. Jiggle can go in for the fight while he goes in for the res. Abel, in those few seconds of lull in the action, he's managed to heal himself. Somehow, he's managed to find himself next to his teammate to go in for the res. The question is Snipe going to be pushing in? No, he's not. They're going to be just tossing in the nades and making life miserable for Zeus. And Ice has been taken off. And with the nades completely wiped out, Zeus will fall. Carnage. They came, they saw, and they took down the gods.
Well, it looks like Olympus has fallen. But anyway, that was a wonderful job done over there by the boys. Now, I did kind of feel that Jiggle was just a little bit too late to the party, but the fact that he came at the right time and provided that long-distance cover was something that was detrimental for Z3us Gaming. And now the circle, as it shifts down south, A1 Esports look like in a good position. Seal Esports are going to be happy with their position. And again, T2K, trained to kill. They are dormant in the initial stages, but they always find a way towards the end circles. And could this be the game that A1 Esports actually get that coveted chicken dinner play?
I mean, that would be... What a way to end a day, right? Like, you get to the top one spot without getting a second chicken dinner, a 7C. Oh, no! They're going to ram straight into T2K. And Jay's like, what are you guys doing? Turlop's going to fall. And with Sarga, he's going to find another kill. And 7C, they are drowning out in the open. Fury's going to go prone. He's going to go for the full spray, but he's a last man standing on a sliver of HP. And there's nothing they can do. 7C.
Wipe out.
They just came crashing and burning to the ground.
And let me tell you one thing, it's all that vehicle position. They kind of expected maybe the teams are going to be in the big warehouse, the blue one on the left. They were not expecting anyone over there, so as soon as the cars hit the wall, like I said, it's going to be shock and all, but sometimes it works in your favor, and well, sometimes people are actually expecting and waiting for you. So right over there, I think trained to kill, well, they are trained to kill, and they got it down perfect. That was a perfect wipeout.
That was absolutely ruthless as well. Oh no, Stalwart, they're screwed. They thought they were safe here, and even though they have the vehicle for some cover, that these bullets is going to perforate the sides of the buggy. Johnny down already, and blah blah blah. He knows, even though the smoke's been deployed, he's going to try and just riddle them with bullets, hoping one of them finds its mark. And StalwartFlex, at least the smoke is going to keep them alive for now. Venom Legends getting eliminated in the 9th position in the meantime. They do have 4 kills to their name. Blah blah blah. Crosshairs trained, and look at the controlled burst fire in the smoke, right? He's just sweeping the smoke with his bullets.
However, Respite might be coming in for StalwartFlex because R3D are going to be coming hot in on the heels of Carnage Esports, and let's see if the boys are going to be ready. Looks like Snipe is ready for them as Anubis and Joker are down on the knees.
Manish coming in from behind. 2 players down already for the side of R3D. Anubis, the god of death. What can he do? The nade timing could be perfect. It could be perfect. Oh, no, it's not. Anubis escaping in the nick of time, but there's so much he can do. And Snipe, well, he leaves Carnage in his wake. 4 kills to his name, and Carnage Esports looking fantastic at the moment. Sinister, meanwhile, spotting out DRS in the distance, and they are just laying down the pain.
I guess in a few days to come, Snipe just might add CQB to his name as well because, well, that was perfect execution at close quarter combat over there, Blame.
Sinister just tapped away DRS Gaming out of the server. He just calmly tapped them out of the server.
Well, I mean, he has some sinister things up his sleeve. Looks like those few bullets were more than enough. He just needed a few shots to go in and get the job done. Of course, when vehicles are on fire, take this as a PSA, ladies and gentlemen. Move away from them because if they go boom, ooh, it's going to be really, really, really bad. But right now, we are down to the final 5 teams. 17 people still alive as the circle is going to shrink even more. It's going to implode in on itself. Seal is still in the circle. And T2K, again, they're going to be quiet right till the end.
T2K have all 4 alive as well. So do A1 Esports. StalwartFlex, they survived what was a very rough position for them. They, of course, have a number alive as well. 3 players alive in the running. Carnage, they have been on a tear so far. 8 kills to their name. But like you pointed out, Seal Team 6, can they get that triple chicken dinner?
Now, the best thing for this team is this position they're in is just amazing because you have the high hills on one end, you do have walls for cover, and the only thing that Stalwart can do is basically shoot across this little valley that we have in front of him. But since they have lost their vehicles, as we saw earlier, it is going to be difficult for them to basically do anything on this team. Now, if Seal 6, or again, Seal 6, if Seal Esports are going to be pushed on by A1 Esports, that is the only time when StalwartFlex can move in.
Well,
Carnage, I think it's going to happen.
Carnage are pushing in though, and A1, like you said, they're just going to be going for the play here, but Crypto out in the open is going to take a lot of damage. Jiggle, however, he's going to be blown apart. It's a vehicle right next to him, exploding in a smattering of metal and flames, but still, they have a couple of players still standing. Jiggle is on his knees, but backup has arrived. Respite has arrived in the form of his teammate. Manish is going to be going in for the res now. It is a 4v3, v3, v4. Jiggle needs to be res here, but the smoke will be deployed. So Manish has a little bit of time to get the res. Sinister, however, very close by. If he looks in his left and he riddles that smoke with bullets, they're going to be done for. But then he has to be wary of other players as well. Seal haven't had to move yet.
4v3 with 3v4. Try saying that quick 5 times. I mean, it's almost like a tongue twister, but yes, you're right. See, Seal, they do not have to move out right now, but they are going to have to rely on the utilities because they're going to be pushed on by multiple teams at one time.
9, though, is taking a lot of damage, but they need to commit to this fight. They need to make up their minds.
Oh, that's a good
and
one.
And the nade is going to sail on in, and it's going to find Jiggle, and Nasty as well, knocked on down, but in all the chaos, a team has been wiped out. We're now down to the final 3, T2K, Seal, and A1, as Carnage will finally, their Carnage has come to an end. 9 kills, 4th position.
It has come to an end, but oh my goodness, A1 Esports, that is the perfect name. They have that A1 gameplay on display right now. Talk about consistency. Could this be the game they go all the way and get the chicken dinner, though?
Oh, look at the late drive-by there, Seal. Thankfully, they're inside the house and smoke is obscuring their vision.
Also, remember that mountain over there? They can't see them.
They can't see them, and while they're trying to push on in, A1 are getting mowed down by T2K from right across the play zone, and T2K are doing Seal's job for them. Wally, however, getting knocked down to his knees, and can he survive? I don't think he can. That's going to be it. A1, man, like, when are they going to get the chicken dinner? God damn it, 3rd place, 6 kills. They're still going to be on top, but they're going to be pissed off right now.
This is going to be a big game for Seal because they need that chicken dinner and they need a few more kills if they wish to overtake A1 Esports on the overall leaderboard. But T2K are a 4-man squad, and, well, this can go either way over here, Blake.
It's a 4v3.
It is a 4v3.
It's a 4v3.
Also remember, Seal now have to move in towards T2K's position, and they're the ones who are cemented. And look at that. Jane is ready on the right flank. Otsarga's on the left flank, and, well, Rated and blah, blah, blah are going to be hitting them hard right from the center.
Look, Seal, though, they're deploying a wall of smokes, and that is exactly what they need to do. Wally being very preemptive, pushing on in. There's a bit of an elevation from that little path, right? And he's going to be using that. But T2K, I feel like they've been saving all their nades for this moment.
One little mistake that I can kind of point out is T2K need to be a bit higher up. If they want to negate that little ridge, that is what they need to be doing right now, or they should be getting ready with the barrage of grenades. There you have it, Jane. Let's see if all that training is going to come in effect.
Oh, that is so good. That is so good. He blows in the vehicles, though. But Zeke, thankfully, will survive for the side of Seal. Now they're
This
pushed
is
on
what I
in.
was talking
and
about.
blah, blah, blah. Like you said, they need the high ground, and they have the high ground, and blah, blah, blah. He can just mow the grass with his bullets. Wally will fall. They know where Zeke is. The second nade, and Zeke's down to 20 HP. It's all down to the Baron. And unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to pull this one off. It's virtually a 2v3, and they are getting bullied by the nades. T2K, they have everything going their way. Zeke will fall as well, and it's Baron left alone in a 1v4.
Well, James going in. Baron is going to be concealed by the smoke, but it's not going to be enough because, as we said before, the smoke can conceal your position, but it will not stop the bullets coming in through. And there you have it. The team from Nepal, they are going to be happy. They're going to be ecstatic. It is train to kill. All that training coming in effect, getting the chicken dinner in the last game of day one of the first Super Weekend.
A few smiles being cracked as well. They do seem pretty happy with the way they played, and they should be indeed. Listen, man, like, okay, look.
Are you going to bring up A1 Esports?
Yeah, taking nothing away from T2K, but A1, man, like, they're on top of the leaderboards. They're going to end the day on top of the leaderboards here, unless... No, I think they're on top.
I think they are on top because they
It's
are going
gonna
to
be
walk
very
away
close
with
then.
10 points for position, then 6 points for their placement. So Seal did not get those kills in this game. However, lovely, lovely gameplay coming in. A couple of mistakes at the end that you called it. He's taking the vehicle out, but then they just got thwarted at both ends. T2K and Seal just obliterating them. But what a way to end this day. I love it.
And yeah, T2K coming out on top as well. I mean, it's good to see, you know, all the big names really stepping up. We had T2K, we had A1, despite not getting a chicken dinner, being on top. We saw the double chicken dinners back-to-back from Seal as well. So everyone's stepping up, the usual suspects. But yeah, that's it for the game, though.
Now, I got to say one thing. I know a few of you are going to be good at maths and keeping a tally on the scores, but for those of you who have no idea how the teams stand, do not go anywhere because we'll be right back after this break with our analyst section.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with our Super Weekend day number 1 and that was an all-out war. All games, they were just perfectly played to perfection from all of these teams. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it happen. Whoop up your fun. With that, let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think when it comes to this game. That was just incredible
Yeah.
turn of events for these teams.
Well, it was an incredible turn of events, and I mean, A1 Esports definitely showcasing
Yeah.
the consistency that they have in them, along with Seal Esports. But T2K just turning things around and, well, taking the victory.
Well, talking about
Exactly.
the MVP, it's going to be Snipe Whitey from Carnage. 4 kills, 747 damage, and 1 assist for this lad. 292 healing gun. Given the fact the circle was out in the open
Yeah,
just a bit
right.
for the fight, so you need those healing amounts, right? From time to time, you're giving out some damage. You'll be taking some damage on yourself as well, and that's where Snipe Whitey was actually outshining. He was giving an incredible amount of damage.
Exactly. Giving damage and also converting that damage
Yeah,
into kills.
into
That is
kills.
also important.
Absolutely, and again, when you talk about these teams, I mean, certain few of these teams that we had, of course, mentioned earlier as well, like you talk about XB Blood Legion, they were not able to get a decent start to this entire day. The entire saga was just not in their favor. But you move that conversation along to other teams, like, for example, again, I mean, T2K, just showcasing that we are here, we are trained, we are dominating, and we are a force to be reckoned with, and that worked out perfectly for them.
See, my hope was that XB Blood Legion, they were holding on to something, just like A1 Esports
Right.
was during the league play days. We didn't see A1 Esports in this form up until the last few games. And before that, A1 Esports, well, it was looking weird. Why is this team struggling? Like, they are getting those kills, but why are they struggling? And they were like, hey, we were just playing this game. We were just trying to trick you guys. I was hoping XB Blood Legion would be doing the same thing.
Right.
But it is just day 1. We have 2 more days left, so let's be hopeful. I'm going to be hopeful
Sure,
about
let's
that
be
team.
hopeful for that one. Obviously, because you cannot rule anything out as of
Yeah.
now. All the teams, all the players, they have been trying to do their level best with everything. If you just talk about the gameplays, the kind of synergistic gameplay they are bringing up to the table. But today, it has been Nepal region and obviously Mongolia
Yes.
just dominating the field. But A1 Esports altogether, like the consistency that they brought up to the table, fantastic.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, to be able to be that consistent, to be able to be that dynamic, no matter what map, no matter what game you're in, is of course going to be commendable.
Yeah.
And that is what A1 has showcased as a bunch of lads who are here to prove their mettle, you know. And with that, again, I mean, as you so beautifully mentioned, Mongolian teams, I mean, they've been rocking it right off the start. You talk about Seal, I mean, this also, till the last moment, seemed like a very close affair for Seal.
Exactly, I mean, it was a very close affair, but it was just that the situation was not in their favor.
Exactly.
And we knew it was going to be a game that was destined to be the victory for T2K, just because look at how things were laid out for T2K.
Right.
They had the cover, the area out in the open towards that final fight was an open area, and we were talking about this, I mean, there was no way for Seal Esports to actually close in.
Exactly. Plus the man advantage as well. That's
Yeah.
something that they had for themselves.
Exactly, because again, when you talk about the play that was played, of course, from T2K, they were just all four men. They knew exactly, they had the information, and they were bringing down players from that small little compound of theirs very comfortably, no question about it. But again, I mean, when you talk about other teams, like for example, 7C, I mean, 7C's push coming in towards T2K was just not necessary. You talk about StalwartFlex rotation just being caught out in the open, and again, the circle was such that it was an open circle that made it that much more difficult for teams without that compound support.
See, I think sometimes in the heat of the battle, you have to make quick decisions. Those decisions might not go out in your favor. That is why, I mean, as an IGL, it's really important to make those calculations really quick. All right,
true.
this much is the distance. Can we make it before we get shot down? How much utility is going to be required? Can we get into position to get those utilities in place? So stuff like that happens, and obviously going aggressive, it is always taking a risk.
It certainly is. With that, let's see, when it comes to taking risks, what all other teams did take that risk, what all other players took that risk to be a part of that top players.
Wow, talk about sinister, you know, once again A1 Esports and the players just showcasing themselves out in this one. But T2K, the team that enjoyed that chicken, you can see blah blah blah, and Utsarga out 719 and 458 damage, but the kill points obviously justify the gameplay. 24 plus minutes of survival time for themselves, and Carnage obviously was the MVP, so he was just topping the charts, this chart as well for his own self. So overall, it was a good game. If you just, you know, look at all these stats for these players, it's just a matter of fact that there were all the other players as well that were contributing to their own teams.
Exactly.
And we'll see that obviously in the team rankings.
Absolutely. Let's with that also have a look at the team ranking when it comes to the entirety of this saga that just took place. The match ranking right here on our screens. But of course, Train to Kill did get that chicken dinner with 12 kills, 27 points to this team.
Well, but kudos to Carnage Esports for compensating with those kills in their favor. 9 kills coming in for Carnage Esports, 17 points in total, followed by A1 Esports and Seal Esports, the teams that we said are being consistent today. But again, I'm happy with Red Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, R3D, they did good in this one. DRS, if we want to talk about this, right? Because you can see from R3D to Stalwart, as of now, every team has a similar points for themselves. It's a matter of, you know, kill points or maybe placement points for how they are getting that. Because imagine had R3D had more points, obviously they would be just moving up forward. But 9 to 16 is where we'll be having DE. That's where we have Zeus in this game. I mean, still they are playing good. I mean, they have played good all throughout the day. But XP Blood Legion, again, out here.
I mean, for Z3us Esports, one thing I would like to say is this team needs to figure out, like, to let go of things a little bit. Because every single game you watch them, it's like they are out for blood. Somebody said something and they're like really mad, and they just want to take their opponents down.
Exactly. I mean, no matter what situation you find this team in, they are always just gunning for it, just getting that dominating. And sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. And that's, of course, is something that will result when it comes to your all-out gameplay. But along with that, when it comes to the gameplay itself, you talk about the teams that were moving on along with those rotations.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the circle, right? Obviously, you can see R3D was way outside the zone and PN2 as well. So they had to just, you know, carry forward to a lot bigger rotation as compared to the other teams who were already inside the circle, something like that. But then the zone was all a land circle as compared to the first Erangel that just, you know, showcased a southern shift and not. So this time, obviously, every team had to play on the land area, but it was in the open. And the open circles, yeah, you can give a damage, but you have to look at all the directions. Otherwise, if you go down, your teammates are also stopping up the momentum to revive you or maybe just to, you know, to cover you or something.
I think that is the thing that makes open circle on Erangels a little bit more interesting and exciting to watch, because for the teams that are in the center, that are trying to hold the center of these open circles, it becomes a motive to then get those kills of the teams that are rotating around them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I always say, right? The most dangerous circles in Erangel is the open circle, and the most dangerous circle in Miramar are the building circles, because you can have fights on the ridges. In Erangel, you can have fight in Pochinki, but if the circle goes outside the Pochinki area, then it's like a total open land, and that's where the most interesting fights come up, because there are not that big of a ridges that you can get the covers and whatnot adequately, but it's an open area. So if you spot someone, chances are, like big chances are, that they are also spotting you at the same level, and if you can shoot, they'll also shoot you back.
Absolutely, and I mean that did take place throughout this game so many times. There were so many wonderful moments that did take place throughout this final game. So let's move on to the open moments and summarize it all together.
So basically, shooting someone that's shooting at you is the law in this game. You have to try and do that, and that has been achieved so many times. And as I was saying, I mean, if you're going to try and control the center, it becomes like a main objective. You're going to try and get those kills. XP Blood Legion this time, I mean, they decided to go aggressive on the players of Venom Legends, but the aggression came down at the wrong moment. Because look at this. Now, you do see Frypan in the back steel shot and Void are cornered down, but now XP Blood Legion, they need to figure out how are they going to get out of this situation.
Exactly, things like those, just keep on happening. But out here as well, Venom Legends, I mean, the players did good for themselves. Then there are these teams as well. Therefore, I mean, they tried every fight to be it in their favor. When things go ups and downs, and that's where the things just try to change its pace. And somehow, the fights just go away. But that's where the circle shift also comes down, right? Everyone was thinking like they have the good circle for themselves. They can take the fights and whatnot, but. All of a sudden, the circle shifts out in the open, and the teams that, like, let's imagine, like, top 3 teams. T2K had the proper area for themselves. Seal, they had to move inside. So those things kind of matter. If one team is dominating the circle, they would never leave the circle for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they do not want to leave the circle. Like, you want to control the important part of the map as well. And that is, I mean, map control is where we saw most teams falter down. A couple of seconds ago, we did see Z3us Esports trying to charge in and take the compound away from Carnage Esports. Well, they were finished off. And then the same thing happened to R3D. Carnage Esports just managing to hold on to their ground for as long as possible. And then once the circle actually moves away from them is when they were forced to step out in the open and they were finished off. And talk about stepping out in the open. That is exactly what Seal Esports had to do. And well, T2K, they made sure that once Seal were exposed, they were extinct.
Yeah, I mean, that was needed, right? And talking about T2K, well, they were trained to kill in this one for sure.
Absolutely, and looking very comfortable as well in that perfect position. And that worked out absolutely miraculously for them. But you move on towards the damage histograph itself. I mean, it's clearly visible that, yes, T2K this time around, they were in it to win it.
Yeah, wow. They were dominating everyone. And also, I mean, one more thing is going to be just the fact that everyone got a chance to pick those fights.
Right. Yeah, every player, every team got a chance for themselves to pick those fights for you. Talk about StalwartFlex, right? They have no kill. They are in the earlier stages of the in the later stages of the game. Sorry, in the placement for themselves. But they still had 400 plus damage. That means they were shooting at their opponents, and they were trying to take all the fights. It's just a matter of fact that the fights did not come to them the way they wanted it.
Exactly.
I mean, you can certainly bring in damage, but along with that, you need to be able to get points working as well. You need to be able to, of course, get those kills working in your favor. But alongside all of this, when it comes to the entire saga, it was, of course, 5 games that we witnessed today. And combine those 5 games efforts, let's have a look at the overall standings, because after all, we know that one thing is certain. A1 Esports is very comfortable on that top-notch performance.
Not just them, Seal Esports as well. I mean, look at the difference between the top 2 teams and the teams below them. 75 for Seal Esports on the second, and then we have Train to Kill, who just had an amazing game. They've jumped up 5 positions, but they're still really far behind, sitting on 52 points, the 3rd position, and tied with Z3us Esports.
Z3us Esports is out there on the 4th position. Obviously, Train to Kill, they had jump of 5 placement for themselves. Carnage had a jump of 2. High Voltage, Skylight and Stalwart are at 6th, 7th and 8th position respectively. But you know what? Tomorrow, if we just talk about this one, I'll want to have a look at 9 to 16, because I'll just say one thing, that those are the teams I want to see come back tomorrow. It's not too late. if a team can go for 2 chicken dinners, one right now, so 9 to 16 teams can also come back tomorrow, because that's where DE, XG Blood Leagues, I mean, these teams will have to start up.
Yeah, these teams definitely have to pick up the pace, and they have a lot to catch up on, because as Blotter, you pointed out before this game when we were having a look at the overall standings, there's a really clear divide between the top 8 and the bottom 8.
So look at that as well. Team F4, 7 placement points, 18 kill points. I mean, the team has to just focus on a few placement points as well. They can be in top 8 right off the bat from the first game tomorrow.
Yeah.
I completely agree, because again, I mean, just this final game itself, I mean, Team F4 certainly was showcasing that they want to be able to, you know, sustain themselves a lot more when it comes to these matches, when it comes to these fights, and they showcased that. I mean, Wolverine to Voltruck, they were all on point. But again, I mean, you bring that down to the overall leader, right, which is A1. They don't have a chicken dinner, yet they've created a massive lead.
Yeah, I mean, that is just consistency, man. That is consistency in terms of placement points and kills, because you look at both the stats right there, and A1 Esports is leading the charts. They are getting those kills in every single game that they play, and they are also managing to have decent finishes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the team just changed itself. Like, you remember when it was GC, right? PMGC. We were thinking like, how will A1 just start, because it was their first time facing the big names and all, and the experience that they gained from there, they are using it here, and that's just brilliant.
And talk about these teams, of course, we have Skylight Esports, the 2 chicken dinner winners today, alongside A1 Esports.
See, chicken dinners don't matter if you are consistent.
Yep, and that A1 just showcased perfectly.
Yeah.
Wow. Talk about this one. Damage dealt almost 7,600 versus 6,700 almost. Just if you want to talk about this one.
All right, I'm gonna take back what I just said, because those 2 chicken dinners also mean $2,000.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was gonna say. Because I was
dinners
starting
do
from
matter.
damage. Yeah, I was starting from damage, and then I was gonna go for the kills, and then I was like, so right now, Skylight Sports, they are like, you know, $2,000 ahead of the race as of now, because that's the thing, that's where we start our day. 1 chicken dinner in this momentum right now, it gets you 1,000. How to be rich in just 1 hour? You win 2 games.
Exactly, back to back. You start creating that massive lead. That, of course, will then give you not only the money, but also that confidence that will be showcased throughout the entire lobby. That this is a team you best not reckon with. But alongside that, let's have a look at the top-notch players that did showcase not only today when it comes to the Super Weekend, but combine their efforts during the league plays as well. And the kill leaders right here, we are looking at Assassin, very consistent player.
Yeah. Definitely, 28 kills. Wow.
28 kills by this individual. Dante with 23, Sinister with 22, and Zaki from Team Seal with 22 as well. Now talk about the players, right? Most of the players in the top 4 are basically the assaulters, as you can see, and there's Sinister who's actually playing the scout role for his team. So that also kind of matters, right? Right? If you're an assaulter, you would want to just, you know, move forward with the fights, and you should be the front end, getting all the damage and the kill points.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, these players have been the front end. I mean, the dancing man Dante right there, Sinister, followed by Seal Zaki. But as we move forward, we have Baron from Team Seal sitting on the 5th position, followed by Zol from Team Zeus, Snipe, and then Chari in the end.
So this is the thing, you know, Chari is the only player out here who has had a survival time of more than 21 minutes. Meanwhile, every other player is at 18, 19 and 17 minute marker for themselves. So that means as long as he's surviving good, he's trying to take good fights for himself, and he's trying to get those placement points for his own self. I mean, that matters as.
Basically, that's a perfect balance approach, because your kill numbers are not too far behind. Your survival time is also pretty decent. I think in the long run, that does work out. But it's just the fact that A1 Esports, they have 2 players in the top 4 right there. They are getting a lot more kills, and well, on average, the team does survive.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, when you combine their efforts together, they have showcased that, you know, we can do very good for ourselves, and against the lobby that is again so dominating. I mean, Ocean, as the day started off, you were of course talking about, you know, Mongolian teams and Nepal teams, and right now that is where the competition is from the looks of it. But as you move on along, to summarize the entire day, let's have a look at the day summary itself, where you talk about damage being dealt and the kills. It is A1 Esports taking a lead.
Wow, if we just talk about the damage, right? The overall damage that has been done, that's with A1 Esports. The kills that are there, that is with the A1 Esports. So damage received should be less, and that just, you know, shows there. But talk about the knockouts as well. I mean, knockout damage should be different than the kill damage as well, right? So that's just one thing. So maximum number of knockouts as well, the StalwartFlex, that is 35, and damage received is with A1 Esports at 6,000. Heals for high voltage.
I got worried for a second. I was like, wait, 35 damage? How is that possible? And then it was like, All right, all right.
Consistency?
A bit too consistent, I would say. But again,
you have to be Neo from the Matrix to
Pretty
dodge
much.
that many bullets, man.
Yeah.
you have to be on point with that. But again, I mean, just to clear it out, of course, it was a bit of a toned
Yeah,
event where,
that's-
of course, 6,000 is the damage that was received. But boy, oh boy, I mean, that was just an incredible start to the Super Weekend. When you talk about the synergy coming in from all these teams, yes, some of them are a bit lacking behind. Of course, there's the Blood Legion that needs to still come online, but it is only day one of the Super Weekend that has come to an end. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Wook up your fun is the entire saga that it has to be. But alongside that, when it comes to the day, it is a good start. No idea what's going to happen for tomorrow and day after. We'll, of course, be going for now, but we'll be back again tomorrow with these wonderful teams and their gameplays. Until then, take care. Sayonara.